Hello, this is What If Luffy Ate the Sun Fruit. Please like and subscribe to my channel for more, also check out the author and the fanfiction link in the description. Enjoy. Once upon a time, there was a great pirate. His name was Gold Roger. He had conquered every single thing this world had to offer. Wealth, fame, power. He had it all. The last words that ever left his beaming lips before his execution drove people to the seas. My treasure. If you want it, you can have it. Find it. I left everything this world has to offer in one piece. People descended to piracy in droves. Men headed for the Grand Line in pursuit of their dreams. The world has truly entered a golden age of piracy. About 1 year ago, a pirate ship landed right off the coast of Fuchsia village. It was a sleepy little town, full of windmills and mostly quiet hardworking folks. And then the pirates got off the ship and suddenly things weren't so quiet anymore. "Boy. What are you doing, Luffy?" A bemused voice called out. It belonged to a somewhat scruffy-looking man with brilliant red hair wearing a straw hat. "I've had enough." An angry-looking black-haired boy wearing a shirt with the epitaph of Anchor embosomed on it roared out, much to the scattered amusement of the pirates. His name was Monkey D. Luffy, and he was eager for adventure. He would show these pirates that he was tough enough to travel with them. "I'll prove it to you all, and then you'll take me with you." The pirates weren't even concerned with the knife he had in his hand. It wasn't as if they thought he would actually try to attack them. They may also have already been a little drunk. It was only midday after all. The Redeed burst out laughing, "Dahaha. Go for it, Luffy. Let's see what you're gonna do." One of the delighted pirates chuckled, "Luffy is going to do something funny again." The amusement dried up faster than a puddle in a desert. "Arg." Luffy roared and stabbed the knife into his own cheek, right under his left eye. Instantly, jaws dropped all around as the pirates panicked, "Ouch. Idiot. What the hell are you doing?" The Redeed roared furiously, his eyes popping right out of his head and pointing directly at the little idiot. "Bahaha." The bar was packed full of the raucous group of pirates. "Let's drink." To celebrate Luffy's craziness. The Redeed yelled while raising his glass, "And to our greatness, of course." "Georgia ha ha ha. Drink. Drink." One of the pirates yelled. "Sake. Sake. Bring out more sake." One indignant pirate screamed out, "Hey. Idiot, that's my meat." The more laid-back, stern-looking man with dark hair shook his head, "Yo. Cut it out. To brawl while you're drunk is so shameful." Luffy himself was in the bar with his pirate friends. He was putting on a brave face with a pained grin stretched across his lips. Some tears dribbled from his eyes despite his attempts not to cry. The cut he had put on himself had already been stitched up. It didn't hurt one bit. The Redeed with the straw hat had shark-like teeth in his mouth as he screamed at the boy, "Liar. Don't do something so stupid again." Luffy laughed uproariously, forcing himself past the minor lingering pain. "I'm not afraid of pain at all. Next time bring me out to sea with you guys." He gleefully demanded with his fists in the air, showing off the anchor on his shirt, "I want to be a pirate too." The bar exploded into hysterics once more as the pirates burst out into laughter, none louder than the Redeeded captain himself, red-haired Shanks. "You can't handle being a pirate." He needled the young boy, not being able to swim is a pirate's greatest weakness. Shanks sat with one leg crossed over the other with a glass of booze in one hand. He was wearing an open button-up shirt with a red sash securing it, as well as a sword and dark gray shorts. Luffy visibly grew irritated and waved his arms around petulantly, "Then I'll just stay on board the ship. I'll be fine." He drew back and flexed, holding a tiny bicep with his other hand, "Besides, my fighting is pretty good too." He grinned impossibly wide before punching out, "I've trained rigorously before. My punch is as strong as a pistol." Shanks deadpanned, "Wow, a pistol? Really?" He looked incredibly uninterested, with his chin resting on one hand. "What kind of tone is that?" Luffy yelled at the man again, incensed that not even slashing his own cheek had gotten his attention. The crew began laughing again. A particularly rotund member with goggles and a drumstick in his hand spoke up, "A pirate's life is great." Another member latched onto him in a one-armed hug, "Yeah, the sea is so wide and deep. You can go to any island and seek adventure." Yet another joined the growing pirate train, "Nothing is greater than freedom." Luffy's eyes were sparkling in excitement as he stared at the pirates in awe. Shanks had a spoon in his mouth and an unimpressed look on his face, "Don't give him dumb ideas, you guys." The fat one looked confused and rubbed his head, "But it's the truth, right?" One of the members slouching on a chair spoke up, "Captain, why not bring him with us one of these days? It's not a big deal." He chuckled, "Not like we're bound to run into anyone strong around here." "Yeah. Please, please, please." Luffy yelped and practically hopped in excitement. Another pirate popped up with a grin, "I agree." Shanks had a sly look on his face and a grin on his lips, "Fine, we'll bring him. But one of you have to stay behind so he can take your place." The bar was silent for a beat before all of the pirates turned away. Welp. We've said enough. Let's go drink. Luffy exploded indignantly, what kind of friends are you? He pointed at them, his eyes bugging out, and you? What kind of captain are you? Shanks chuckled and rubbed Luffy's hair, kid, the important thing here is that you're just too young. The sea is amazing, but it's also dangerous. Even I wasn't that young the first time I set sail with my captain. I'll reconsider taking you out to sea if you wait another couple years. Damn it, Shanks. I'm not a little kid anymore. Luffy growled. Oh, don't be mad. He pushed a glass filled with juice towards Luffy, here, have some juice. Luffy's face lit up and he started gulping down the juice with a happy grin on his face. PFFFT. Shanks guffawed for a moment and then burst into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. Dahahaha. You really are a kid. How funny. What a dirty trick. Luffy cried out while shaking a fist at Shanks. He blew a puff of air out, I'm so tired. He groaned, I even cut myself today and he still won't agree. Luffy. Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, called the young boy while igniting a handmade cigarette, you should try to understand the captain's feelings. He told the Luffy. He just looked puzzled in response, muttering the same words back. Ben chuckled while inhaling the smoke, of course. He is our leader after all. He knows being a pirate is interesting. He blew the smoke out, but more importantly, he knows how dangerous being a pirate is. Life can be very hard while on a pirate ship. He grinned, get it? He's not purposely teasing you. He's just looking out for you. I don't understand. Luffy crossed his arms, Shanks takes me for an idiot. Shanks chuckled, can't swim. Instantly made Luffy roar out, see. The bartender finally made it back into the bar with a happy smile on her face. She was a beautiful green-haired woman whose petite frame belied her surprising strength. She carried a barrel full of booze with the ease of practice, you seem happy, Captain. She called out cheerfully while serving up more drinks. Ah, teasing little anchor here is my joy, Makino-chan. Shanks grinned. She blushed minutely at him. Luffy pointed at Shanks while looking at Ben, he really is very happy. He deadpanned at the pirate. Ben could only sweat drop in response. Would you like something to eat, Luffy? Makino called out as she got behind the bar. Luffy grinned widely, okay. I'll pay you with my treasure. What treasure? Shanks coughed out in amusement. He was lounging back, taking up 2 seats in part of the bar, you're lying again. He called out in amusement. No. I'll definitely be a pirate. And I'll pay her back with the treasure that I find. Makino's bright smile never dimmed as she giggled, I'll be waiting. Some time passed as the party mellowed out somewhat. Luffy was hungrily ripping into a large chunk of meat, hey Shanks, how long are you going to stay? Shanks smiled softly, well, we've been using this town as our base for a little over a year. He turned contemplative, we'll probably set off a couple more times before we move on for good. It's been a good vacation, but all things must come to an end eventually. Luffy's mouth was bulging with food, but he still somehow spoke clearly, couple of times huh. He looked morose for a moment, well, I'll definitely have learned to swim by then. Shanks rolled his eyes good-naturedly, sure. We'll be waiting. Good luck. Whatever Luffy was going to say was cut off with a loud bang. The door to the bar almost ripped itself off its hinges as it slammed into the front wall. A foot lowered as a very scruffy, dirty-looking samurai wannabe walked in, ha. So, these are pirates huh? He mused, an ugly look on his dull face, this is the first time I've seen pirates. He eyed Luckyru, the really fat member of Shanks' crew, and sneered, they all look pretty dumb to me. Luffy was pretty uninterested in them and looked away without a care in order to find some more food. He eyed the chest the red-haired pirates had brought in, sitting innocuously on the table. It wasn't locked or anything, so Luffy opened it. He eyed the contents in confusion. Why would they keep a single fruit inside a chest? He picked it up and eyed it. It certainly didn't look like any fruit he had ever seen. It was shaped like a pineapple, except it was blindingly bright yellow to the point it almost looked white. The leaves weren't green and sharp, but red and curly, looking almost like flames dancing above it. The flesh was bumpy much like a regular pineapple, but there were reddish-orange swirls all over it. The effect made it almost look like the fruit was covered in stylized suns. Luffy shrugged and took a bite. His face took on a green tinge as he tasted one of the most disgusting things he'd ever put in his mouth. It was almost as though he was chewing ashes and coals straight off a fire. It was odd. He felt nothing but burning heat as he chewed, and the juices slid down his throat, and yet the fruit wasn't spicy. He'd eaten spicy before, and this wasn't the same. It was more like he'd literally swallowed fire. Or maybe something even hotter. He powered through the repulsive taste. No matter how bad it was, he had never been a person to waste food. And once it was gone, the taste went with it. Absolutely no aftertaste lingered in his maw to remind him of the fruit, and he forgot all about it as the idiots who barged into the bar continued making nuisances of themselves. The guy who wore a long purple coat with a strange yellow design going down one side over his white shirt and black trousers reached the bar and put a hand down. "We are mountain bandits," the man declared as a greeting. "We're not here to cause trouble," he stated, "we just want to buy 10 barrels of sake." Makino had a forced smile on her slightly sweaty face. "I'm sorry, but we're fresh out of sake." "Oh?" The bandit, a man named Higuma, tutted, "That's strange. What are they all drinking then? Water?" Makino's smile became a bit more forced. "It is sake. Like I said, we're fresh out. I rolled out the last barrel a few minutes ago." Shanks chuckled, "Sorry about that. Looks like we drank it all up." He raised the last bottle. "If you like, you can have this last one. I'm just about done for the day anyway." The Guma sneered, and before Luffy knew what happened, the man's fist lashed out. The sake bottle exploded and showered the alcohol all over Shanks. Makino gasped wide-eyed and held a hand up to her mouth. Higuma laughed, "Just who do you think I am?" He mocked the drenched captain, "Don't take me lightly. One bottle isn't enough." Shanks looked cool and collected. He didn't react in the slightest. "Huh, looks like the floor is all wet." Higuma's eye twitched as he drew his hand out of his open shirt with a piece of paper in it. "You see this? I'm worth 8 million beely. I'm one of the prime fugitives here in the place, and I've killed 56 people before, you cocky bastard." He leaned closer to Shanks, who hadn't even turned to as much as look at the man. "Now that you know who I am, I suggest you don't mess with me again." Higuma looked like he had something unpleasant in his nose. After all, mountain bandits and sea pirates don't mix well. Shanks reached down and grabbed the shattered glass bottle. "Man, what a mess. Sorry about that, Makino. Do you have a mop?" "Ah." Makino stammered, "It's okay. I'll get it." Shanks waved her off. "Nah, I got it. Don't worry yourself." He completely ignored the bandit. The goateed man growled lowly before swiping his sword out. The chiming and cracking of shattered glass rang through the bar as he broke every glass that had piled up. He grinned menacingly. "Well, since you enjoy cleaning so much, you can enjoy it even more." He and his men left with a parting shot of, "Later, you cowards." The bar was silent for a moment as Shanks sat at the bar with his straw hat over his eyes for a moment. Makino hurried over and bent at the waist. "Captain, are you alright? He didn't hurt you, did he?" Shanks was silent before a grin broke out on his face. "Phew." The rest of the red-haired pirates burst out into hysterical laughter. Luckyru was barely breathing as he wheezed out, "Ahahaha. Our captain looks so silly. He sure fixed you up good, Captain." Shanks burst into his own laughter as he took his hat off his head and waved it dry. Finally, Luffy couldn't take it anymore. "That was disgraceful." He screamed at Shanks angrily. His eyes and mouth were wide and furious. "Why didn't you fight him, huh? Even if he had more men, who laughs after getting picked on? You're not a man and you're not a pirate either." Shanks looked at him silently for a moment before chuckling. "Look, Luffy, I know how you feel, but there's nothing to get worked up about. It was just a bottle of sake." He grinned, "If I fought every idiot who thought he was a big shot, I'd never get anything else done." Luffy scoffed and turned to walk away. "I don't want to see you again, coward." Shanks laughed and grabbed his right wrist. "Ah, don't be like that, Luffy." The entire bar erupted into pandemonium as Luffy's arm burst off his shoulders in sparks of brilliant golden flames and shining light. No, flames were maybe inaccurate. There wasn't really any flickering. In fact, they looked almost soup-like even. Thick and viscous. Shanks quickly let go of the extremely hot appendage practically before he'd even felt the heat, his senses absolutely howling danger. The room's temperature began rising rapidly before he yelled at Luffy, "Luffy. Draw it back in. Draw your arm back in." He yelled at the panicking boy, who hurried to try to do just that. Slowly, the golden blaze crawled up his form and reformed into his arm. "What's happening?" He yelled in terror as his eyes bulged from his face and his mouth opened wide. The floor of the bar was charred and black where the fire had licked. The floorboards hadn't burned so much as they had vaporized. "It's gone." Lucky yelled as he dropped a treasure chest back onto a table. In less time than it took to blink, Lucky was next to Luffy with a notepad. On it was a drawing of a very familiar fruit. "Luffy, did you eat this?" Luffy, whose heart rate had returned to normal from his panic, answered sheepishly, "Wasn't that dessert? It tasted awful though." Shanks got in Luffy's face and yelled, "That's a devil fruit, Luffy. It's one of the rarest treasures in the sea. They give you unique powers, but whoever eats one will never be able to swim again." Luffy's jaw dropped to the floor and his eyes bugged out. "What? You're kidding, right?" Snot dribbled from his nose. "You idiot." Shanks roared out with his shark teeth in full display as the room started clamoring. Shanks rubbed his face in irritation as his crew sat around him with varying looks on their faces. Luffy was sitting on a stool looking down. Usopp chuckled weakly, well, at least we kinda know what the fruit was now, right? Shanks threw him a dirty look as the rest of the crew chuckled. Why did we even bring the stupid fruit with us? He waved his arms up and down, we could have kept it on the ship. No one would have tried to steal it. No one even knew we had it other than us. Hell, in East Blue, no one would have even known what it was. And now Luffy will never be able to swim. Luffy looked even more down, and even the crew was looking at each other with clueless question marks over their heads. Why the hell did they bring it with them? Lucky Roo flashed his signature shit-eating grin, hey, at least Luffy got a really strong power, right? Luffy perked up, a Loja at that. That's one of the rarest fruits there are. Is my fruit really that awesome? Luffy seemed excited. Shanks blew out a sigh before returning to his normal cheerful self, I suppose you did get a strong one, at least. He cackled, you'll forever be our little anchor now though. The rest of the crew burst out laughing as Luffy puffed his cheeks out in irritation. You jerk. Luffy tried to punch him, but his arm ignited into that golden, shining soup once more against his will. Shanks dodged so quickly that Luffy couldn't even tell he had moved. He simply was in another seat as Luffy's powers passed harmlessly through the air before being sucked back into the boy. Ah. I'm sorry Shanks. Shanks shook his head, be careful Luffy. You could seriously hurt someone with that. He sighed and ran a hand down his face, that thing is even more powerful than the Maramara no Mi. It's like you turned into the damn sun. Or any of the other stars in the sky. Ben sighed gravely, I knew it wasn't the Maramara no Mi. He snorted, it looked nothing like the picture, you dumbasses. I didn't mean to. Luffy waved his arms wildly, unintentionally turning them to flames again. He stopped and then turned into a statue, trying not to move at all. A sun man. Ben Beckman nodded, that's right. Or perhaps a star man. Your pick I guess. That fruit has never been eaten before. Or at least it was never recorded well before. Good thing Lucky can draw so well. He eyed the very rotund man, make sure you make copies. I want that documented and get Luffy a copy too. Do we have any spares of the book? He didn't really get an answer, so he turned and grinned at the interested boy, it's a Loja, so you can now literally transform your body into the same stuff that the sun is made of, and you'll be able to produce endless amounts of it. Wow. Luffy looked excited. But it's dangerous to you too, Luffy. Shanks had to be the downer in this case, your fire's soup whatever seem even hotter than the fires produced by the Maramara no Mi, and you're even more volatile than it right now. You have to control it very carefully. You could seriously harm a friend if you turn into the sun when they're trying to hug you. Luffy looked horrified, I would never. Shanks carefully put his hand on the boy's head, you would never mean to, but if you don't control it, it could happen. He sighed at the boy's stricken look. He rubbed his chin, which had a fair amount of stubble on it. Ben smiled with his eyes closed. If he knew his captain as much as he thought he did, they'd be at this village for a while longer before their next trip. He wasn't disappointed, alright men. Shanks yelled out, I know we were supposed to leave on another trip tomorrow, but we can't leave Luffy hanging like this. We'll be here for a little while, so I can train the kid a bit. Luffy grinned brightly at the red-haired captain. Luffy yawned as he walked into the clearing Shanks had led them to. It was a long way from the village so that there was no risk of anyone getting hurt. Other than Luffy that was, but he didn't know that. Shanks greeted him with a yawn of his own, well, here we are. He muttered sleepily from his place atop a large boulder. He rubbed his eyes, Luffy tiredly doing the same, and then clapped his cheeks with his palms in an attempt to rouse himself. It was early in the morning, since Shanks did want to set sail again soon. Now, first let me explain a few things. And pay attention, got it? Shanks said and Luffy nodded, having copied the man with the face clapping, devil fruits can be classed into three broad types. Paramecia, Zone, and Loja. You with me Luffy? Luffy nodded eagerly, waiting to hear more about his power. Paramecia are the most common type of fruit and always give you some sort of ability. This can be anything from being able to section off parts of your body to causing earthquakes. Luffy's jaw dropped, earthquakes? Are you serious? Shanks grinned, that's right. The strongest person in the world is currently the one who uses that fruit. He'd never tried fighting Old Man Whitebeard seriously, though he knew that back in his prime, the man had practically been considered untouchable. The only one to ever fight him seriously had been his own captain. Wow. Luffy breathed, trying to imagine himself causing earthquakes. Shanks chuckled, zones are the more uncommon fruits. It has 3 different subsections which increase their rarity, but for now all you really need to know is that they give you the ability to transform into some kind of animal or beast. The last type of fruit your type is generally the rarest. He said, Loja fruits allow you to literally transform into an element or a force of nature. Yours is one of the stronger Loja. Since you can become an element, you cannot even be touched by regular means. Haha. I'm awesome and invincible. Luffy puffed out his chest. Shanks grinned at Luffy willingly walking into his trap. OWWW. Luffy started rolling around on the ground, clutching the lump on his head. Shanks nonchalantly blew over his smoking fist. Hey, what the hell? How did you hit me? Shanks grinned, that's a secret. He sing-songed, even as Luffy began pouting. Irresponsible he may be a lot of the time, but even he wouldn't be teaching a 7-year-old hockey. But, as you can see, you're definitely not invincible. There are things that will be able to harm you like I just did the farther along the grand line you get. So, don't go getting cocky, got it? He glared at the young boy, who nodded vigorously. Shanks cuffed up Luffy's hair, good. Never start thinking you're untouchable. You'll only get yourself in trouble later down the line. I promise I won't. Luffy held up a pinky. Shanks grinned even as they shook on it, such a kid. He guffawed. Luffy's face puffed up, now, you're whatever are very, very strong, and you're struggling to control them. Shanks stood and grabbed one of 100 bamboo shoots that had been lying on the floor waiting for them. Now, this training is to make sure you do not transform when you don't want to. You have to control the sun, not the other way around. Shanks declared. Luffy started to sweat at his evil grin, so I'm going to smack you with these bamboo sticks. If you destroy or even burn the sticks, I'll use my little trick and whack you. Luffy trembled, this isn't revenge for accidentally stealing the fruit, is it? Of course not. His grin was totally and utterly insincere. Whoosh. Whack. OWWWWW. It has been a few months since that incident at Makino's party bar, and Luffy was currently racing into town with a big smile on his face. Today was the day Shanks and the guys were supposed to come back. They had been gone for a couple weeks, and Luffy had missed the entire gang. Hey, Luffy. You look like you're in a good mood today. Didn't the pirates leave you behind again? Either way, you can't swim anymore. The shopkeeper who Luffy was buying his fish from looked amused. Shishishi. I'll just be a pirate who never falls in the ocean. The mayor of the town whooped slap, ground his teeth behind Luffy, what's so good about being the sun? He jeered, I'll say it again Luffy. Don't become a pirate. You'll ruin this town's reputation. The captain may look reasonable, but you shouldn't hang around him again. Luffy had his fingers in his ear with his tongue stuck out of his mouth, sorry mayor. I can't hear you. He ran off to the party bar. Even with Makino there, it really felt empty without the pirates inside it. Do you miss them Luffy? They've been gone a long time. Makino mused as she cleaned one of the plates Luffy had used, you looked pretty upset with them that day you gained your powers. Those bandits humiliated them. Luffy laughed, shishishi. That was before I knew how strong they actually were. Shanks told me that the smallest bounty anyone on his crew has is 10 times the amount that bandit guy had. Makino's eyes went wide, I understand him now. That stupid guy was an ant. Makino's shocked look softened into a smile, but before she could say anything else, the door banged open once more. Luffy turned around and his mood instantly dropped. Haguma and his bandits were crowding into the bar, well, it looks like the pirates aren't here today. It sure is quiet. They all sat with loud scrapes of the chairs on the new floor, greatly irritating Makino. Well, what are you waiting for? We're customers. Bring you a sake, wench. Luffy turned around and continued his meal, his mood soured. Even hearing that bandit's voice was irritating him and his name for Makino wasn't helping his case. He continued stuffing his face while the bandits got more and more rowdy. Finally, he heard Makino yelp and spun rapidly on his stool. Haguma had his hand around Makino's waist and he had pulled her into his lap. His hands were certainly wandering and Makino looked incredibly uncomfortable. She was struggling to get up and Luffy roared, hey. Let go of Makino. Makino finally got free and walked as calmly as she could away from the bandit, even as she threw Luffy a worried look. Haguma sneered and got up, you're that brat that was hanging out with those pirates. That's right. Luffy said, happy at having been recognized even if it was by these losers. Haguma jeered, so, where are those loser pirates? Did they find another hovel to clean up? Luffy smirked, the only losers are you idiots. Haguma growled and hauled Luffy up by his shirt, is that so brat? He turned and tossed the boy bodily through the doors of the bar. The barmaid gasped and raced out of the back to get help. Luffy could have transformed, but he didn't want to burn down poor Makino's bar. He stayed human as he rolled on the ground, groaning slightly. Haguma grabbed him by the back of his shirt and hauled him to his feet, throwing him further into the square. As Luffy got to his feet, he saw that he was surrounded by bandits. So, we're losers huh brat? One of the unnamed bandits kicked him, but Luffy had enough of getting manhandled. The bandit's leg impacted and then passed right through his burning body. The man's insane, horrified screeching filled the air as Luffy's power began consuming him. Luffy gasped, horrified at the real effects of his devil fruit's powers on another human, even if the guy was scum. His foot had simply disappeared. The stump wasn't bleeding because it had been completely cauterized. He lost his balance with only one leg and crashed to the floor, howling at the top of his lungs. For a moment it didn't even hurt. All the nerves had been just as vaporized as the flesh. His hands reached for the stump and now the pain hit as the remaining nerves in his legs started screaming as they were licked by the residual heat. His hand sizzled as he touched the wound, the heat cooking his flesh. Finally, he simply passed out, eyes rolled into the back of his head and foam spewing from his lips. His heart beat its last and his chest stilled. "What the fuck are you?" The bandits roared in terror, even as Luffy stared unblinkingly at the man, his mouth and eyes wide open. "Kill this damn brat." Higuma ripped his sword out of its sheath and commanded his men to attack. They all drew their blades and rushed forward with a roar. Luffy flinched and closed his eyes, feeling a little weird. Almost like ghosts were passing through him. He felt no pain and heard some little objects clattering near him. He opened them again. Even single one of the bandits but for Higuma himself were staring at their melted swords in horror. There was barely any blade left on any of those hilts. The residual heat was causing the cheap iron and crappy steel to warm, and the bandits released them with hisses. "If swords don't work then fucking shoot him." Higuma spat, eyes wide in utter madness. The bandits again followed his orders, drawing their pistols and blunderbusses. Bang bang bang. The air filled with a cacophony of gunfire. This time, Luffy didn't close his eyes, even though every loud boom made him flinch. The bullets entered his body and landed on the ground behind him as little steaming puddles of melted lead. "What the fuck are you?" A random bandit roared in fury and utter horror. Bang. His forehead exploded in a shower of blood and the dirty man collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut. "Donnie," the bandits roared in unison, eyes bugging out. The life fluid splashed on Higuma's face before he could whirl around. 1 second there had been no one behind Luffy and the other there was a shadow over him. He looked up and his eyes started to water. Shanks. He cried, tears starting to dribble down his face. The red-haired captain was wearing a new black cloak over his usual attire. He looked really badass. And completely and utterly enraged. "What's wrong, Lou?" Shanks gazed down at him, "What happened to being great at fighting? Where are those pistol punches, huh?" His face was completely serene, and yet Luffy could see nothing but a caged beast behind Shanks' eyes. Luffy coughed out a laugh, "Shut up. They got me by surprise." He tried to act tough, but they all caught the tremor in his voice. The events of the day had shaken him. Shanks' eyes peered into Higuma. His smile was decidedly not friendly. "I was wondering why no one welcomed us at the docks." "You bastard." The bandits all pointed their guns at him, though most of them forgot they needed to reload. "You killed Donnie." One of them ground his teeth and got right in Shanks' face. He pulled the trigger and got nothing but a click. Not that it would have mattered even if it had been loaded. "I did not." Shanks corrected lightly, "Usopp did." The rest of the crew showed up. He didn't even bother looking at the gun. "Every time you pull out your guns, you risk your life." He said calmly, "Those aren't toys." He pointed at it, "You don't use these things to scare people." The second the last word was spoken, Lucky Roo appeared to the left of the bandit threatening his captain. The bandit's head exploded as Lucky pulled the trigger, spurting blood and brain matter onto the dirt. Lucky stood by, his easygoing grin on his lips and a leg of meat in his other hand. Wakino and the mayor gasped at seeing the happy-go-lucky jolly man casually execute one of the people who had threatened Luffy. The bandits exploded into noise, "Those bastards. That was dirty." Then Beckman scoffed, "Dirty? What do you think we are? Saints?" He flipped his gun over so that the stock was facing outward. Shanks stepped over the dead man, his cloak billowing in the breeze. "We are pirates." He said quietly, but he may as well have been yelling, "Listen well, bandits. You can whip food or sake at me. You can even spit on me, and I'll laugh it all off." The intimidating look in his eyes terrified the bandits. Some even fainted, froth bubbling in their mouths, "But I don't care what reasons you have. I won't forgive anyone who messes with my friends." His pupils narrowed, and Luffy felt something pass through him. Every bandit there collapsed bonelessly, dead as their hearts ruptured. Luffy eyed the aftermath in awe, shock, and a little bit of terror. He didn't even notice Shanks moving towards him until he was lifted into the man's arms. "Come on, little anchor." Shanks sighed, a faraway look in his eyes as his men started cleaning up. "You look like you could do with a friend." Shanks' Luffy teared up again and started to cry into the man's chest. "How are you holding up?" Shanks asked gently. Night had fallen, and Shanks had brought them up onto the roof of the bar to stargaze a bit. For once, he wasn't laughing at the boy as he drank juice. Luffy lowered his cup, Shanks eyed eye. He struggled, the words not wanting to come out. "Kill that bandit?" Shanks asked, knowing exactly what was bothering him. "I won't lie to make you feel better, Luffy. He did die from a heart attack. The shock probably got to him," he said simply. Luffy flinched, "And you?" "Killed the rest." Shanks confirmed, staring up at the sky. He closed his eyes, admittedly I only wanted to knock them unconscious, but even my temper gets away from me sometimes. And seeing you looking utterly terrified and having put you into a situation where you accidentally did that was far past my know or boiling points. He put a hand on Luffy's head. Does it get easier? Luffy asked quietly. Yes, Shanks drifted off, and no. Luffy snorted, stupid Shanks. A small upturn of his lips was the only indication of his fondness for the Redeed. He grinned back in response, sometimes, you're in a fight that you can't escape without the Reaper getting his due, one way or another. Sometimes, it's just bad luck. An accident. You learn to respect those you kill, and you remember them. Sometimes their faces haunt your dreams. He turned his head up to the sky and breathed the night air in, sometimes, it's evil men like them. You never lose sleep over it. You don't even remember them the next day. You may even think the world is a better place for getting rid of scum like that. The tricky eyed the boy seriously and turned Luffy's head to make sure he was giving him his undivided attention, is to never start enjoying it. He tapped the little anchor's nose, because the second you do you become a monster just like them. Luffy shook his head rapidly, I would never. Wasn't saying you would. I think I know you better than that. The captain chided with a grin, the sea is a harsh place, Luffy. We're the exceptions to the rules. There are a lot of pirates who are just like those men, who love nothing more than causing pain and misery. Sometimes, killing will be unavoidable. Perhaps someday, it'll be the only way to protect those who you love. And if that day comes, Lu, you must not hesitate or you will wish you hadn't. Because that hesitation could be the difference between embracing your loved ones or burying them. If you truly want to be a pirate like us, if freedom is what you desire, if that truly is your dream, you're going to have to square with that someday. Luffy was silent. You're leaving for real this time? Luffy looked down, but he stared at his hero all the same. He'd done quite a bit of soul searching the past few days, the events running through his mind's eyes over and over. He wondered if he could maybe have done anything different. Kept silent perhaps. But that bastard had grabbed Makino in a way she most definitely had not liked, and Luffy could never have kept silent. And taking his lumps like Shanks had in the bar didn't appeal either. In the end, he acknowledged Shanks' words and tried to put the events from his tiny mind. The memories still snuck up on him at night, but the talk with Shanks had certainly helped. Yes, Shanks looked over at the ship, where the rest of his crew and even some of the villagers was still packing on supplies. We've been here too long. It's time we move on. He grinned at his young friend and mussed up his hair. You aren't upset, are you? Luffy responded immediately, of course I am. He exclaimed, we're all friends, aren't we? Shanks and the crew in earshot smirked and let out short cheers, of course. But aren't you going to beg to go with us again? He teased with his tongue wagging. Nah. Luffy shook his head, I'll become a pirate on my own. He pumped a fist in challenge. Shanks laughed and drew his eyelid down with a finger, idiot. You don't have what it takes to be a pirate. Luffy immediately growled and balled up his fists, of course I do. He roared, one day I'll set sail and find a crew stronger than yours. Shanks' eyebrows rose in surprise, and his grin widened, I'll find that treasure with them. The world's biggest. He threw his arms out in the air, letting off 2 short blasts of his power, I'm going to be the pirate king. You'll see. Shanks' grin grew to the widest Luffy had ever seen it, oh. You're going to be bigger than all of us, huh? Well then, Luffy stared at the ground, trembling and trying not to cry. Shanks' eyes were shadowed by his straw hat up until he removed it with his right arm, I'll leave this precious hat of mine to you. Luffy froze as Shanks pushed his treasure hat onto his head, not breathing for a moment. His head dipped further, and twin streams of tears dripped from under the hat, it's very dear to me. Take good care of it. Shanks turned and walked away, his cloak billowing as he hopped up a massive distance up onto the ship, become a great pirate Luffy. When we next meet, you'll give that hat back. Shanks! Luffy cried even as he waved goodbye to his departing friends. His dream had been acknowledged by his hero, and Luffy would never stop until he achieved it. On the rapidly shrinking ship, Ben had his eyes closed and a smile on his lips, he's going to be great, isn't he? Shanks chuckled as he stood near the rails, leaning on it with both hands. His hair waved in the breeze, of course. He reminds me of us. 10 years had passed since the red-haired pirates had set sail for the last time. The sleepy little town of Fuchsia hadn't changed much. Oh sure, there were periods of time where it was quieter than usual, usually when Luffy was in the mountains or away with Garp, but beyond that, Shanks and his crew would have been right at home. But Shanks never had returned, keeping to his promise of only meeting Luffy again when the kid had made it big. And today was the day Luffy was finally going to set out on his grand adventure. There he goes. Makino waved cheerfully at the rapidly shrinking dot on the horizon. She had a wide grin to contrast with Whoop Slap's scowl, looks like he finally left. We're sure going to miss him. The mayor merely growled, he's going to ruin this town's reputation. Makino rolled her eyes as she turned to go back to the bar in response. Out on the sea, Luffy was cheerfully lounging on his tiny little dinghy. He was wearing his soon-to-be signature straw hat, an open, red cardigan with flared sleeves exposing his chest, and some blue jean shorts with cuffs. Luffy had grown well in the 10 years since he'd last seen his hero. He was as tall as his brother had been the last time he'd seen him at 6'0". He wasn't quite as muscular though, being a little bit slimmer. "Man, the weather sure is great today," he exclaimed cheerfully as he spun his hat on his fingertip. But a bubbling ruined the serene peace of the open ocean. Luffy opened an eye and plopped his straw hat back onto his head before grinning. "Huh, you're big." The Lord of the Coast was a large sea king which had terrified any smaller vessels around Fuchsia for decades. "So, you're the jerk that sank Makino's supplies last year, huh?" It rose from the ocean, water dripping from its form. It snarled and started racing towards Luffy and his dinghy as the Sunman stood up. Luffy balled up his right fist and cocked it, and it happened in an instant. One moment the great Sea King was diving towards Luffy and the next a blinding light was scorching through the air. The water hissed as it instantly began to boil with the passing of the golden beam. The Sea King didn't even have time to regret its decision before the energy was upon it and burning a hole straight through its skull. It wobbled for a moment, a smoking cauterized wound visible through it before it collapsed to the water and began sinking. Luffy grinned impossibly wide. "Shishishi, how'd that taste, you stupid fish?" His hat was shadowing his eyes as he struck a pose, one fist clenched in front of him with the other gripping his forearm. He collapsed back down lazily. He crossed his arms behind his back and began lounging lazily. "Well, before I head off to the Grand Line," he pumped his arms out, "I need some good friends." He laughed good-naturedly, "And then? We'll get a ship and a flag. And then? I'll become the Pirate King." The next day, Luffy again had a giant grin on his face. "Man, what great weather again." He cheered, "Who would have thought I'd get into such a mess on such a great day?" And indeed, the absolutely massive whirling dervish of a maelstrom sucking in his tiny boat could certainly be described as a mess. "Man, what a huge whirlpool. How careless of me." His grin hadn't even changed, as if he was just talking about the weather and not the hungry death spiral. "Man, and I can't even swim." His face finally changed, an O of realization appearing. "Wait, it wouldn't matter even if I could swim." And then the whirlpool swallowed him. Somewhat far away, a large ship sat in the gently rolling waves. A manicured hand with pearls around the wrist was seen running a finger across the railing. "What's this?" A dangerous rough-sounding female voice was heard saying. Instantly, all of the men on the ship stiffened in fear. "What is all this dust?" she asked the shivering men. "Ah, I'm so sorry, Alvita-sama. I thought I had already cleaned the entire deck. I'll clean it again. So please don't." "Don't what?" She whirled around. "Please don't hit me with your the word he was going to say was mace." Bam. The iron mace of Alvita crashed onto the man's skull and split it wide open. He collapsed like a puppet with his strings cut and crashed to the deck. He began to bleed out and didn't move again. Which honestly defeated the point of keeping the deck clean. "Koby." Alvita roared as she slowly turned around. The woman was very, very obese. She took up enough space for 5 men and she carried a massive hulking slab of iron she called a mace. She was wearing a pink plaid shirt that was stretched disgustingly taut over her frame, an equally tight pair of graying pants and a blue captain's coat. She had a white red-plumed cowgirl hat and was covered in gaudy-looking jewelry. She had a flintlock tied to her by a purple sash to finish off the look. All in all, she was a disgusting whale. The Koby she was addressing was a chubby, dorky-looking boy with a pink bowl cut. "Why yes, Alvita-sama. Who is the most beautiful woman in the entire sea?" she asked threateningly. "Not you." That would of course be why you, Alvita-sama," Koby shakily answered. "That's right." The rotund woman roared, "And because of it, I don't want a single dirty thing on my entire ship. I don't want to see even a single speck of dust." She slowly turned to him again. "The only reason you're alive is because you're a good navigator." She snarled at the terrified boy. "You fat old hag." "Oh of course, Alvita-sama." He cried piteously, not allowing any tears to escape. "Other than that, you're entirely worthless. Now, clean my shoes." She thrust her large leg at the boy. "Yes, Alvita-sama." He moaned. After a few minutes of cleaning, he got a boot to the face. "That's enough, trash." She snarled, "Go clean the washroom." And with that, she lost interest in the flaky boy. I'll be on my way, Alvita-sama." As they all left him, his face turned down as he finally allowed a tear to escape. "I'll be on my way," he whispered. 2 sailors were lazily slumped over one of the railings of the cruise ship they were on. They were just relaxing and looking out at the whirlpool they were passing by. The seagulls were singing, and it was pretty peaceful, other than the gaping maw in the ocean. Their attention was grabbed by a barrel hitting the side of the ship. The 2 sailors grinned at each other and fetched a rope with a claw on it to grab the barrel. They each took turns trying to snatch the barrel and failed on the first 4 attempts. The next sailor spun it mightily over his head and flung it downward with a roar of, "Hit it." The claw went wide. The other sailor laughed at his friend's ongoing misfortune, 3 strikes. Batter out. Inside the extremely opulent ship, a beautiful orange-haired girl wearing a nice pale dress was staring out the window with her chin in her palm. Fancy violin music was being played by the live band. The captain was heard reassuring one of the passengers that a whirlpool of the size they were passing wasn't even a worry to the ship. One young man came up to the orange-haired girl and asked for a dance, which she accepted with a smile. Outside, the man finally grabbed the barrel with a claw and hauled it into the ship. "Awesome. This thing is heavy. Must be full of booze." The larger sailor beamed. Their merriment was cut short by a horrified gasp from up in the crow's nest. "PPP pirates. It's a pirate ship. Enemy raid. Enemy raid." The sailors gasped and ran off inside to alert the captain in their panic. The pirate ship, which had been painted a lurid pink of all things, had a large red heart on the mainsail, which was coming unfurled. Smoke erupted from the eyesore, with 3 large cannonballs surging towards the cruise ship. After a few seconds' flight they finally impacted, all going wide of their target. Large geysers of water blew into the air and shook the ship terribly. Inside, all of the passengers were screaming and panicking and running around like chicken with their heads cut off. All of course, but one. The orange-haired girl had widened her stance to keep her balance and had her arms out to aid in that. Slowly, a wide smirk formed on her lips. On the enemy pirate ship, Alvita was smirking as they finally scored a direct hit and broke the dolphin figurehead at the front of the ship. "Koby. Who is the most beautiful woman in the entire sea? Basically, anyone but you, you ugly whale. Why you are of course, Alvita-sama." She laughed hoarsely. "Well done." Koby stammered his thanks. "This will be our first good haul in a while." One of the men licked his lips. She grinned wider. "Pound them good boys. Show them the terror of Lady Alvita." The ship turned slightly and fired with its front-facing cannon, striking a direct hit on the main mast. On the ship, the barrel rolled down some steps and into the holds, finally turning into an open door. Elsewhere on the ship, the orange-haired girl was running with an irritated grimace on her face. She really didn't want to get this dress messed up, so she was being forced to hold up the hem. She reached the door and broke out, turning right only to shiver and squeak as the much smaller pirate ship pulled alongside the cruise ship. She turned tail and ran back the way she had come as the pirates threw their hooks and got onto the ship. "What do you think you're doing, Koby?" Alvita noticed the boy shaking like a leaf and snarled at him for his hesitation. I'm not really good at this." Koby stammered at his jailer. She snarled and booted him in the behind. "Don't backtalk me. Get your ass into gear." Koby flew onto the deck of the ship and landed face first into one of the walls. He slumped to the floor and began sniveling. Alvita followed with her mace held high, terrifying Koby with her huge jump and the fact that she was going to hit him. He screamed like a girl and scrambled out of the way, allowing Alvita and her mace to plow right through the wall. Smoke and dust and wood chips flew through the air for a few moments before revealing a dazed Alvita sitting there. One of the pirates grinned menacingly. "We won't be taking your lives today, but we will take all your valuables. Start handing them over." Alvita shook herself and wandered over. Anyone who argues takes a nice swim in that whirlpool. Inside the ship, their raucous laughter was all the orange-haired girl could hear. She smirked and threw her fancy dress off, revealing a tight blue shirt, loose black pants with a red sash, and a black bandana covering parts of her orange hair. A few minutes later, Koby was checking about the ship in a frightened manner when he came upon a room with an open door. Hello. He poked his head in slowly. There was no one there, of course. He sighed in relief as he entered, before taking note of the large barrel that had knocked a bunch of stuff over off to the side. "Man, what a large barrel," he mused. Outside, the orange-haired girl had used one of the hook ropes the pirates had left behind to zip line over and board the ugly pirate ship. She swiftly moved to the door and looked around several times before reaching for the doorknob. Before she had even touched it, it sprang open and spooked her greatly. She sprang back and took up a weird pose as the pirate looked her over. "Hey, who are you? I don't think I've seen you before." He eyed her with a growing grin as he leaned closer. She chuckled slightly before her weird pose turned into a vicious kick. She planted her foot as hard as she could right between the man's legs. He would have begun singing soprano if he hadn't immediately swallowed his tongue. Instead, he collapsed to the deck, unconsciously holding his precious. She smiled brightly and made her way into the ship after hiding the body. Inside the cruise ship, Koby was struggling to move the barrel, rolling it over to the door. "Hey, what are you sneaking around for, Koby?" One of the pirates popped up behind him with a grin, scaring the crap out of the boy. I was just rolling this over to the ship. It's pretty heavy," he exclaimed in panic. The pirate grinned. "Heavy, eh? That's good. Must be full of booze." He hauled it upright. "And I'm thirsty." He licked his lips. We can't. Koby yelled in shock, Alvita-sama will kill us. The pirate sneered as he raised his fist, well as long as you don't tell, she doesn't have to know. You just need to keep your mouth shut. He swung downward with a hard punch to break through the top of the barrel. Only it wasn't his fist that broke through. Instead, two fists burst upward right through the lid, one of which nailed him clean in the jaw as a boy wearing a straw hat and a massive grin came up yawning, man, what a great nap. I slept awesomely. The thud of the pirate hitting the floor drew his attention, huh? He looked over to the downed man before looking owlishly at the other two pirates, who are you guys? The two sprang forward with shark teeth and roared at him, no. Who the hell are you? Luffy ignored them as he stepped out of the barrel, man, that guy's going to catch a cold if he sleeps on the floor, you know. Their eyes bugged out, you put him there. They drew swords, and Luffy looked at them with a confused look, do you even know who you're messing with, brat? We're pirates. Luffy ignored them entirely, turning to Koby, man, I'm hungry. You guys have any food? The pirate's eyes bulged out even more, listen when people are talking. They both raised their swords in the air, you damn brat. They swung, eager to have their blades taste flesh. Koby covered his eyes with his hands. Shing. Thunk. Thunk. He slowly uncovered them, steadying himself for the horrifying sight he would no doubt come across. He gasped in shock and started to stare. The boy's right arm was pointing left with a closed fist. The two swords the pirates had drawn were each broken with their tips stuck in the floorboards. And the pirates. They were both embedded up to their waists in the walls on the far side of the room, legs hanging limply in their holes. Koby stammered, you what how? He screamed, who are you? Eh? Luffy turned to him, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. Nice to meet ya. He grinned. Koby shook himself, you have to hurry. They're bound to wake up soon and if they come back with their friends you're dead. There's over 30 of them. Luffy snorted before picking at his nose with a pinky, nah, I'm hungry. Got any food? Koby only gaped. How can you be so carefree? They're pirates. And? I'm a pirate too. Luffy grinned at Koby's horrified look, I only just started out though. I was just setting sail for the first time when I accidentally went into a whirlpool. Shishishi. He laughed before beginning to sniff at the air. He started walking forward so Koby grabbed him, trying to haul him away, no not that way. There are dozens of them. You have to get out. Luffy didn't even slow his stride as he dragged the pink-haired boy scraping feet and all through a doorway. He grinned brightly and dove down into the food in the room. Koby sighed as he noticed they were fairly hidden here, actually, this room isn't that bad. They might not find us here. Luffy wasn't even paying attention. He was stuffing his face full of food. You're Luffy right? I'm Koby. He started down the steps, that was incredible just now. How did you do that? Luffy turned around as Koby reached him, these are great. He exclaimed, completely ignoring Koby's questioning. He turned back around and continued to eat, is this a pirate ship? Koby shook his head, no, this is a cruise ship the Alvita pirates are raiding. Luffy paused for a moment before continuing to stuff his face. Are there any boats on board? I kind of lost mine in that whirlpool. Man, that sure was a surprise. I never even saw it coming since it had been such a nice day. Shishishi. He chuckled through the food in his mouth. There should be. All ships have lifeboats, right? Koby replied with a small smile as he watched the glutton feed. Be one of these pirates? Luffy asked. Koby stiffened, and not exactly. I wandered onto a boat to go fishing. He looked down, but it turns out that it was a dinghy belonging to Alvita-sama's ship. It's been 2 years since. He held onto his knees, they made me a cabin boy in exchange for my life. He finished in misery. It was silent for a moment before Luffy started to chuckle again, man, you're an idiot. Who just walks onto a pirate dinghy? If anything, the weight on Koby's shoulders got heavier, you're brutally honest. Well if you hate it and you want to leave, then leave. Luffy stretched his back out, loud pops ringing in the air. I can't. No way. No way. Just thinking of Alvita-sama finding out terrifies me. I'm too scared. Koby was stammering even at the thought of doing so. Just this morning he'd had a reminder of what that mace could do. And you're a coward too. Luffy laughed, stabbing yet another arrow into Koby's self-esteem. Man, I hate you. Tears streamed down Koby's slumped face and it almost looked like he was about to give up the ghost. He drew himself up and bowed forward morosely, yeah, you're right. I'm a coward. If only I had the courage to be like you and drift in a barrel he sighed, there's something I want to do too Luffy. What compelled you onto the sea? Luffy grinned and pumped his fists into the air, I'm going to the Grand Line of course. Koby gasped, I'm going to be the Pirate King. Koby's jaw dropped and his pupils shrank into pinpricks. He was hearing alarm bells in his head and he was practically choking, impossible. No way. No way. Pirate King. Are you serious? Yeah? Luffy shrugged nonchalantly, got a problem with that. What about your crew? Koby stammered. Don't have one yet. Luffy said cheerfully. I just started out. I'm just starting to go looking. Koby froze, and even when Luffy stepped forward and waved a hand in his face he didn't move. The Pirate King is the title given to the one who obtains everything. The greatest treasures. Wealth. Fame. Power. With each word, Luffy nodded, One Piece. Yep. Luffy confirmed with a bright wide grin. Pirates all over the world are after that treasure. He screamed in shock. Me too. And I'll be the one to get it. Luffy wasn't bragging when he said it. It was just a statement of fact. No. Impossible. No way. No way. Absolutely no way. Koby shook his head back and forth with his fists clenched. There's no way you can stand at the apex of this pirate era and scream that. No way no wah. Bam. Luffy's fist collided with the younger boy's head. Shut up, you idiot. Would you hit me? Koby sniffled, clutching his noggin, not like I'm not used to it by now. It's alright I guess. He laughed cried. It's not about whether I can or can't. Luffy said as he held onto his hat, I'm going to do it because I want to. He said passionately, it's my dream. I'll become the Pirate King or I'll die fighting for that dream. I don't care if I lose my life trying. If I just sat at home I could never forgive myself. He stood up and put his hat back on, well, I'm full. I'm going to go find a boat. Wait. Koby yelled, Luffy. I have a dream too. Do you think I can accomplish it if I stake my life on it? Do what? Luffy stopped walking and looked over at the coward. Do you think I can join the navy? Luffy smirked, catching bad guys is my dream. All hint of a stutter was gone from the cowardly boy's voice, it's been my dream ever since I was little. Then do it. Luffy yelled and clapped him in the back, don't let your dreams be dreams. If you don't fight for them, who will? That's right. Koby screamed, I'm not going to be a chore boy forever. He was working himself into a frenzy, I'm going to be a great marine and work tirelessly to catch criminals. And the first one I'm going to catch is Alvita-sama no Alvita. And with that, the ceiling broke and all strength left the boy's body as Alvita's huge mass landed behind him. Who did you say you were going to catch, Koby? Koby shook and trembled as Alvita's form was revealed. Luffy blinked as he looked at her with his head inclined to the side. 5 swords burst from the wood behind him, Oro. He looked puzzled. Ah, you don't look like pirate hunter Zoro to me. Alvita smirked at him before drawing her gaze to the pink-haired boy, Koby. Who is the most beautiful woman in the entire sea? Koby stammered and rubbed his head with a terrified smile, thought it would be. Hey Koby, who's the fat hag? Luffy picked his nose with his pinky. Jaws dropped from both of the other occupants as well as the men standing at the hole in the ceiling. Alvita wasn't breathing for a moment before she started to grind her teeth and tick marks started popping up all over her huge face, you goddamn brat. She roared as she hauled her massive mace up and over her head. She started swinging downward. Luffy grinned. In the blink of an eye, his foot was on Alvita's head with Koby held by the face in his right hand, see ya, lard ass. And with that, both he and Koby were sailing through the large hole. Alvita's mace crashed onto the space her target had occupied, throwing up dust and wood chips. The two landed on the deck, where the 2 trembling pirates Luffy had decked earlier were shaking. Steeling themselves, they drew new swords and charged with loud battle cries. Luffy rolled his eyes and got in front of them in a blink, his fists digging into their domes. Teeth and blood flew as they were launched hard across the deck, impacting the railings and tumbling right off the ship. Behind him a swordsman roared as he leapt in for a sneak attack. Luffy sidestepped, man, backstabs are for losers. He spun and grabbed the man's face, pounding it into the ship. Wood cracked, and splinters flew out of the new crater formed by the guy's skull. Oro? He looked up and saw dozens more pirates above him, mass attacks aren't cool either. He screamed as he ran in fear from the dozens of pirates chasing him. He smirked in amusement as he led the men on a merry chase across the deck. In his peripheral, he noticed a girl in a blue shirt and bandana sneak out of Alvita's pirate ship with a huge bag slung over her shoulders. He grinned. Wasn't that interesting? He spun and laughed out, just kidding. He vanished from sight and before any of the pirates even knew what hit them, they were all slumped over on the deck with fist marks all over their bodies or even kicked off the deck and into the drink. Shishishi. Koby shivered, amazing. You took out all those tough pirates like they were nothing. Luffy rubbed his nose while chuckling, tough. Those guys were weaklings. No challenge at all. Do you think I could ever be as strong as you, Luffy? Koby asked shyly. Not a clue. Luffy grinned cheerfully, that's all on you, coward boy. Koby slumped, an arrow saying coward sticking out of his back. So mean. And with that, another loud crash broke through the silence. Alvita had shown up once more. So, you're not pirate hunter Zoro. I haven't seen you use a sword yet. Luffy picked his nose once more, oh hey, the hag showed up again. Koby's jaw dropped while Alvita almost erupted in fury. Luffy. Repeat after me. He grabbed his arm tightly. Alvita-sama is the most, and suddenly, images of his hopeful friend started flashing through his eyes. His strength. The most his conviction. His lack of fear. And then he saw himself. Abused. Kicked around. Terrorized. Koby grit his teeth and turned to Alvita, the ugliest, most horrifying bitch I've ever seen. He roared out in defiance. Luffy erupted into hysterical laughter at the boy's words. Alvita's teeth ground so hard her teeth cracked. Koby. She raised her massive mace in fury, ready to end the pink-haired blight in front of her. Koby shuddered, but stared at his oncoming death with steel in his spine. I did it. I fought against her. He gulped and screamed, I have no regrets. Luffy moved in front of the bludgeon, well said. His smile was stupidly wide as he backhanded the giant hunk of metal so hard that it shattered into tiny pieces and rained all over the deck. What? Alvita's eyes were bulging out of her head as she gasped in shock, mirrored by Koby whose jaw also dropped. He knew Luffy was strong, but this strong? Grit those teeth. The madly smirking Straw Hat pirate formed a hard fist and nailed the rotund Alvita square in the jaw. The fat on her face billowed out for a moment from the point of impact, like a shockwave forming on her face. She let out as much of a moan of pain as she could before lifting clean off her feet and getting blown away like a very unaerodynamic rocket. She went tumbling ass over to kettle in the air, rapidly shrinking into the distance. Minutes later, one of her poor henchmen turned purple as he noticed her heading straight for him. His cry of fear was silenced as his mistress practically cannonballed on top of him. Luffy smirked and held his fist up to his lips before blowing over it. He then glanced over to the still standing pirates who were just staring at him in stupor and was about to demand a boat for him and Koby when the entire boat shook. Twin geysers rose up near the boat, indicative of more cannon fire. Luffy clicked his teeth as he noticed the 3 marine battleships a ways away. TCH. What are those idiots doing? He growled, what the hell are they firing at? Grandpa would have their hides. Glancing at Koby who was halfway between awestruck and horrified, he decided that he needed to get out of here. Remembering the girl who had been sneaking away, he grabbed Koby and threw him over his shoulder before jumping from the cruise ship to the pirate vessel anchored to it. He quickly raced off in the direction he'd seen the girl run and noticed her securing her sack to the small boat in a panicked hurry. He jumped with Koby onto the boat and the orange-haired girl let out a shriek of fear as she almost fell off the boat. Luffy grabbed her and steadied her, taking care not to let her or the sack fall over. Who the hell are you? She shrieked in panic. We can meet and greet after we're out of here. Shishishi. Luffy laughed for a moment before the boat rose into the air on a swell from latest cannon fire. He turned hard eyes to the 3 marine vessels, those idiots are going to sink the cruise ship along with the damn pirate ship. Growling, he placed his right foot back and held his 2 hands facing each other at his sides. What are you doing? The girl cut herself off with a squeak of fear as golden, shining light and fire started forming between his hands, growing to roughly the size of a very large cannonball. The heat radiating from it had the both of them begin to sweat and inch away, as far as they could get on their dinghy. Luffy grinned and took aim, Enten no Kmen. He roared and thrust his hands forward. The brilliant blazing blast of plasma rocketed forward at speed, racing towards the 3 panicking marine ships. But Luffy hadn't been aiming at the ships. He was aiming in between them. Immediately upon impact, the great fireball exploded, sending superheating water upward in the largest jet any of them had ever seen. It easily outclassed the earlier blasts from both the marine cannons as well as Alvita's cannons. It dwarfed the ships, making them seem tiny in comparison. And when the large amount of water started crashing down, it generated a huge tsunami. The ships were picked up and carried off in different directions, with panicking marines holding on for dear life. One of them even came close to capsizing before it was able to right itself. Shishishi. Luffy laughed at his victory, holding out a peace sign. That was too much. The girl roared with shark teeth out, almost hyperventilating as she saw the shrinking, but still quite large tidal wave approaching their tiny boat. You're going to hit us too. Oops. Luffy sweat dropped as they were picked up and tossed away from the ships. Nami and Koby were hugging each other with tears streaming down their terrified faces. You idiot. I thought I was going to die. The girl muttered tearfully as she cradled her treasure. Koby was staring blankly at the sky as if he had already given up the ghost. They had gotten away scot-free. The marines were nowhere in sight, the sun was shining, and the sea was calm. She huffed a sigh out before smiling slightly, but hey, I got a lot of treasure out of it. She said the last part mostly to herself, though Luffy heard her anyway. Shishishi, that was fun. Luffy exclaimed before promptly taking a fist right to the head, courtesy of an angry orange-haired girl. Ow. What was that for? You almost got us killed. She screamed in a demonic tone, waving her smoking fist in front of him. She slumped over and lounged on her bag. I'm Nami. She introduced herself, all traces of anger gone. Luffy grinned, I'm Monkey D. Luffy. This wimpy looking guy is Koby. Said wimpy looking guy slumped over in depression. Nami smiled and gave him a high five, well, you certainly helped our getaway, even if it was terrifying. She glared, her mood seeming to flip-flop every few seconds, don't do that again. Suddenly she was all smiles again, still, you are pretty strong. She exclaimed brightly. Shishishi. I worked hard. Luffy confirmed, clamping a hand onto his bicep. Nami smiled and leaned over, exposing her cleavage a tiny bit more. Luffy's eyes didn't dip in the slightest, disappointing Nami somewhat, I'm a thief who robs pirates of their treasures. She exclaimed, I could use a guy like you helping me. I'm the best damn navigator in the seas, and I need some strong people helping me take treasure. She grinned, shall we be partners? Luffy slumped back, nah. Not interested. Nami's smile dipped, oh, don't be like that. We could get a lot of money. She said enticingly. Luffy ignored her. She scowled, fine. She muttered to herself and crossed her arms under her enticing bust, so, what are you out on the sea for? Koby, who had seemingly revived, was sweating buckets. Don't be an idiot. Don't be an idiot. Don't be an id. Only Luffy's wide smile was visible from under his straw hat. He pumped a fist up, I'm going to be the pirate king. He declared loudly. To the avowed pirate thief. To the now furious-looking avowed pirate thief. She growled, so, you're a scumbag pirate are you? She hissed, everything in this era is pirate this and pirate that. I hate it. She pointed at him, I hate pirates. I should just toss you overboard. Koby gasped, wondering if the girl was insane. Had she not just seen the same thing he had? Luffy looked at her seriously for long enough that she started to sweat, suddenly remembering the giant attack he'd used earlier. Suddenly, Luffy spoke calmly, you can't do that. She sneered, putting on a brave face full of false bravado, even as she tried not to tremble. Oh. And why not? Luffy stared at her intensely, deep into her eyes. Nami started feeling even more uncomfortable, I'll die. Luffy said. Nami and Koby slumped to the wooden floor of their boat in loud crashes. Nami mumbled, this guy's a moron. Shishishi. Luffy laughed, having successfully defused the situation. And why would you die? Nami managed to ask after getting back to her sitting position. I ate the Akuma no Mi. Nami and Koby gasped, I became a sun man. Or I guess a starman would work too. Shishishi. Wait. You mean those actually exist? Nami stammered in shock. I thought they were just a myth. Luffy chuckled, no, they're real alright. He grinned, a pirate crew had used my town as a base and they brought it with them after one of their voyages. He smiled gently, looking at the sky and remembering the memory, I thought it was just a dessert that they had brought with them and when this asshole mountain bandit showed up I ate it while I was distracted. He laughed, man, that thing tasted so bad. It was like someone had mixed ashes and hot coals into a fruit that would burn everything going down, except it wasn't spicy. Maybe throw in some long expired milk too. Bleh. Nami and Koby turned green. Nami shook herself, man, what did those pirates do to you when they found out you had eaten it? Even though most people thought they were just legends, I still heard that even a single devil fruit can go for hundreds of millions on the black market. I just never though they were real, otherwise I definitely would have been hunting for them. They must have been so angry she whispered, I'm surprised you're even still alive. Luffy snorted, yeah, they were pissed alright. Pissed I had permanently given up the chance to ever swim. Nami and Koby gaped in disbelief. Luffy grinned at them, seeing the utter shock in both their eyes, not all pirates are scumbags you know. We were all good friends. We even had a great celebration afterwards. And before they left for good, their captain even acknowledged my dream and told me they'd be waiting for me in the Grand Line. He looked back at the sky, I missed them a lot. He drifted off to sleep, not seeing the look in Nami's eyes. She turned her head away, not wanting Koby to see her gritting teeth and glinting eyes. What were supposed to say to worldview shattering statements like that? What were you supposed to say to the knowledge that you just had shit luck? When Luffy next awoke, it was already in the dead of night. The boat was calmly sailing onward, but both of the other two members of the boat seemed to be asleep. Koby was sleeping like the dead, while Nami was shivering and tossing around. Luffy smiled and took off his shirt before walking over to her. He draped the shirt over her form in an attempt to warm her. He turned to go back to his spot when he heard her voice behind him, you're awfully brave, sleeping like that near someone who threatened to drown you. He turned and stared at Nami, who apparently had been awake. Despite her hatred of pirates, she was still cold and the day's earlier conversation had shaken her. Luffy grinned, you didn't seem like a bad person. She averted her eyes, you've had some bad things done to you by pirates, haven't you? She looked away fully. He sat right beside her, I hate pirates like that too. He said seriously, getting her eyes to snap onto him, picking on the weak. Lording it over others. Hurting their comrades. He growled, heckles raised high. All he could see in his mind's eye were those mismatched teeth, tanned skin, and those cornrows. I hate bastards like that too. That's not what being a pirate is about. Nami sneered half-heartedly, of course it is. That's how all pirates are. Luffy grinned, sure they are. Next, I suppose you'll tell me all marines are good, right? He laughed at the girl. You saw what those marines back there, he jerked his head in the direction they came from, did when they found us. They just started blasting away, uncaring if they hit the cruise ship. Anything to catch pirates, right? Nami looked away, biting her lip. He sighed and got up, you can't paint everyone with the same brush. Are there a whole load of pirates out there destroying things and giving the rest of us a bad name? Yeah, there are. He said seriously, they're the ones who will never make it anywhere. The ones who have to bully others to make themselves seem strong. To make them feel better about themselves. With that, he fell back where he had originally been and was out like a light. Nami stared at his direction for a moment before clutching his shirt tighter and trying to fall asleep herself. The next day it dawned bright and beautiful, getting a pleased moan out of a no longer cold Nami. She stretched like a cat and a large smile, enjoying the sun starting to shine down on them. She and Koby shared a small breakfast in silence, each stealing glances at the still sleeping Luffy. Finally, Nami sighed before going and shaking the man awake. Hey, wake up. We have some breakfast here. The snot bubble he'd been unconsciously blowing popped and he went from fully asleep to fully awake in the blink of an eye. He sprang up, just barely missing Nami's head with his own as he stood and looked around wildly. Nami had fallen to the boards as she dodged Luffy's head and glared at him from her seat. What the hell was that? She roared at him with a trembling finger pointed in his direction. You almost hit me. Luffy rubbed his head sheepishly, sorry about that. I'm kinda trained to wake up instantly and attack. She scoffed, why the hell would you do that? Koby looked interested in his answer. Luffy chortled out loud, shishishi. Well, if I didn't get up instantly like that I was usually in for a whole world of hurt. My grandpa certainly didn't pull any punches while he was training me. His eyes were far away and some purple showed on his countenance. If I didn't wake up when called the first time, I'd find myself falling into a canyon. Or put into a weather balloon and sent into the sky. Or tossed into a tiger pit. With each listing, Nami and Koby paled, WHWH what the hell? Who does that? Why would he do that to his own grandson? They both screamed in horror. Luffy's smile dimmed and he looked out at sea, recalling the events that had led up to his first truly serious request for training. Koby and Nami could instantly read the mood and Nami's teeth ground inside her mouth as she recognized the look on his face. How could she not? She had the same look whenever she thought of her mother. Luffy, if you don't want to tell us. Nah, it's fine. Luffy sighed, unfortunately, the awesome pirates that stayed with me for a year and ended up giving me my devil fruit weren't the only pirates I met. Their actions indirectly led to the death of one of my sworn brothers. His audience gasped. After that, I begged my grandpa to train me for real the next time he came around. The old guy was ecstatic. He laughed, he always wanted me to be a marine and he thought I had finally cracked. Koby gasped and Nami's outlook of him seemed to darken. You tricked your own grandpa, he yelled. How could? Nah. Luffy waved him off with a laugh, he knew full well I still intended to be the pirate king. I made sure he knew that. Old fart probably thought he could change my mind, even though I constantly denied it. Nami sighed and smirked, so, who is this grandpa of yours anyway? Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy grinned. That's your name. Nami deadpanned. Think about it. His grin grew wider. Nami looked confused, trying to think up a reason for him giving her his own name. A loud noise like a body had fallen drew her attention. Koby had fallen to the wooden floor of the boat in a thump and no way. He trembled and stared at Luffy in utter shock. What is it, Koby? She asked curiously. Koby stood and pointed a trembling finger at him, there's just no way. Luffy laughed heartily in response, your grandpa is Monkey D. Garp. The hero of the Marines. Nami's brain stopped working as she worked her jaw. She stared at Luffy but didn't see him. Finally, she rebooted and stared at the black-haired boy who was howling with laughter, no way. You better believe it. He chuckled before realizing he was hungry. Hey, what's for breakfast? I'm starving. He immediately grabbed one of the pieces of bread on the plate Nami had set out and started munching away. Nami shook her head and formed an X with her arms, no way. You're not allowed to switch gears like that. You don't get to drop a bomb like that and then just go stuff your face. Luffy continued his weird laugh even as he stuffed his third loaf of bread into his maw. She shook herself and fell back onto her bag of treasure. Ah, what do I even care? I'll never see you again after we get to this next island anyway. She muttered before tearing a chunk out of her own piece of bread. Why not? Luffy asked seriously, getting her to look at him in surprise, her mouth slightly open showing a bit of the bread. We should be friends. Shishishi. She scoffed but didn't look sure of herself anymore, no way. You're a pirate. she muttered weakly. Luffy ignored her, grinning that infectious grin of his. Yeah, that's a great idea actually. He pointed his finger at her, you should be my navigator. I already said no. She yelled with her shark teeth out. I refuse your refusal. Luffy declared as if the matter was decided, and before she could get another word in edgewise he suddenly asked, hey, where are we going anyway? Nami shook her head with a bemused and chagrined look, well, we're headed for Shell's town. Koby stiffened, isn't that where pirate hunter Zoro is? Huh, the whale mentioned that guy too. Luffy mused. Nami stifled a snicker. Alvita had been quite large, hadn't she? Is he weak? Must be if he got captured. Koby shook his head frantically, no. Pirate hunter Zoro is said to be a monster in human skin. He's never missed a mark. Shishishi. Luffy grinned brightly, I wonder what he's like. What are you thinking in that head of yours? Nami frowned, not quite liking the glint in his eyes. Well, I was thinking. Luffy's grin grew, if he's a good guy, I'll recruit him. Silence. Why it? We made it. Luffy cheered with his arms in the air. Of course, we did. Nami scoffed arrogantly, I said I was the best navigator around, didn't I? Still, Luffy's legitimate excitement was kind of amusing, you still determined to go through with that harebrained scheme of yours. Let's go eat. Luffy declared, ignoring Nami's question, which ticked her off. We just had breakfast an hour ago. Koby stammered. Nami sighed as Luffy just took off, what a glutton. He better pay. She followed with Koby pulling up the rear. Around 45 minutes later, Luffy was contentedly patting his own stomach while both Koby and Nami had pleased grins. That was good food. She sighed in contentment. Luffy grinned, yeah it was. He turned to Koby, so, this is where we'll part ways, coward. Once more, a figurative arrow of cowardice speared into the boy's back and dropped him, you do your best to become a marine. Koby smiled, I will. He had tears in his eyes which he hid with his arm, wiping vigorously, I owe you so much. Thank you Luffy. You'll have to become a great pirate too. Even though we'll be enemies. He finished. Nami had a surprised look on her face, marine. Enemies. I thought you two were together. She stated. Nah, coward here wants to become a marine. He was captured by the whale and forced to be her cabin boy. He stood, getting the other two to do the same, I wonder if Zoro is still at the base. He mused. Pandemonium erupted in the quaint little restaurant as every other patron practically started climbing the wall in their fear. Zoro. He looked confused. Koby whispered to the two, looks like we can't mention Zoro's name around here. He stopped whispering to relay another bit of info, anyway, I saw a notice on the streets before we came in. Apparently a Captain Morgan is the commanding officer here. This time, people actually did scramble up the walls in their rush to get away, knocking over tables and smashing glass. One of them even was digging into the ceiling like a cat. Koby looked shocked at their reactions, well what's going on? Why would they be afraid of a marine captain's name too? I could understand Zoro. He's a criminal and could escape at any time. Luffy shook his head, I told you the world isn't black and white. Well he said it to Koby, the one that actually had the statement resonate was Nami, who bit her lip. Let's go to the base. He sped off, leaving them behind. Nami groaned, he's lucky I have to scope the base out myself, otherwise he'd never see me again. She ran off after him. They found Luffy at the entrance of the marine base. Luffy grinned, well, here you go Koby. It's your time to shine. Koby poked his index fingers together, but I'm not ready yet. Plus, the incident at the restaurant got me thinking he was saying, only to realize neither Luffy nor Nami were listening. Both had climbed up onto the wall, each looking for entirely different things. You won't find anything like that. He declared. Actually, I saw someone tied up that way. Luffy countered his statement and ran off. Koby sweat dropped, seeing his not navigator follow him. He found them a ways away, looking into the courtyard. He slowly climbed his way up to them, struggling to get up the edge, but as soon as he did he fell off with a gasp. That's him. That black bandana and the cloth around his waist. It's him. It's Roronoa Zoro. The monster in question was tied up to a cross post. He had light green hair which was mostly covered by a really dark green bandana. He wore a white shirt and black pants with a fat green haramaki over his stomach. He had 3 identical piercings on his left ear. His arms were over the post's arms and he was secured with rope. His feet were merely dangling. Luffy rubbed his head, that's Zoro. Those ropes look pretty easy to break to me. Koby gasped as he quickly hauled his way up in his panic. The boy seemed to have some hidden strength when he actually wanted to use it, don't joke like that. He could escape and even kill you. Luffy snorted, I'm way too strong for that. He didn't sound arrogant as he said it. His intonation was one of a person stating facts. Koby almost fell off once more, he's hopeless. Both Koby and Nami jumped slightly when the sound of wood hitting stone sounded off near them. They looked over along with Luffy and saw that a ladder had been placed near them. A small, black-haired girl shushed them when she made it to the top of the ladder. She then made her way over the wall clutching something. Koby panicked, Luffy. Get her before he hurts her. You get her. Luffy threw back, getting a glance and a frown from Nami. Luffy ignored them both and watched in interest. Zoro eyed her in confusion, what are you doing here? He asked roughly, as if he hadn't used his voice in ages. Do you want to die? Get lost. He grunted. Ah. She squeaked before revealing what she was carrying. They were rice balls. I made you some rice balls, Zoro and Ikki. You haven't eaten in a long time, right? She looked at him shyly, this is the first time I've made rice balls so. Zoro interrupted the girl angrily, get out of here. I'm not hungry. The girl looked sad, but. Oh. Or else I'll kill you. Zoro threatened. All three of the teens near the well were frowning heavily. Nami scoffed, still want to recruit this guy. But before Luffy could get a word in, someone else appeared inside the base. It was a tall, skinny, lanky-looking boy in a purple suit. He had this very strange oval-shaped bowl cut with the bangs parted, so rude. You better not pick on little kids, Murano Zoro, otherwise I'll have to report you to my father. The insincerity in his voice was practically oozing, and it made Nami's skin crawl. Someone from the Marines. Koby sighed in relief, she should be safe now. Even Nami tore her eyes away from the scene to give Koby an incredulous look at that one. Hadn't he been paying attention to anything since they arrived in this town? Didn't he see this guy was practically the definition of a sleazeball? Zoro apparently agreed, tch. If it isn't the captain's bastard son. Bastard? The blonde looked unimpressed, my dad's a Marine captain. Don't get cocky. He turned his attention to the child in the situation, hello little girl. Ooh oh, a rice ball. Don't mind if I do. He grabbed one of the onigiri from the girl and bit into it, ignoring all of her protests. He choked, spitting out all the rice, blurg. What the hell is this? Sugar. You put salt into onigiri, you dumb brat. Salt. But I thought it would taste better if it was sweet. She stammered sadly. How could someone eat something like this? He grabbed the other rice ball and threw it onto the floor before stating to stomp on it. No. Stop it. He won't be able to eat it anymore. She got to her knees to reach for the balls, but was afraid of getting her fingers stomped and pulled back with tears in her eyes. Nami and Koby gasped at his treatment of the poor girl. How cruel. Luffy's eyes were shadowed. She started crying, that's so cruel. She sniffled, I tried so hard. She whispered brokenly. The asshole gripped his face, don't cry. PFF, it's no wonder I hate brats. He pointed to a sign, it's all your fault you know. He sneered, can't you read? Anyone caught helping a prisoner shall be charged with the same crime. You know how scary my dad can be, don't you? He leaned over and grabbed her chin in fake sympathy, if you were older you'd have gotten the death penalty, you know. He let her go and turned to one of the Marines with him, toss her over the fence. But she's just a little girl sir. The Marine stammered in shock. The blonde brat grabbed him by the lapel of his shirt, are you questioning my orders? Throw her out of here or I'll tell my dad. He roared, spittle flying from his mouth. The Marine walked off, saying, yes Helmeppo sir. He reached the girl and gently picked her up. He whispered into her ear, just tuck into a ball and try to roll. It should minimize damage. And with that, he felt the girl steel herself with renewed tears before he tossed her. Nami gasped as she saw the girl sailing over the fence. She wanted to catch her, but she had been tossed too far away. Suddenly, Luffy blurred into existence in her flight path and caught her without a word. He dropped gently to his feet and steadied the sad and crying girl, before mussing up her air. The girl's watery grimace widened before she burst into tears and wrapped her arms around Luffy. Hey, he said gently, don't cry. You're a strong girl, right? He started tickling her, getting watery giggles from her, go on home. Nami had a somewhat stunned look as she watched the interaction, but as soon as she was gone Luffy's kind look vanished. He had this dark glint in his eye as he glared over at the wall. Helmeppo was gloating to Zoro, man, I didn't think you would have this kind of endurance. Zoro sneered at the boy, this is nothing. I'll last out the whole month. You better keep that promise. Helmeppo laughed as he and his escort walked away, yeah, I'll keep it alright. If you can survive the whole month, that is. Zoro closed his eyes and growled, I hate that bastard. When he opened them again, Luffy was in front of him, who are you? Leave. Otherwise that brat will go cry to his daddy. Luffy snorted, you say that like it's a problem. Zoro smirked back as Luffy crouched down, so, you're here for a whole month without food eh? I'd probably be clocking out after a couple days. Zoro chuckled darkly, that's why we're different. You need willpower to fulfill your dreams. Luffy grinned, don't I know it. He measured the man up, I'd like you to join my crew. He said with that wide grin of his. Crew? You a pirate? Zoro asked in surprise. That's right. Luffy crossed his arms, the future pirate king, in fact. Zoro laughed, not interested. Why don't you go find someone else to join you, you crook? Luffy frowned, there's nothing wrong with being a pirate. Zoro grinned darkly, pirates are bad guys, aren't they? I'll never join you. I have my own goals to accomplish. Just like Marines are good guys, eh? Luffy raised an eyebrow, getting a slight quirk of the lips from the green-haired man. Well, if you change your mind, I'll be here for a while. He walked away with a wave behind his back. Wait. Zoro called out, getting him to turn around with a questioning look on his face. That onigiri. Can you pick it up for me? Luffy did so, frowning. What's wrong? Where did all that talk about willpower go? He grinned, this thing is mostly dirt now anyway. Doesn't matter. Zoro called, give it to me. I'll eat all of it. He opened his mouth wide. Luffy tossed it in with an eager look. Immediately, the man grimaced as he started chewing, visibly distraught. He broke out into a flop sweat and was clearly disgusted, a look mirrored by the watching Nami. Luffy watched in interest, you trying to kill yourself? Finally, he swallowed, looking like death warmed over, it was delicious. The best thing I've ever eaten. Tell that little girl that, for me. Luffy broke out into a wide grin and laughed his way over the wall. That looked disgusting. I cringed even watching it. Nami looked a bit green at the gills. Luffy smirked, I want him on my crew. He's awesome. Nami shook her head, you're some kind of idiot, aren't you? Didn't you hear what he said? Oh, I heard fine. He laughed, let's go find that little girl and cheer her up. He walked off without another word. Nami shook her head, cheering up little girls. What weird kind of pirate is this guy? She mumbled to herself before following. She already had the base scoped out, so she didn't really need to be here right now. Back in town, they found Luffy talking with a very animated girl inside the restaurant. Ah. He ate everything. She looked so happy. He did, Rika. Luffy confirmed, he told me to tell you it was delicious. I don't understand. Koby said as they reached the pair and sat down, isn't he supposed to be some kind of monster? No. Rika screamed in his face, getting the coward to recoil from the young girl, much to Luffy and Nami's amusement, and Ikki is the nicest. He never did anything wrong. Why is he locked up then? Nami asked over from her seat. She looked down, it's because of me. She teared up, that jerk Helmeppo had a wolf that he used to terrorize the town. She exclaimed angrily, it came here to mom's restaurant with him and started scaring all the customers. It almost attacked me before Ikki sliced it up. But he told Ikki he would have me and mommy executed for it and made a deal with him. That's horrible. Nami exclaimed, why haven't the Marines done anything about him? Rika growled and balled up her little fists, he's Captain Morgan's son. Everyone's too afraid of him. She looked down and let her tears spill, and now Ikki is starving there because he saved me. And stupid onion head he punches and kicks Ikki while he's tied up. I hate the Morgans. They're all bad. But everyone's too scared to fight them. The door slammed open then, revealing the golden-haired bastard himself. I'm sure hungry. He sneered at Rika's mother, we'll be eating here for free, got it? Hurry up and bring some alcohol. What's taking so long? He looked directly at Rika's mother then, oh, and since I'm bored, I've decided to execute Zoro tomorrow. Little Rika gasped. Look forward to it, everyone. He then began laughing raucously. But Luffy had enough. He stood up with his hat shadowing his eyes. Oh oi, Luffy, Nami whispered and tried to grab his arm, but he moved away too quickly. She and Koby tried to make themselves seem small. Luffy ran forward at Helmeppo's laughing form, and before the two Marines escorting him could even react, he buried his fist directly into the blonde's face. Helmeppo's head whiplashed so hard that the rest of his body lifted clean off the chair, and he rocketed into the wall before breaking right through it and rolling into a heap outside of the restaurant. Everyone else inside the restaurant stared at him in utter shock as he grabbed the faces of both the Marines and flung them bodily right through the newly remodeled exit. Helmeppo was seeing stars. The earth was spinning. He was having to grip into the dirt to make sure he didn't fall off the earth. That was how punch-drunk he was. When everything steadied, he saw a few of his own teeth, blood, and his men on the floor. The one who had punched him walking towards him silently, who the hell are you? He roared, before wincing at the pain it caused, do you know who I am? You're garbage, that's who you are. Luffy snarled. Helmeppo looked to be near tears, I'm Captain Morgan's son. He yelled, I'll have you executed for this. Luffy looked like he wanted to unload another punch into the brat's skull, but Koby wrapped his arms around him in an attempt to keep him from doing so. Why don't you do something about it instead of running to daddy, you little brat? The Marines groaned and grabbed Helmeppo before running off in terror. Man, you're sure a hasty one. Nami whined as she came to stand with the two, now the base is probably going to be crawling with Marines. How am I supposed to get in now? Luffy snorted, oh, you'll be fine. I'll probably break in just to break this Morgan guy's jaw. You will? She perked up, smiling at him. Of course. He walked off, I'm not leaving without my swordsman, after all. She chuckled, if you can even get him to agree. I will. Luffy said, full confidence in his voice. Nami couldn't sense even a trickle of self-doubt in him. If she was honest with herself, she would say it made her a little excited. We'll make sure to find you before we leave. Nami's head snapped towards him, whoa, hold on a minute. I never agreed to go anywhere with you after this. Why not? Luffy looked at her, we're friends, aren't we? She snorted and blustered, trying to hide her blush, don't get ahead of yourself, pirate. She sneered, you'll probably never see me again. Nah. Luffy grinned at her, we will. You're our friend, after all. Just get out of here, you idiot. She mumbled, before splitting off from the main group. I am great. A very large muscular man stated from his comfy leather chair. He was covered in bulging muscles and had a large metal jaw replacing his human one. His blonde hair was cut very short. Why yes. That is correct, Captain Morgan sir. A hapless marine confirmed his boss's words as he saluted. Then why the hulking man growled out, have the tributes to my greatness decreased these days? The marine hadn't let go of his salute and started stammering, well sir, the incomes of our people have decreased lately. The problem isn't money. His voice was gravely, like two bricks lighting together, the problem is they don't respect me. Isn't that right? But before the marine could say a word, Helmeppo burst into the room panting like he had run a marathon, Dad. He was audibly holding back tears, there's someone I want you to kill. Zoro was in the courtyard, eyes downcast and shadowed. But he wasn't worrying about his current situation. No, he wasn't even paying attention to his current situation if he was honest. All he was thinking about was long behind him, but never forgotten. His mind filled with the sounds of Bakken slapping and crashing against each other and flashes of a blue-haired girl. Weak as always, huh Zoro? The girl laughed brightly. She was holding her Bakken out, tipped near the down Zoro's chin. I made a promise. He growled out to himself, I can't die in a place like this. His eyes snapped open wide before narrowing, you again. You have too much free time. Luffy looked serious, I'm going to untie those ropes. He declared, you're going to be my comrade. Zoro snorted, didn't you hear me last time, brat? I refuse. You want me to be a bad guy. You're annoying. He looked away. What's wrong with being a pirate? Luffy asked with his head tilted. Zoro looked back, pirates or scum. Who the hell would want to be one? Luffy grinned, why does that matter? Aren't you already known as a vicious evil pirate hunter? He asked slyly. I don't give a damn about what society says about me. Nothing matters except for my dream. I've never regretted anything. Zoro said calmly. He smirked viciously, I will survive. I will do what I set out to do. Is that so? He crossed his arms and had a silly look on his face, looking at the sky, yeah, but I've already decided you'd be my comrade. Idiot. Zoro roared, you don't decide that for others. You use a sword, right? Luffy asked, glancing at his from the side. That's right. Zoro confirmed, I'm going to be the greatest swordsman in the world. He declared his intentions out to the world. Luffy looked at him with that huge grin of his, well, that's good. The Pirate King would demand no less from his crew, right? Pirate King. Zoro burst out into laughter, yeah right. He chuckled, looking at the still confidently grinning Luffy, thanks, but no thanks. I already said I have no intention of joining you. He relaxed, I'll last out the rest of this final week and leave on my own. Oh, how you going to do that if Egghead is planning on executing you tomorrow? Zoro choked on what little saliva he had, what was that? He asked dangerously. You should know better than to trust sleazeballs like that asshole. Luffy chided, he declared out to a fully loaded restaurant in the middle of the day that he was going to publicly execute you tomorrow. Because he was bored. Zoro's head dipped and his eyes shadowed, filled with a dark rage, is that so? That bastard. So, where's your sword, Mr. Greatest Swordsman? Luffy grinned. Zoro growled, that bastard brat took them. They're in the base. Luffy grinned, good. I was looking forward to breaking Daddy Morgan's teeth too. Zoro's smirk matched his, I'll go get it and set you free. We'll be friends then, won't we? Luffy turned to run at the base. Them? Luffy froze and looked at him questioningly, you'll find 3. All are mine. I use Sandbrick. Luffy grinned in elation, I knew you were badass. He laughed before crouching. He exploded forward and Zoro's eyes bugged out as he started hopping on the goddamn air as if he could fly all the way up to the tallest tower. Zoro stared for a moment before slumping, Kuina, what the hell have I gotten myself into? Good? Good. Now lift the statue. It's in the correct position. Lift it with one pull. Morgan roared to his followers. The Marines were struggling with the ropes and trying to haul the massive statue of Morgan to its feet. Helmeppo was behind his father still clutching his aching face, Dad. Why aren't you helping me get revenge? He whined at his far larger father, he punched me in the face. Not even you have done that. Morgan didn't move, and do you know why I've never punched you in the face? Helmeppo stopped, he swallowed somewhat nervously, well, it's because I'm your. That's right. Morgan stated, the reason I've never punched your face. He suddenly whirled round and his fist rocketed towards Helmeppo. The younger boy went spinning through the air, spittle flying from his mouth before hitting the top wall of the base and crashing to the floor, is because you are not worth hitting. Helmeppo sat in disbelief, tears leaking from his eyes. Morgan approached and hauled him up by the shirt with his axe hand, do not mistake yourself, my worthless son. I am the one who is great here. Not you. Why yes. Helmeppo yelled in shock before being dropped. There seems to have been a runt out in the execution field earlier. Morgan turned back to his statue. The terrified Helmeppo trembled, why yes. I took care of her. She was executed then. Morgan growled out. Helmeppo shook, no. She was just a little kid. Didn't even know what she was doing. Morgan growled and pointed to a hapless marine, you there. Go into town and finish the job. Everyone stared in shock, but she's just a little girl, Captain. It doesn't matter. He raised his axe hand and started walking to the marine. His every step sounded like a tiny crash, anyone who disobeys me is a traitor. I can't. She's just a little girl. The marine said as firmly as he could. Morgan's eyes flashed, you are a lieutenant are you not? The marine nodded in affirmation, and the rank of lieutenant is below the rank of captain, isn't it? The marine nodded once more, then you have no right to go against my orders. If I tell you to go, you will go. He roared. I will not. You traitor. Morgan's patience finally went and he raised his axe, bringing it down on the terrified marine. Blood gushed from the wound and stained the floor as his former subordinate crashed down and did not move. Helmeppo gasped, why you didn't have to do that dad. He stuttered while the rest of the marines stared in shock at the fallen lieutenant. Morgan scoffed, I became a captain because of this arm. Rank is everything. I have the highest rank in this base, so I am therefore the greatest person here. That is why everything I do is right. Great men do not make mistakes. He bellowed, I will go down there myself. It has been too long since the citizens have had a reminder of that. Morgan relaxed amidst the salutes from everyone else, but I shall do so later. He eyed his statue, it took many years to create this magnificent statue. It is a symbol of my greatness. So put it up at the tallest point of this base. The Marines roared in their unwilling approval and redoubled their efforts to haul the statue up. One of the unfortunate men scratched the statue up against the side of the roof entrance, I'm sorry. He yelped in terror. You scratched my statue. Morgan said dangerously. That means you don't respect me. He growled to the terrified man, die. Man, who cares if he scratched this ugly-ass statue? A new voice rang up. Luffy had heard every word and knew he had to mess with the power-mad idiot. Jaws dropped all around as a vein bulged in Morgan's head. What was that? He howled as he turned to look right at Luffy, who was standing on the stone Morgan's chest. Shishishi. Luffy laughed at Morgan's impotent rage, you must be some kind of stupid. Everyone knows you don't use stone for statues. Morgan was shaking in his rage, and Luffy's grin widened under his straw hat, everyone knows you should use bronze. With that final word yelled out, Luffy raised his right foot and slammed it onto the statue's chest. Everyone gasped in horrified shock as cracks started forming from the impact before the entire thing shattered from the waist up and started crumbling down to the courtyard. Every single person wearing marine colors on that roof gaped in shock, their faces purple and their eyes pure white. Helmeppo suddenly shook himself and pointed, I told you dad. I told you he was a bad guy. But he didn't get to say any more as Luffy grabbed him by the face and started dragging him into the base, yeah, I'm going to need to borrow you. Come with me. He cackled in glee as they disappeared into the doors. Morgan was apoplectic, find him. Find him and bring him to me. I want his head. One of the marines stammered out, Captain, there's someone running into the courtyard. Morgan's veins were bulging. He growled darkly, traitors. More traitors. They just keep appearing. Inside, Nami was picking the lock of one of the doors when she heard a commotion. She looked over as saw Luffy dragging Helmeppo while being pursued by marines. Idiot. She muttered and continued trying to get the lock open. Stop dragging me. Helmeppo cried out. I need Zoro's swords. Luffy said. They're in my room. We just passed it. Helmeppo pointed behind them. Passed it? Why didn't you say so earlier? Luffy shoved him into the wall, getting another cry from the blonde wimp. He turned and saw the marines holding them at gunpoint. He smirked and put Helmeppo in the way, go ahead and fire if you want. No, don't do it. Helmeppo screamed. Luffy laughed and used Helmeppo as a battering ram to knock the marines right over. Nami almost had the lock picked when she was forced to scream in fear as a leg bowled past her head and kicked the steel door clean off its hinges. Luffy, you idiot. I almost had that open. There was no need. Shishishi, well that was quicker wasn't it? Luffy grinned, what were you trying to get here anyway? Nami followed him and while they left the catatonic Helmeppo outside the door, a map to the Grand Line. She smirked, I'll be able to make a killing robbing people there. Luffy grinned as they turned to look at the safe on the wall, drat. Nami snapped her fingers, that'll take me a while to open. It's a decent model. Luffy looked at her dully, before pointing a finger. She gasped as it ignited into a blinding golden light. Luffy jabbed a finger at the safe's opening. Immediately, tiny sparks started flying out at them, forcing her to back away and shield her eyes. She gaped as he dragged it down the crevice as easily as if he were using a hot knife on butter. He pulled his finger away and she saw there was very little slag, as if he had been hot enough to simply cut through it. Luffy popped the now permanently unlocked safe open, one open safe, at your service. Billy Marks replaced her eyes, I think I may actually keep you around. Both of them started lining their pockets with the cash inside. Luffy laughed as she started quickly sorting through the various papers in a growing panic, it's not here. She yelped as she held up a single sheet of paper. It read, it's my map now. There was an image of a pirate Jolly Roger on it, a grinning skull with star-shaped cuts on the eye holes and a huge red nose. Nami growled, the boogie pirates. Well, we have our heading then. Luffy grinned, already turning to break down Helmeppo's door directly opposite to the room they were just in. Nami stared at him in surprise. What's this sweet business? She mumbled to herself. She ran a hand down her face, he's a pirate. He's just faking. She continued mumbling to herself, but she had no confidence in her words. Luffy grabbed the three swords and looked out the window. His eyes bulged as he saw Koby and Zoro being held at gunpoint. Shit. He yelled before grabbing a panicking Nami by the waist. Luffy, what are you doing? Her final word was a shrill screech as she and Luffy simply vanished from the room. If you help me, they'll kill you. Zoro said. Koby had tears leaking from his eyes, I don't care. I want to be a good marine and good marines don't do this kind of thing. Koby screamed as he struggled to untie the ropes. I'm going to be a real marine and fight for justice. Just like Luffy is determined to be the pirate king. So, he was serious about that. Zoro smirked lightly. I was shocked when I first heard him say it. Koby confirmed as he finally loosened the rope slightly, but he's determined. He'll bet his life on it. Bet his life on it, huh? Zoro's eyes were shadowed, but he was grinning. But then he grit his teeth and his eyes bulged in shock as Koby fell to the dirt screaming and clutching his bleeding shoulder. A split second later the telltale crack of gunfire hit their ears. I'm shot. Koby cried. Zoro growled, get out of here kid. They'll kill you. No. Koby yelled back as he struggled to his feet, they'll kill you if I leave you here. And if I let you die to these scumbag marines, then I may as well give up on my dream. This isn't justice. Luffy is risking his own life for us, for people he hardly knows. I have to do the same. Zoro dipped his head in acknowledgement, so, this is the kind of person that Straw Hat attracts, huh? You don't have to become a pirate, but please help Luffy. You'll all be able to escape. Koby screamed as he got back to the post and forced his trembling hands to resume their work on the knots. That's enough. Two men roared as they cocked their guns, you've betrayed Captain Morgan. More men arrived with Morgan himself at their heels. All of them pointed their rifles at the two. Morgan was walking forward with his loud steps echoing. He had his giant axe over his shoulder, Murano Zoro. I've heard of you. He breathed. But do not underestimate me. Before my strength, you are nothing. Zoro grit his teeth, no, I can't die here. I still have things I need to do. I must keep my promise. Kuina wins. Zoro who uses two swords loses. The match's proctor announced. Kuina leads 2000. Kuina giggled, how pitiful. You're a boy and you lost again. Three other boys screamed out in rage, Zoro is the best. He's the strongest in our dojo. He can even beat adults. Is that so? Kuina smirked. She had her sword over her shoulder and was looking back at them, he's still weaker than me. Even with two swords, it's useless. Kuina you fiend. You really make me angry. Just because she's master's daughter, she likes to show off. Zoro was gritting his teeth in anger. Their sensei was looking amused, lost again, Zoro. What a pity. The other boys were screaming at him and claiming that he had secretly trained her. Zoro threw his two shinai down to the dirt, damn. Why can't I defeat her? Their sensei chuckled, Kuina is older than you, Zoro. That's bullshit. I can beat adults. He closed his eyes and screamed out, I want to set sail and become the #1 swordsman in the world. I'll never lose to anyone again. The declaration made, he stomped off. Later that night, Kuina was in the courtyard by herself practicing. She pushed herself to her limits under the watchful gaze of the full moon. She was panting with every swing, putting her all into becoming the best. Suddenly, she stiffened. Zoro. Zoro was there, gripping two live blades. Kuina. Have a duel with me. I brought real swords this time. She grinned, fine. Come on. Both leapt at each other and clashed. The sounds of singing metal rang through the night before one of Zoro's swords were knocked clean from his hands and flew through the air. Kuina swept him and her sword buried itself into the dirt near his head. She panted with a smile on her face. That's 2010. Zoro covered his face, damn it. Tears leaked from his eyes, I can't believe this. The two parted and sat at the steps of the dojo in silence. Actually, the one who should be sad is me. Kuina said suddenly. Zoro's head snapped to her in shock. She had a bitter smile on her lips. When a girl grows up, she'll have less physical strength than a boy. Her eyes started to well, don't you always say you want to be the world's best swordsman? A single tear dripped, Papa says a girl will never be the best. It's good that you're a guy. I'll never be able to do it. The floodgates finally opened. She clutched at her chest, my boobs have started to grow. You're so lucky you're a boy. That's bullshit. Zoro roared, almost shocking her off her seat, you say this crap after you beat me? He grabbed the shocked girl by her shirt, that's unfair. You're my idol. My dream. I want to beat you. Does this mean that if I beat you someday it won't be because I'm stronger? Doesn't that crap make us all look like idiots? He shook her, let's make a promise. No matter what, we will always fight to be the best. One of us must become the world's best. We'll fight for that goal together. Kuina rubbed her tears away, idiot. Her voice shook in joy, you lost to me. You can't be saying stuff like that. She grasped his hand in a firm shake, I promise. But they never got to keep that promise. The very next day, Kuina tripped on a stray sword some idiot had left at the top of the stairs and broke her neck. Zoro had been beside himself in grief, cursing her name to the heavens for leaving him behind. All he had left to remember her was her blade, Wado Ichimonji. Fire. Morgan roared. Renkyaku. Another voice roared. Luffy and a still screaming Nami appeared in the sky above the marine. Luffy grunted as he swung his leg, unleashing a devastating blade of wind with his kick. Every single rifle there split at their chambers and were rendered useless. The blade continued and gouged right into the ground. They landed in front of a gaping Koby and Zoro. Nami had finally stopped screaming and stepped away from Luffy in awe, no way. He cut them from far away with a kick. But that wasn't his fruit's power. How strong is he? Maybe she shook herself at that though. He wasn't that strong. Shishishi, that's my swordsman and my coward you were trying to shoot. Luffy laughed. Koby slumped to the floor in depression and relief. What was that? Zoro roared in shock. Shishishi, I'm the man who will become the pirate king. He turned to Zoro and quickly tore the ropes off the post. Koby slumped even further at his ease in doing it. Here are your swords. Shishishi. Zoro grabbed and holstered them eagerly. Morgan growled, this straw hat isn't normal. He cracked his neck, he must have eaten one of those devil fruits. Captain or not, Morgan was a weakling. He knew nothing of the real techniques of the Marines. Anyone who defies me must perish. Charge. The men drew swords and did so with loud battle cries. Zoro's eye glinted, he stepped from the post and drew all three blades, two in his hands and a single blade in his mouth. The three clashed with and easily blocked every single Marine blade, none of you move if you want to live. He growled darkly. He eyed Luffy while the Marines trembled, with this resistance, I'm officially an outlaw. He growled out, perfectly clearly despite the handle in his mouth, I'll join your crew. Luffy grinned and pumped his fists in the air. Good guy bad guy it no longer matters. I'll be the world's greatest swordsman. If you get in my way, I'll have to cut you until you apologize. Shishishi, that's my line. I'm going to be the pirate king. If you can't manage something that small I'd be embarrassed. He grinned confidently. Beside them, Nami smiled and shook her head. Belmere, what have I gotten myself into? Zoro twisted his blades and flung every man trying to kill him away. They all lost their blades as they hit the floor and rolled. One of them clutched his aching shoulder, we can't beat these two, Captain. They're too powerful. Morgan growled, this is an order, any who had those thoughts will turn their guns on themselves and pull the trigger. I do not need weaklings under my rule. The trembling Marines shakenly pulled their pistols with tears in their eyes and held them to their heads. Luffy's eyes were shadowed. Nami took a step back, oh shit. She exclaimed, and Koby gulped. Zoro looked at them strangely. Luffy vanished in a burst of speed, and before Morgan could even react, he took a monstrous right fist to the kidney from behind. He flew forward with a pained groan, and his body dug a trench straight into the ground, coming close to the Straw Hats and Koby. Luffy appeared in front of him this time and stopped his momentum with a jaw-shattering kick. Even Morgan's metal jaw cracked. Scum like you don't deserve so much as a pet to rule over. He said darkly. Morgan hauled himself to his feet, panting as if he had run a marathon. You damn brat. He roared as he drew his axe up and sent it screaming towards the floor. Luffy? Nami, Zoro, and Koby screamed in shocked horror as the axe cleaved straight through their friend and split him right down the middle. Tears sprang to their eyes as the halves separated and started falling in opposite directions. "No," Nami whispered brokenly. But something happened then that they did not expect. Shishishi. Luffy's signature laugh sounded through the silent clearing. Morgan drew himself up, roaring madly in hysterical pain. His axe and part of his arm were gone. Savage burns licked up his arm and the already cauterized wound dripped no blood. Luffy's two halves stopped falling as golden flames erupted from them. The flames connected and drew back into a single body, reforming into the straw hat wearing boy. "Sorry, Mulkin, but that won't work against me." He pulled back a fist, Enten no Tekken. Luffy's elbow ignited in that golden soup and pushed him forward almost like an afterburner before extinguishing. The punch landed square in the now kneeling Morgan's chest. Ribs broke and blood flew from the huge man's mouth. He fell to the floor, some horrific burns on his chest just from the residual heat and his captain's coat beginning to smolder and did not move again. Luffy pulled his fist back and raised it in front of his face, holding his bicep with his other hand. His eyes were shadowed but his grin was wide. "What are you?" Zoro gasped. Luffy turned and grinned brightly. "Oh, I'm a sun man. I ate the Enten fruit." Nami rushed to him and his eyes bugged as she raised her hand. Bam. Nami slapped him square across the face as hard as she possibly could. Luffy even spun once before crashing to the ground. "You asshole." She screeched, "How could you do that to us?" Tears started licking at her eyes. Luffy stared at her in shock, a red handprint across his face. Nami he reached for her to apologize, though he didn't really know for what, but she didn't let him. "Don't touch me." She screamed before stomping away from them. Luffy looked entirely lost. Before another word could be said, a hysterical cheer rang through the base. "Captain Morgan has been defeated. We're free." Every single marine there found another member to hug in celebration. Everyone here hated Morgan. Koby realized and smiled happily. Both he and Luffy gasped when Zoro keeled over. "Zoro. I said I was sorry." Luffy mumbled as best he could through his busted up mug. He'd been apologizing to Nami for the past half hour while feeding the black hole in his gut. "I did tell you I was a sun man though, didn't I? Idiot." Nami's shark face drilled a hole into him. "I didn't even think devil fruits were real until a day ago. How was I supposed to know that meant you could get cut in half and laugh it off?" And that had been the gist of the past half hour. A lot of groveling and a lot of anger. "Man, I'm full." Zoro stretched happily. "After 3 weeks, I was starving." "What happened to lasting the whole month?" Luffy poked fun at his swordsman. The mint-haired man growled, "How the hell are you eating more than me? You're so scrawny." Indeed, Luffy was still stuffing his face, much to the hidden awe of practically everyone in the vicinity. Koby was rubbing the back of his head ruefully. "Even I ate a lot, sorry." Rika's kind mother simply smiled gently as she continued to clean the plates. "It's no problem. You're the town's heroes. Eat as much as you like." Rika herself was staring at Luffy in awe. "You're so strong, Ani-san." Luffy grinned, his face magically repaired. "Yep. I sure am. And I'll only get stronger." Zoro put his drink down. "Oh right. What are we planning on doing next?" "Grand line." Luffy pumped a fist into the air in excitement. "Idiot." Nami's fist bopped him in the back of the head for the 100th time that day. "We're nowhere near ready for the Grand Line. We don't even have a ship or any of the other essentials. Plus, we don't even have a map yet." Luffy had an O of realization. "Right. We need meat. And booze." Zoro pitched in. Nami slumped in her seat in depression. "Why me? What did I do to deserve these two idiots?" She wailed. "Why does the one pirate I've ever met who isn't a complete scumbag have to be such an idiot?" "We're heading for One Piece." Zoro said calmly. "It wouldn't hurt to head in that direction, right?" Coming like that, it almost sounded logical. "Almost." "Not you too, Zoro." Koby moaned. "That sea is incredibly dangerous. All of the world's strongest pirates gather there. You can't be unprepared." Zoro's sweat dropped as the body got closer to him. "Why are you so worried anyway? It's not like you're coming with us." "So?" Koby asked heatedly. "That means I can't worry. Even though we just met, we're friends, aren't we?" "Shishishi, yeah, we're friends. And even though we won't be together, we'll always be friends." Koby looked incredibly bashful. "I never had friends growing up. But you guys taught me to live for my own dream. Even though we'll be enemies, I'll never forget that. And that's why we're heading for the Grand Line." Luffy affirmed. "You're reckless." Koby bemoaned. "You should be more worried about yourself," Zoro said before bumping his sword's hilt against the boy's forehead. "Zoro's right." Nami sighed. "The Marine's intelligence agents are incredibly thorough. Even though you were kidnapped and forced into it, you were still a member of Alvita's crew." The door banged open before they could get another word in. A bearded Marine was standing in the doorway, arms behind his back stiffly. He was clearly following regulations for whatever was about to happen and did not look too happy about it. Good day. I am sorry to interrupt, but we must know. Are you pirates? Yep. Luffy confirmed. Nami slapped her hand to her face. Idiot. You're too blunt and honest. Despite herself, a small smile formed. I see. The Marine said after a deep sigh, you all are this town's heroes. We will be eternally grateful for that. I sense a butt coming. Nami mumbled. Luffy snickered in response. The Marine nodded, indeed. As you are pirates, we cannot allow you to stay here any longer. We will not report you to Marine HQ, but you must go. The townspeople erupted in fury at the Marines. This was disgraceful. They couldn't kick their heroes out. Luffy got up, his chair scraping. That's fine. Zoro and Nami got up and followed without as much as a glance at Koby. We were just leaving anyway. Hold on. The Marine said, isn't this kid with you? Luffy stopped before turning back, him. Nah. I know what he used to do though. Koby and Nami's eyes widened, I saw him on this really fat whale ship. I think her name was Alvita or something. What is he doing? Nami screamed in her head, why is he doing this? Stop. Koby screamed in his, I'll never be a Marine if you don't stop. If they know I worked on a pirate ship, they'll never let me join. Stop, he trembled. It was this really fat pirate ship. This guy here spent 2 Shut up. Koby roared, punching Luffy as hard as he could in the face. Luffy flew back, but Nami was tall enough and close enough to see the grin on his face under his straw hat. Neither she nor Zoro said a word, but they smiled in realization. Luffy righted himself with that roguish grin on his face and retaliated. You deserve a beating for that. His fist rocketed into Koby's jaw and sent the poor boy spinning through the air. Nami's smile became strained, idiot. He's going overboard again. Stop. The Marine yelled, it is clear this boy is not with you. Please leave this town immediately. He did it for me. He wanted to make me mad. Wanted to make me hit him. Koby had to fight very hard not to tear up as his friends left the building, even now, he's watching out for me. He sat up, I'm such an imbecile. I'm so damn useless. I can't waste this chance they've given me. Zoro grinned menacingly at the Marines around the building, what's wrong? Didn't you want to arrest me? Inside, Koby got up and bowed, please. Let me join the Marines. Another man in uniform chimed in, Commander, I am against it. His past is unclear and pirates have been known to plant spies. No. Koby yelled, my dream is to be a Marine. The commander stared at him intensely, don't think we don't know of your past as a pirate. You underestimate our power. Koby's heart broke and his face sagged. It was all for naught, but I will still allow you to join us. Koby's face lit up, sir. Yes, sir. He stood stiffly and saluted with the back of his hand facing outward. The budding Straw Hat pirate crew reached the docks with grins on their faces, nice act Luffy. Zoro clapped him on the back as Nami went about getting the ship ready to sail. Shishishi. Luffy merely laughed. It'll be a good lesson for coward. Pirates won't take it easy on him. Nami yelled, we're ready to go. Get on already. As they sailed away, Koby's voice rang out one last time, Luffy. Thank you. I'll never forget you for the rest of my life. He saluted them. Nami was stunned as more Marines materialized behind the boy, their stances mirroring his. Koby. We'll meet again someday. Luffy waved as the group of Marines shrank more and more. Marines saluting pirates. Nami mumbled. Now I've seen everything. Zoro finished. You have great friends. The commander said to Koby. He only got a shaken nod from him, men. We have just saluted pirates and violated the code of the Marines. As punishment, we shall not eat for the rest of the week. Sir. Yes, sir. Boy, Luffy. Zoro called out, you said you were a sun man, right? Yeah? Luffy looked confused at the random question from his swordsman. The trio had been sailing for roughly a day and Nami had already started wanting to pull her hair out. Zoro ate a lot, but Luffy was like a black hole. She had packed enough provisions for what she thought would be 2 weeks back in Shell's town, but they were already starting to run low. It was absurd. So how did you do all those other things? I didn't know being the sun let you cut things with a kick. Zoro deadpanned. Shishishi. Oh, that was something my grandpa trained me in. Luffy chuckled and started snapping his fingers with a look of strain on his face, it was the Roku something. Finally, he snapped one last time with a happy look, right. The Rakishiki. They're the advanced techniques the higher-ranked Marines know. I'll be teaching my crew how to do them, starting with you too. Zoro smirked in anticipation, but Nami formed an X with her arms, hey, remember that I'm just a partner. Once I have 100 million, I'm out. Even if she liked Luffy, which at this point she knew she couldn't deny anymore. He wasn't a bad guy, she knew she was too close. She almost had enough and a few more trips would do it. The thought of asking for his help hadn't even crossed her mind. Too many failed attempts and crushed hopes. Luffy looked at her dryly, oh, and how do you plan on getting that gold? Nami simply smirked, same way I've been doing it. Stealing from pirates. Luffy sighed, Nami, could you have beaten Melgo? She looked surprised, what, Morgan? Of course not. Then how are you planning on stealing from Grand Line pirates if you couldn't even beat that idiot? He eyed her in a bit of disappointment, you're really underestimating the Grand Line. Here in East Blue you didn't even think devil fruits were real. In the Grand Line everyone and their dog has one. And I probably mean that literally. Hitting Luffy with bamboo wasn't the only thing Shanks had done in his extra time in Luffy's village. Nami looked stricken, well she blustered, that's where you two come in. She crossed her arms and nodded smugly. And what happens when we're not around? Zoro asked dryly, you think everyone on that sea is going to have a 3-member crew? Nami deflated, fine, she mumbled, defeated. Luffy stretched, you know, I may as well show you guys the techniques now. We don't have much space, so you'll only really be able to practice one of them, but you should at least see them. He got up and motioned for his 2 crewmates to do the same, okay, Nami, take out that staff thingy you have under your skirt. The girl's face instantly flamed red and her fist whizzed forward and crashed into Luffy's nose, pervert. How did you know about that? Luffy groaned and clutched his face, I felt it when I was carrying you when we got out of the base. Nami huffed but took her staff out, connecting the pieces until it seemed seamless, alright. She said waspishly, what's this about? Luffy got up with a snicker, hit me. In whichever way you like. Nami smirked. An excuse to beat on a pirate. Even one as nice as Luffy. Can do. She swung the staff with all of her strength, looking to clock Luffy good, Kami. Luffy said the word and just as the staff neared him, he seemed to flow around the blow almost like air. She stumbled from the overextension but recovered admirably. She swung again, and the same thing happened. She thrust out at him with the butt of the staff, but again, she just barely missed as his torso turned sideways and it sailed wide. She unleashed a flurry of strikes but couldn't connect a single time. Soon, she was using the staff as a pole to hold herself up and panting heavily. Kami. Luffy repeated with that large grin of his, you allow your body to go limp so that you can simply flow around attacks. Shishishi. Wow. She breathed, that one does sound pretty useful. And it seemed perfect for her. She was already very nimble and agile. Luffy chuckled, now, we don't really have enough space to practice any techniques other than that one, so I'll just be showing you guys the next ones. And with that, he backflipped clear off the boat. Nami screamed, you idiot. You can't swim. She whirled around to Zoro, go get him. She ordered in panic. Zoro merely pointed with a look of awe. Nami turned and felt her jaw drop. Luffy was hopping up and down on the air as if he was on a trampoline. Geppo. I don't think this one needs any explanation, right? Shishishi. You're flying. Nami screamed in shock, how are you doing that? I'm not flying. I'm jumping so strongly that the air becomes a platform for me to jump off. Luffy yelled at them. That's amazing. Can humans really learn these things? Nami looked dumbfounded. None of the Marines who had bothered to give even a token effort at freeing her village had ever done anything remotely like these techniques. Of course. Luffy called, the next one I'm going to show you is actually the easiest of the 6 to learn. It's called Zoro. Shave. What does it do? Nami looked confused, which was exactly how Luffy wanted her. He vanished from their side and Nami yelped as she heard a sound behind her and then screamed loudly as she felt arms pin hers to her side, gotcha. Luffy grinned menacingly before he started tickling the poor woman. Hiya. Nami burst out into laughter as the boy took her down and started making her laugh, ahahahaha. Stop. Luffy. I'll kill you. She sputtered as he just continued tickling her and her face started turning red. She squirmed under his attack before she finally managed to trip him and he fell on her, laughing. His hands were around her head and holding him up. Her face was a bright red as she turned and saw him on top, idiot. Get off. She yelped, though her face's color didn't change at all. Right, you're up Zoro. Luffy called out as he stepped towards the middle of the dinghy, as though he hadn't just attacked his navigator, I want you to hit me as hard as you can. Zoro's face didn't change at all, even if Nami's did. Zoro grunted as a fist flashed forward directly into Luffy's gut. Tekai. Luffy seemed to steel himself as Zoro's fist impacted and nothing seemed to happen for a moment. Then Zoro fell to his knees and cradled his hand, having been completely unprepared for the pain. Luffy made sure he was okay before saying, Tekai allows you to harden your muscles into iron, allowing you to take heavy physical attacks. You're telling me? Zoro had gotten up and was waving his hand around, trying to get feeling back into it. I definitely felt like I had tried to punch iron. Shishishi, then there is the Rankyaku, which you've already seen. Luffy grinned but raised a leg anyway. He kicked out at sea and they watched in awe as the very ocean parted a couple meters. The water quickly rushed back into the gap created with a loud clap and then a large column shot about 2 meters into the air. That's amazing. Nami said as their dinghy was gently rocked by the light wake that formed. Are we really going to learn these? There's just no way humans can do stuff like this, right? She glared at him suspiciously, you're not really a fishman, are you? When he looked predictably befuddled, she just shook her head, never mind. Probably not all of them. Luffy said as he sat down and lounged out, I can't see you trying to tank a punch with Tekai. Shishishi. Nami huffed, yeah, you can cross that one out. She smirked, but Kamii and Zoro look like they're right up my alley. Shishishi, well get to it. Luffy cheered. Zoro looked like he wasn't going to say anything, so Nami did, wait, that was only 5. What about the 6th? Luffy's grimaced a bit, I don't like the 6th technique. I don't think it fits either of you two either, so I'm not showing it. Nami glanced at him in slight worry. Okay. She said hesitantly, so, how do we do Kamii? Shishishi. Luffy was back to all smiles, I already told you. You let your body go limp to make it easier to dodge. Yeah, but how? Nami asked in irritation. Luffy looked at her, before grinning with his eyes closed, not a clue. Nami's foot impacted his face, what the hell do you mean you don't know? She roared with her shark teeth out. Luffy pushed her foot away and rubbed his nose in irritation, Grandpa usually just hit me until I figured it out. It's instinct by now. Nami clapped both hands to her face, why me? She grabbed her staff and tore one of the sections off and threw it at Zoro, who caught it with a questioning look on his face, okay, let's do this. She steeled herself in determination. Clack. You're supposed to dodge it, not block it. Luffy said unhelpfully while picking his nose with his pinky. I know that. Nami roared. She closed her eyes and took a breath, right. Limp. Flowing. Like water. I have to be water. I have to let everything just flow around me. I love the ocean. I know it like the back of my hand. I can do this. Flow. She opened her eyes and let the shortened staff she carried fall to her side, I'm ready. Smack. Hiya. Luffy's laughter did not help matters at all. Oh, Nami moaned pitifully as she tried not to move much. She was covered in welts from her staff from earlier in the day, not that Zoro was much better. She had tried to give as good as she got, even if she wasn't anywhere as strong as him. Night had fallen, but it wasn't too dark thankfully. The full moon was high in the air and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. You okay? She hopped a little at the thump next to her. Luffy had taken a seat, you did pretty well today. Luffy grinned at her. She threw a dirty look at him, that was well. She didn't look amused in the slightest. Shishishi, yes it was. He confirmed with that wide grin of his, irritating her, you managed to do it a couple of times. I never even came close for about 2 weeks, and every time I did it wrong I got hit by Grandpa. She felt a shiver run down her spine. Well, she said nervously, it couldn't have been that bad. He's your grandpa. He wouldn't hurt you, right? The dead look he gave her made her shiver again, do try to remember what I told you about him the day we met. Oh. Right. Tiger pits and canyons. You poor thing. She giggled helplessly at his pouting. They sat in companionable silence for a few minutes, with Nami's look darkening by the minute. She just couldn't escape. Every time she felt happy she remembered that he was a pirate. And then she remembered what pirates did to her. Luffy saw her worsening mood and tightened shoulders and decided to intervene. He wrapped his right arm around her and grabbed under her thighs. She stiffened, what the hell are you? Luffy lifted her up and plopped her down between his legs before reaching for her shoulders, doying. She moaned helplessly as Luffy started to massage her shoulders. Geez Nami, you're so stiff. Your muscles are so tight. Luffy commented as he started kneading her shoulders and back. Despite herself, she felt herself melt and relax as his fingers worked. I'm sure glad Makino-chan showed me how to do this. You were so stressed. Makino-chan. Nami stiffened again momentarily. She was defensive but didn't really know why. Yep. She ran the bar in my town. She helped raise me before I went to live in the mountains and then got taken for training by Gramps. Luffy confirmed, ignorant of her sudden mood swing, though he did wonder why she tensed a bit again. She relaxed and allowed him to continue working her over with a pleased groan. A few minutes passed, with Nami turning into an increasingly docile puddle of goo before Luffy spoke up again, hey Nami. She was in too much rapture to vocalize much more than that. How come you want 100 million Beely? He asked. And just like that, the mood came crashing down, none of your business. She closed up again. Neither moved for a moment before she felt Luffy's forehead on the back of her neck. His arms wrapped around her waist and pulled her closer to him, we're friends Nami. The slight hurt in his voice was worse than any scream could have ever been. If you ever need anything, don't hold back on asking. You're my nakama. Nami sucked in a large breath, I would do anything to make you smile. Critical hit. Okie dokie. Nami felt her face flame red. What was this idiot saying? Why was her heart beating so fast? She could feel his sincerity and lack of any ulterior motives. She bit her lips as tiny tears started forming in her eyes. She shook her head minutely. He was silent for a moment. "It's okay if you're not ready right now," he said before starting to lean back. "Just know I'll always be here for you." He almost missed her watery, whispered, "Thank you." Almost. The two sat in silence, nothing more to be said as he continued massaging and comforting her. Eventually, she leaned back into his chest and fell asleep. He followed soon after. "Man, I'm so hungry," Luffy moaned. He was draped over the side of the dinghy. Nami and Zoro weren't doing much better. It had been 2 days since the food had run out. "Maybe if you didn't eat everything, we wouldn't be hungry," Nami yelled at him. Luffy snorted. "Haven't you ever heard the proverb, 'Eat when thou art hungry'?" "You made that up." She screamed at him from her own slump. She keeled over and stared at the sky. "Ugh, I'm sore from training and my stomach is eating itself. We need to find land soon." "You mean like that land?" Zoro groaned over from the front of the boat. "Zoro?" Nami and Luffy both sat up in shock. And indeed, it was land. A smallish island could be seen in the distance. Land. Nami had tears leaking down her face. "Food." Luffy roared and got up, seemingly revitalized. Yep, he looked like he was about to fly ahead of them when Nami growled and latched onto him like a vice. "You're not going anywhere," she screamed as she suplexed him. Zoro stared at them in shock. "You ate everything here. You're not getting any until my plate is full." She bopped him. "Nami is so mean." Luffy was staring up at her with big doe eyes, causing her to falter momentarily. "No. If I take my eyes off you, you'll probably eat the entire town." Nami scowled before sitting on him to make sure he wouldn't try to run away. "You're staying right here with us." Her cheeks were red and Zoro's sly-looking glances weren't helping. After roughly half an hour of listening to Luffy whine and their stomachs growling, they finally hit land. They had noticed a large ship moored off to the side and all of them took note of the Jolly Roger on the sail. It looked like someone had set up a circus tent. Buggy the Clown was here. But curiously, no one else was. The entire town seemed deserted. It was a ghost town. Nami was really glad she had already changed all of her treasure into Beely. She had all of it tucked away in her hidden pockets, so they were safe in leaving the boat unattended. As they explored, the eerie feeling of abandonment sank in. This town looked fairly well kept together, except for the demolished houses they saw every once in a while. They all slumped over as a synchronized hunger pang hit them hard. Nami, ever the pragmatist, decided to speak up. "It leaves a bad taste in my mouth, but we don't have any other options. We'll have to break into one of these houses." Her head dipped. "Not like there's anyone to miss the food here." Luffy growled, "If they're all dead, this Buggy is going to regret it." He stomped off and practically broke the door to one of the houses down. Nami was in full agreement, as was Zoro. As Nami was fixing them food, Luffy was talking to Zoro. "Me? I've just been wandering." "You did that too, right? While you were hunting pirates?" Zoro shook his head. "I didn't live completely off of bounties. I've always been searching for someone. That's why I left my dojo, but now I can't find my way back." "Shishishi, so you're lost." Luffy laughed as Zoro yelled at him. "Relax, we have a navigator." He hugged the passing Nami, who just smiled lightly and placed the food on the table. Everyone's mouth was watering. They dug in with gusto. "Sorry it's not very good," Nami said through bites. "I'm not a cook. I know simple things but it's delicious." Luffy moaned with tears sparkling in his eyes. "Best thing I've ever eaten." Nami smirked. "Well, don't expect this all the time. I'll charge you next time." She blew a raspberry in his direction. Luffy laughed. "We'll need a good cook who can fight then. Plus, a musician. It's really important." "Priorities, idiot." Zoro roared at him with a scary face. "We need more important things than a musician. We're heading to the Grand Line." "But pirates love to sing." Luffy looked legitimately confused. Nami shook her head, utterly exasperated at Luffy's Luffiness. But their merriment was cut off by the sound of an explosion. Everyone jumped to their feet. "That came from the docks," Nami said blandly as they left the house. Luffy frowned and his form blurred before vanishing. They waited for a moment before Luffy appeared again. "Our dinghy is gone," he announced in irritation. "Some jerk sank it with a cannonball." "Buggy." Nami sighed. "Looks like he's as much of a jerk as we thought. What are we going to do?" Luffy snorted and pressed his hat firmly onto his head. "We're going to walk in, kick his ass, and take his treasure and his ship." They started walking away from the house and Nami's jaw dropped as she saw the devastation. An entire row of houses had been utterly demolished. She started to sweat. "I gathered that. How are we going to go about it though? What's our plan?" "Plan?" Zoro looked at her like she was stupid. "You think this guy has a plan?" Said guy was picking his nose with his pinky. Nami slapped a palm to her face. "Right. What was I thinking?" She chuckled, I could pretend to capture you to lure them into a false sense of security. Luffy looked confused, why the hell would we do that? Me and Zoro are more than enough for these idiots. Pot, meet kettle. You're both black. Nami slumped in defeat. Clearly, she couldn't expect anything other than charge in with these guys. It certainly wasn't her usual modus operandi. But before she could chide them on their overconfidence, a voice rang out, hey, who are you kids? The speaker was a fairly old man with glasses and a puffy mullet. He had brown leather armor strapped to him over a yellow striped shirt and a fairly poor-looking spear on his back. Hey? Who are you, old guy? Luffy questioned while ignoring the old man's own query. I'm Mayor Bootle. I'm this village's chief. The old man said, trying to look important, I came by to feed chowchow. Hey? Who was that? The old man led them over to a stiff, statuesque dog sitting proudly in front of a store saying pet food. Why is he over here like that? Luffy asked, didn't you all evacuate? We couldn't find anyone here earlier. Bootle's head dipped, my friend used to own this store. Chowchow was his pet. They opened this store together 10 years ago and loved each other very much. He raised his head, the store is filled with precious memories for the two and the owner always confided in Chowchow. He let him guard the store when he was away. Nami suddenly gasped, oh this poor thing. He's covered in wounds. Bootle growled, the pirates come here occasionally, trying to take food from the store, likely for their own pets. Chowchow tries to fight them away. He's actually been surprisingly successful. Luffy smiled and pet the dog, you're a good boy aren't you? Keep protecting your treasure. Nami couldn't help but smile warmly. Any lingering doubts about Luffy had been vanishing slowly as she interacted with him and she finally let them go. There just wasn't a malicious bone in this kid's body. She giggled. Plenty of idiot bones though. The quartet left after getting a bark from the dog and started following Bootle as he continued to speak, unfortunately, my friend and Chowchow's owner passed away not 3 months ago. He came down with a sickness that claimed his life. Tears sparkled in the old man's eyes, his last orders to Chowchow were a request to guard the store while he was hospitalized. Nami teared up, that's horrible. Why won't someone come take him away? He's just waiting there for someone who won't come back. Bootle smiled lightly, no. That may be what most of us thought, but not me. He shook his head, Chowchow is intelligent. He knows his owner won't be coming back. Nami gasped, but Luffy had understood, that store is his treasure. His and his owner's. He won't stop guarding it for as long as he has strength in his body. Nami's head dipped as Bootle nodded, that's right. Those two had a bond like any other. He won't stop guarding their treasure. But their talk was interrupted by a heart-struck cry of canine pain. Chowchow. They yelled before spinning on a dime and racing back toward the store. The poor dog sounded like it was in agony. They turned the corner and Nami gasped. She clapped a hand over her mouth. Tears prickled at her horrified eyes. Chowchow was on the ground covered in claw marks. He was struggling to get to his feet and was barking piteously. The store had been ransacked. Even the pet food sign was laying diagonally, as if it was only held up by a single nail. It gently swayed side to side with creaking sounds emanating. An absolutely massive lion was exiting the store with a carton of food in its mouth. It had green fur with a purple mane and was almost too tall to get into the door, which probably explained why the building looked so damaged. A man with what looked like fur covering his body was there, waiting for the beast. He looked like he had this weird furry hat that went around his chin with teddy bear ears. His midriff was bare, but his chest and shoulders were covered in that same fur. It was all white. He was heard snidely saying, you shouldn't have bit me, you damn mutt. He tossed a lit match behind the lion. The store went up in a fiery blaze. The quartet stared in horror as Chowchow struggled to his feet and started barking in agony at the burning building. The lion and the weird guy started walking away, taking no note of Luffy or any of the others. Luffy appeared in front of them with that look in his eyes. Hey, who the hell are you? The guy with the weird hat asked. Appearing in my way was a grave mistake. I'm Moji the beast tamer of the Buggy pirates. Kill him Richie. The lion roared and swung a mighty paw in Luffy's direction. Luffy stopped it cold with a single hand, that store was Chowchow's treasure. He said quietly as the man and the lion started to perspire, you damn bastard with weird ears. This is my hair you asshole. Normally Luffy would have bantered with the idiot. He liked to have a little fun in his fights. This wasn't going to be a fight. A single fist in the guy's face knocked him off the lion. He dematerialized again and appeared directly underneath the beast. With a grunt of rage, Luffy threw a vicious uppercut directly into Richie's ribsage. The lion was heard hacking as it lifted clear off the dirt and flew 10 feet into the air, its maw gaping and its eyes popping out. But Luffy wasn't done. He appeared right above the lion in another burst of speed, before gravity even started slowing the monstrous lion down enough to start falling. With another scream, he flipped forward and dropped a devastating heel into the lion's nose. Its path reversed, the beast hurtled toward the floor hard enough to bury itself into a crater, its rear sticking straight up into the air before it slumped as much as its position allowed. "Richie." Moji screamed in shock, clutching his aching face. "What are you?" He hissed in fear. "Wait. I'll give you anything you want." The man trembled. I'm sorry." Luffy stalked forward, more of a predator than the lion had any hope of being. "I don't need your apologies. It won't bring back Chowchow's treasure." All of the man's pleading and begging was hopeless as Luffy reared a fist back and shot it forward like a cannonball. The impact was so hard even the dog winced. Moji felt at least half of his teeth breaking for one agonizing second before he completely lost consciousness as he flew backward. He hit the bottom of a house at the end of the street, which started to crumble on top of him, completely burying the man under rubble. "You're going overboard again," Nami mumbled with a hand over her face. Butler could only stare in awe at the sight. But Luffy hadn't heard her or even seen the result of his punch because he had raced into the burning building, much to the growing shock of the watching four. He broke out, not looking even slightly singed or even smoldering. He walked sadly over to Chowchow and placed a single box of food in front of the dog. "Sorry Chowchow. This was all I could save for you. Everything else was gone, if you can believe it." Chowchow barked weakly before taking it into his mouth and starting to hobble away from them. "Yeah, you be strong too." He smiled at the shrinking image of the dog. Nami had watched in growing admiration of Luffy's actions. The beating of the lion and the idiot with the weird hair hadn't done much. His strength awed her, but it only made her wish she had been strong enough to do that herself. No, it was the act of jumping into that inferno for a dog he didn't even know that truly spoke to her. Why couldn't Luffy be the shining example of a pirate? Why couldn't they all be more like him? Butler was heard growling. "I'm done with this." He shouted in rage. "I can't stand it anymore." He started to shake. "Over 40 years ago, I was forced to abandon my village when pirates came and destroyed it. We were forced to watch as our homes and lives burned. But we persevered. We rebuilt, and Orange Town has only grown since then. What right do these blasted pirates have to come and ruin all of our work? All of our dreams? Don't call them pirates," Luffy said dangerously. The three watching even shivered from the amount of ice in his town. "These aren't pirates. These are scumbags. They're cowards and weaklings who aren't brave enough to do anything for themselves. They can only feel good about hurting others." Nami shook her head, sadly. "That's what most pirates are like, Luffy, irredeemable scum." He cracked his knuckles. "Well, they're about to get a taste of their own medicine." Nami jumped as he called out to her and Zoro. "We're going to go make sure this clown eats his own teeth." They nodded in resolution but were stopped by the mayor. "I'm going too." He screamed. "You children and Chowchow are all fighting. I have to fight too. There are some things a man has to fight for, right kid?" "You're right," Luffy said, causing his crew's eyes to bug out, "but sometimes, it's better to rely on friends. You're all Chowchow has right now. If you die as well, he'll be alone." The mayor deflated helplessly, the fire he had managed to build extinguished. Determination needs strength behind it. "We'll take care of things, old guy. You just make sure you and Chowchow survive." He turned and walked away, Nami and Zoro following. She looked at him strangely, biting her lip. "Luffy, what does pirate mean to you?" Zoro perked up as well in his own interest. Luffy smirked. "A pirate isn't someone who goes on raids or sails or who likes gold. He isn't someone who lords it over others and hurts people. They're weaklings." He stopped and turned to her. "A pirate is someone who is willing to put his life and everything he is on the line for his dreams and his friends. A pirate is someone who wants freedom more than anything." When he turned around and stepped away with Zoro, she didn't follow for a moment. She stood stock still, his words ringing like a bell in her ears. Her head dipped as tears prickled up in her eyes. "Maybe I'm the idiot," she whispered. When she looked up, she had a steely look of determination on her face. She wiped the tears away and ran after them, all doubt in her mind gone. The raucous noise coming from the large building could only have been caused by the boogie pirates. Nami growled, "Look at them, partying while they're destroying lives. They don't even care and they're dancing on the ruins of the town." She turned to Luffy. "All of the treasure is mine. I'll be robbing them blind." "Leave a little. This town will need some money to rebuild," Luffy said. Nami almost rejected him but stopped to think. That would make her no better than these pirates if she was denying them the money needed to get back on their feet. She sighed. "Gotcha. I won't take all of it. I'll see you when you're done." He looked at her with that damnable grin of his. "Oh no, you're fighting too." Nami balked. "You have to get the practice in, and it is better you do it now against these guys than later in our journey against guys who could give me or Zoro trouble." "Wah but," Nami stammered. She wasn't ready for this. He had only started teaching her kami a few days ago. "I'm not a strong fighter though. I was just a thief a few days ago." She yelped in fear. "Relax. I won't let you get hurt." He gave her a quick one-armed hug. "I promise." Besides, you're really good with that staff. You could probably give Ace a run for his money, and he was better than me at it. That was a slight exaggeration. Luffy didn't know how good Ace had gotten, but despite her skill which definitely matched Ace's skill, her strength was low. Still, it did the job in raising her confidence as it got a momentary smile from the girl. It didn't last too long, as her look turned confused. Ace? She asked cluelessly, and I didn't know you could use a staff. Shishishi, I don't anymore. And they were never staffs. He chuckled, we used old pipes and bamboo sticks back home. We were bad boys. She laughed, mind off the oncoming battle for a brief moment. Ace is my older brother. He set out 3 years ago. I haven't used one since. No one else in Goa could really use one well. Zoro twitched, Luffy, what is your brother's last name? Eh? His name is Portgas D. Ace. Luffy grinned widely. Zoro slowly keeled over. Zoro. What happened? He started shaking the swordsman frantically, while Nami looked on in bemusement. Zoro stood and yelled at him with shark teeth as full view, Portgas D. Ace Whitebeard 2nd Division Commander, that fucking Ace. The name finally clicked in Nami's head and her jaw started dropping. Yep. Shishishi. Both of his crewmates stared at him with their jaws on the floor and wide eyes. Hire Fist Ace as an older brother. Garp the Fist as a grandfather. Who the hell is this guy? What's with all the fists? Nami muttered to herself in disbelief. She shook herself as they reached a really out-of-place gate in front of the building. Her eyebrow twitched, did these guys really build a fake gate in front of this pub? Shishishi. Let's say hello. Luffy kicked both of the large doors right off their hinges with a thunderous bang. The doors clanged and crushed as they flew through the air, impacting the roof with loud cracks. They took out at least 7 men before finally coming to a halt near the entrance to a big tent. Nami giggled and stuck her tongue out at the gaping pirates who were swarming to the edge of the partly ruined roof. Housekeeping. At her words, Luffy began to chuckle to himself. At the very least, she could fake confidence like nobody's business. Finally, a man dressed in an orange fur-lined captain's coat stood at the edge of the roof. Who the hell are you flashy bastards? He roared angrily. He had blue hair which was partially covered by an orange captain's hat with his Jolly Roger on it and a huge flashy red nose. He had crossbones painted across his face and was wearing a red and white shirt with a purple scarf around his neck. His light ocean green pants were held up by a darker green sash. His striped socks, pointy clown shoes and white puffy gloves completed the clownish look. Nami cringed, was your fashion designer colorblind? The clown's face was shadowed, these flashy nobodies come in, ruin my party and insult my clothes. I'm so mad words fail me. Buggy-sama, how about I go down there and teach those kids a lesson? A man with long dark hair asked. His black hair covered half of his face, with the other half being shaved in 3 strips across his skull. He wore white pants and shoes with no shirt, though bandages covered his ribsage. He had a large, long white and blue checkered scarf. Buggy didn't get the chance to answer because Luffy roared out, hey, you stupid clown. Get that big fat red nose down here so I can kick it in. Every single member of Buggy's crew had their eyes grow long and pointy in their shock. Their mouths were open impossibly wide, and snot dribbles from their noses and tears from their eyes. Buggy trembled for a moment, his own mouth on the ground along with his crew. He regained his senses and roared out, only the whites of his eyes showing in his rage, fire the Buggy cannonball. Fire. The cannon was rolled up near the railing and pointed directly at Luffy. It fired with a thunderous boom. Nami panicked, oi Luffy. Get out of the way. She dove for safety while Zoro stared at his captain in disbelief, his brain not engaging and forcing him to stand still as well. Luffy grinned, cannonball. He raised his hand and allowed the massively powerful weapon impact it with a loud crack. His arm bent towards his chest to help absorb the shock, though he didn't even slide back an inch. You think this tiny thing will make me move back? Grandpa threw pebbles heavier than this at me. Buggy's eyes bulged out, what the hell is this flashy bastard? With his signature laugh, Luffy wound up for a pitch, the ball in his hand, slightly cracking from the force of his fingers and ruining the Buggy pirate's Jolly Roger embosomed on it. Why don't you have this back? With a mighty heave, he hurled the Buggy ball right back where it had come from. The large explosion was even louder than the one they had heard before meeting Chowchow and the mayor. The building began to crumble into a pile of mortar, wood, and stone. Nami nearly had a conniption, Luffy you idiot. She wrapped his neck with her arm in a textbook headlock and started punching him in the head with her left. What if they had the map and treasure up there? Shishishi, sorry Nami. Luffy was entirely unconcerned with the dainty knuckles impacting his head. Zoro smirked, you know, I'm just going to stop assuming you can't do things. That way I'll never be surprised when you pull it off. Luffy's snickering turned into outright laughter as he effortlessly freed himself. Nami, you're up first. Unless I took them all out with that, but I doubt it. Nami gulped, you sure I have to fight? She grinned slyly and slinked over to the Sun Man. She draped herself over his shoulders, making sure to press her breasts to his back. She let her hot breath drift across his ear as she spoke and was pleased when the slightest tinge of pink barely visible really showed under his scar. She whispered in his ear, "You know, if you let me just go rob them, I'll make you some delicious food again." Luffy stiffened before raising a trembling fist, "You're evil, Nami." He whined with tears streaming down from his eyes. The meat will he twitched, "Have to." He looked like the words were causing him physical pain. "Forgive me." Nami's jaw dropped. Luffy fell to the ground in horror at what he'd said. He looked like he wanted a teddy and a binky. These guys should be perfect for getting your feet wet. He choked out. Nami once again reevaluated her captain. She pouted, "I was sure that would work." She bent over and smacked him, "Get up, you idiot." She rolled her eyes when he started sucking his thumb, "I'll make you your food. Just don't expect to get any of the treasure." Instantly, Luffy was on his feet and hugging her tightly. He even lifted her off the floor, making her squeak, red-faced. "You're the best, Nami." "Wait a minute. I'm supposed to be the cute manipulative one here." Nami protested in her mind. Suddenly, he dropped her as her ears picked up a whizzing sound. She then heard a light thump behind her head and she turned. Her eyes bugged out. Luffy's thumb and middle fingers were inside the holes of still lightly spinning shuriken. "Those were aimed at me. I could have died." She realized as she trembled for a moment. Luffy's eyes were dark and cold as he eyed the young black man with the yellow and purple pointed hat and huge lips. The trembling man's outstretched arm was trembling and he himself was shaking. "Did you just try to hurt my precious navigator?" Luffy's hand slowly closed and the metal shuriken bent and creaked and deformed as if they were made out of soft clay. He dropped them to the floor and the black man keeled over in time with them, foaming at the mouth. Nami turned her head back and buried her face into his neck. Her quivering lightened as he rubbed her back. Slowly, her composure returned and she gave him one last squeeze. The smoke from the collapsed building was clearing and they let go of each other. "Look at these flashy kids, acting as if they aren't afraid of us." Buggy was holding two of his burned crewmen outward with disembodied hands. His arms were crossed in front of him while his hands were simply floating. Nami's eyes widened, "A devil fruit." Luffy's eyes hardened further, "What the hell are you doing, you bastards?" He roared angrily, "How could you just use your nakama as shields?" He was ignored. The black-haired man was holding yet another crewman, this time a very fat one, in front of him as well. "This is the biggest humiliation our crew has ever faced, Captain." The rest of the men who weren't unconscious roared in agreement. They all pulled out weapons, hammers, swords, ropes, knives. They raised them in the air with howling battle cries. Luffy seethed at the pirates. He was really tempted to take them all out himself, but he knew Nami would need this. She needed to realize that she had her own potential to be strong. For more than just thieving. Luffy trusted her to take out these nobodies, and even if he didn't, he was still going to be keeping an eagle eye on the battle. Luffy patted Nami's lower back, "Don't worry. I'll jump in if you can't handle it. I'd never let them hurt you." He grinned at her, "Besides, your reward after we finish up will be most of their treasure." "Shishishi." Her eyes turned into. "What do you mean our treasure, you flashy thieves?" Buggy roared with his eyes bugging out. She took a deep breath and steeled herself, pulling out the 3 sections to her staff and assembling it with a stiff upper lip. The roaring pirates charged. But Nami instantly was able to see what Luffy had been telling her all along. These pirates were weak. Sloppy. Nothing like her captain or even Zoro. The doubt that had been clouding her mind vanished and she smirked confidently. The first one to reach her swung at her head with a pretty large morning star. She merely bent her knees slightly and the heavy spiked ball wished over her head harmlessly, throwing him off balance. The pirate had this comical shocked look on his face, as if he honestly expected her to just take it in her pretty face. Said pretty face flashed with irritation. Her staff whistled through the air and impacted right in the middle of his face. Teeth flew in bloody spittle, and the sound of cartilage breaking rang through the air as he collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut. The next pirate didn't even get a chance to swing his warhammer at her. She stepped over the bandit she'd just laid out and thrust the butt of her staff directly into his throat. His eyes bugged out as he backpedaled, clutching his neck with raspy gasps escaping him. A quick swing to the skull had him spinning through the air and landing in another heap. The pirate running next to him tripped over his dropped warhammer and fell. Nami cracked his skull for good measure as soon as he face planted. She rushed forward, staff spinning and instantly smashed it into the temple of one of the shocked pirates. His head whiplashed and bolted straight into the last standing pirate's nose. They both fell much to Nami's growing confidence and pride. Man, Luffy was right. You guys suck. But that confidence had turned into overconfidence. Behind you. She heard Luffy roar. She whipped around just in time to see the man she had first dropped swing at her with a cannon. There was no time for her to move or even get in position to try to block with her light staff. In her panic, she defaulted into the training mode Luffy and Zoro had been trying to smack into her for the past couple of days. Her body went limp and tried to flow around the weapon. She mostly succeeded. The barest amount of metal grazed her skin. It wasn't enough to seriously injure her. More like give her a friction burn than anything serious. But it was enough to shock her out of that state. Her legs twisted and she fell onto her back. The pirate completed his swing and brought it around over his head. Blood dribbled from his mouth as he roared, 4 of his bottom teeth missing. He swung downward with all the might he had in his large muscled body. Nami quickly rolled backward like a ball and onto her knees. The Canam crashed into the dirt, throwing up a plume of dust and grit. Adrenaline was practically dancing throughout her system. With a battle cry of her own, she flashed forward. He tried to lift his weapon, but he'd gotten it stuck in the ground with his last attack. Nami was in front of him to his right, her left. Her staff swung upwards, crashing into his chin like the hoof of a bucking bronco. What teeth remained in his mouth clacked together, some of them even cracking and shattering. His body lifted clean off of the ground, pushed by the weapon in the girl's hands. But Nami wasn't done. She was angry that she'd been caught off guard by such a weakling. It was no wonder she could barely help her village. It was no wonder she'd needed 8 years to scrounge up 84 million. Growling angrily, she stepped forward with her right leg and changed the direction of her staff's momentum. Muscles straining as she followed through, she slammed the man downward and crushed him against the dirt, falling to her hands and knees in exhaustion as she did so, dripping in sweat. She'd put too much into that. "You damn bitch. I'll avenge the pain you've caused my crew." She heard a roar above her. She strained to look, eyes widening in terror as she beheld the dark-haired man crashing down towards her with a sword aiming to kill. She tried to move but winced in pain as her muscles screamed. She closed her eyes, forgetting about her 2 friends and screamed in her mind, apologizing to her sister for failing. Fling. She trembled for a moment before opening her eyes and smiling in relief. Zoro was in front of her, casually holding the blade away from her with one of his own. "Oi, oi. Don't you think that's a little much for our little lady?" A tick mark appeared over her right eye. She just beat those pirates and he calls her a little lady. And who's our? Shishishi. She eeped surely as arms slipped under her legs and around her back. "You did awesomely, Nami. You're even better than I thought you were. I don't know what you were so worried about." Luffy smiled brightly at her. "I told you that you could handle it. You just have to believe in yourself." She smiled demurely, "Thank you, Luffy." She snuggled into his neck tiredly, not really caring that she was getting him wet with her sweat. He clearly didn't mind. The black-haired man jumped back, "You Rorano Zoro." They all finally took the time to notice that the weirdo was riding a unicycle. He smirked broadly, "My name is Kabaji, chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates. As another swordsman, I look forward to taking your head." He sprang forward, racing towards Zoro on his unicycle. Acrobat technique. Old man's flame. Zoro looked shocked and unfortunately got a few embers on his shirt, which started burning. The rest of the flame was thankfully dodged and it splattered and burned on the dirt. Kabaji's shoe flashed, its pointed toe impacting directly into Zoro's ribsage. Nami, who was still in Luffy's arms, though she was standing again, gasped, "He has a devil fruit too." Luffy sniffed, "No," he said. Nami turned to him questioningly, "That idiot put oil in his mouth and had a lighter under his scarf. He did it when he moved the scarf out of the way." She looked surprised, "How did you know that?" "I can smell it." He wrinkled his nose, "He reeks of that stuff we use to keep the street lamps lit." "What a moron." She exclaimed, "One wrong move and he'd light himself on fire." Shishishi. Zoro had gotten back to his feet, glaring at the man, "What the hell was that? You kicked me. Have you no honor as a swordsman?" He growled lowly. Kabaji laughed darkly, "Honor? What kind of a fool needs that? All I need is victory." Acrobat technique. Murder case in the hot springs team. He started spinning and hopping like an idiot, kicking up a dust cloud. Zoro's eye twitched, this guy suddenly, a blade shot out of the cloud which Zoro blocked with his left blade. Then came the shoe again, punting Zoro directly in the same area that he'd hit last time. Zoro had enough. He dropped his right blade point first into the ground and clenched his fist. Kabaji didn't know what hit him. He fell to the floor dazed, front teeth knocked out and his nose flattened. Zoro's eyes looked dark under his bandana. "You bring shame to swordsmen everywhere, you cowardly weakling." As Kabaji struggled to his feet having lost his unicycle, Zoro drew his pride and joy, "Wado Ichimonji." Placing the handle in his mouth, he grabbed his fallen blade once more, "Facing my 3 swords is more of an honor than you deserve, scum." Kabaji growled, "I'll kill you, you smug bastard. Face my strongest trick." Acrobat technique. Theater of 100 Kamikaze RGH. Zoro hadn't even given him the chance to finish the technique's name. The horrified Kaba-chan came from the red-nosed captain himself. Kabaji's shoulder, side, and the arm opposite to the shoulder wound opened up in geysers of blood. Zoro appeared behind the falling man who was rapidly losing consciousness. The last thing he heard were Zoro's words, "Onigiri. I'm tired of being the opponent of someone so unskilled. Go join a circus, you flippy idiot." Shishishi, nice job Zoro. Luffy held his hand up for a high five, as did Nami. Zoro obliged them, though he did so with a snort that wasn't even worth my time. What a coward. You flashy bastard thieves. Buggy's face was shadowed. How dare you do this to my crew? I'll kill you. Luffy snorted, we're not thieves. I beg to differ. Nami raised a hand up with a smile and her tongue waggling. We're pirates, you big ugly red nose. Luffy finished as he stepped away from Nami and started walking towards Buggy. Buggy's rage instantly ignited again, don't talk about my nose, bastards. The man growled, what is your goal? Why are you here? Nami smirked, we're here for your treasure and your map, scumbag. So hand it over, red nose. Buggy's teeth ground before he started laughing uproariously, jai ha 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 ha. The Grand Line isn't a place for you no-name rookies. What are you planning on doing there? Sightseeing? Don't make me laugh. I'm going to become the Pirate King. Luffy said confidently. Buggy's eyes bugged out and his head tilted to the left. He had this big stupefied open grin on his face and wide eyes. He twitched before coming to his senses and screaming at Luffy, you flashy idiot. You, the Pirate King. Then I'm going to be God. The person who will acquire all the world's treasures is me. Shishishi, like I'd listened to a lecture from an ugly red nose. Let's just start your ass kicking. Luffy chuckled as he got into his fighting stance. Buggy ground his teeth some more, watch your mouth, you stupid brat. He took out a bunch of knives from somewhere. Seeing that straw hat of yours, it's reminding me of that flashy red-haired bastard. Oro. Luffy's head tilted this time, how the hell does a loser like you know Shanks? Oh? Buggy raised an eyebrow in interest, you look like you're considerably interested. I know him, but why would you want to know? Where is he now? Luffy even stood straight, entirely unconcerned about Buggy much to his crew's surprise. Where? Well, if I know I know. But then again he took his chin in his hand, with this strange, smug look on his face, if I don't know, then maybe I don't know anything at all. Luffy just stared at him dully, what are you, an idiot? He smirked at Nami's scream of that's real rich coming from you. From behind him. Buggy screamed, what do you mean idiot you uncivilized buffoon? He got into his own battle stance, knives between each of his fingers, I'm saying that I'm not a nice guy. I don't have anything to say to you, even if it's your dying wish. He stomped his feet, getting knives to pop out from under the toes, even if I tell you, you'll be too busy being dead to hear it. Bara bara windmill. Luffy eyed him in interest as Buggy kicked forward and his leg detached and turned into a whirling saw blade flying directly at him. Luffy laughed and jumped up into the air with a large grin. Buggy cackled in response as dozens of blades surrounded the straw hat wearing boy from above and below, what kind of idiot jumps up into the air? There's no escape for you, Mugiwara. Shishishi. Luffy smiled broadly as the knives closed in, getting a gasp of total shock from Buggy. He could only remember one man to laugh at death. Those thoughts slipped from his mind as Luffy threw his right leg out in a kick. Buggy's eyes popped right out of his head as a shockwave seemingly appeared around the boy's foot before he was propelled to the left, completely dodging every single blade. So he wasn't laughing at his death, he just knew he'd be able to escape. Buggy thought silently to himself. It was a bit of a relief to see that, it doesn't matter if you can dodge, all I have to do is bara emergency escape. His smug tone turned into one of sheer panic as a massive lance of energy started cleaving the ground in front of him. Buggy's body split lengthwise, allowing the blade of wind to pass him harmlessly. Buggy combined his halves once more as Luffy landed. He mumbled to himself, how does a no-name brat like him know the rank Kyaku? Oh yes, Buggy knew that attack. He'd certainly faced it plenty of times on the Oro Jackson. Off to the side, Nami and Zoro were watching in interest, it's one thing to see Luffy doing his stuff, but it's another to see him fighting another devil fruit user. She commented, I'd probably think I was having a bad dream if I hadn't met Luffy before. Zoro merely smirked in irritation, his eyes closed, my swords would be completely useless against that guy. I guess this stupid-looking clown really is an anti-swordsman. A vein twitched on his forehead, that's a blow to my pride. Luffy raised an eyebrow, hadn't expected you to know what that was, red nose. He grinned lightly, I think I am remembering you now. You're the same Buggy who sailed with Shanks when he was a cabin boy, ain't ya? He told me a story or two. You sure ain't what I was expecting. Buggy snorted like a bull, that damn red hair. You met him I knew that ugly hat looked familiar. And what the hell is that supposed to mean? Luffy's eye shrank to pinpricks and he glared at the clown, what did you say about my hat? He took a step forward and Buggy jumped when a tiny crack formed under his feet, don't you dare insult this hat. It's my treasure. I'll pound you if you do it again, red nose. He growled at his enemy, and I expected you to be a big shot, seeing as you served on the same ship he did. I never expected you to be an actual clown getting his rocks off on tormenting innocent people. Buggy started to roar with laughter. Treasure, that ratty old thing. Don't make me laugh, you flashy idiot. He raised a hand and started rubbing two fingers together with his thumb. Treasure is gold and silver. That stupid hat can't ever be won. I couldn't even buy a single drink with that thing. He grinned victoriously as his deception had gone unnoticed. When he had separated earlier, he had surreptitiously sent two of his fingers sneaking behind his opponent. Each digit had a blade sticking out. With a mental command, the two appendages rose and rocketed towards the back of his opponent's head. And you should really watch your mouth when talking to your betters, brat. Luffy, watch out. Nami screamed, momentarily forgetting that her captain could just let the attack pass through him. Luffy threw himself to the side immediately upon hearing her voice to avoid the projectile. Luffy fell down, a horrendous ripping sound ringing inside his head. His face was shadowed and angry as he took his hat off his head and gazed at it. There was a small rip in the straw. How dare you? Luffy stood, clutching his hat angrily. How dare you mess up this hat? His eyes were pools of shadows, and his teeth were grinding with his mouth open in a furious grimace. Diahahaha. Buggy started to chortle. You look so angry, you shitty brat. If that hat is so precious to you, maybe you should protect it better. Bara Bara Festival. Buggy segmented and dozens of knives started to slip from his parts, each having a blade stick out in some fashion. Nami turned green as she realized what that meant. Buggy's fruit made him immune to blades to the point he could literally hide them in his body, as long as they could fit inside of him. He could potentially literally turn himself into a human pincushion. Buggy's body parts started whirling around in a dervish around Luffy, speeding to and fro in an attempt to pierce the much younger man. Luffy was calm and began swaying, displaying a mastery of Kami that left Nami envious. Buggy saw that and began to growl, so, you know that move too. Pretty flashy for a rookie, but it won't help you. His disembodied voice rang around Luffy, you might as well just stand still and let me hit you, brat. You can't flashily dodge forever. Jayahaha. This is pretty easy, actually. Luffy deadpanned before smirking as one of his own hands flashed out and grabbed onto a leg as it passed by. Immediately he squeezed until Buggy started to howl. After a second of dodging more increasingly frantic limbs, he let go. Stop flying around like an idiot already. I still have to squish that tomato on your face. Shishy. Buggy saw red and decided to hit Luffy where it would hurt. I won't kill you. Oh no, by the time I'm done with you, you'll wish I merely killed you. He slipped his captain's coat off of his torso chunk and slipped his upper arms into the sleeves. Both of his calf chunks stabbed into the bottom of the coat and together, the four limbs sped forward and opened the coat wide. Then, they reversed direction and sped upward, creating a gust of wind that swept Luffy's precious hat right off his head. Crap. Luffy jumped into the sky, stretching out to reach for it. Just as his fingers were about to reach it, Buggy's fist sped by and impaled the hat on 3 daggers. Jayahaha. I told you to protect that shitty hat better, straw hat. Buggy roared with laughter as he reformed near it. He threw the hat away from him just as Luffy landed, his eyes shadowed and his arms shaking from how hard he was clenching his fists. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Maybe I'll mail this shitty hat to that shitty red-headed bastard Shanks after I'm through with you. He then spat on it. Instantly, the atmosphere became oppressive as Luffy's whole right arm turned golden. Small tongues and arcs of plasma were springing off his arm and dispersing into the air. Every single person there, including Nami, Zoro, and the unconscious members of Buggy's crew, broke out into a savage sweat as the heat became sweltering. Light smoke started wafting off the pieces of broken wood strewn all over the place as moisture inside them started evaporating. Engen. Luffy's voice roared, and Buggy the Clown made the best decision of his life. He segmented himself into dozens of pieces as fast as he could and sent each part away as fast as he could. The beam of plasma passed right where his shoulder had been. Luffy's aim was off with his anger and plowed into the dirt, throwing up a plume of magma as the earth itself superheated and liquefied almost instantaneously. Buggy howled with agony as his feet weren't able to move away nearly as quickly as the rest of him and the radiating heat started searing his flesh. He forced them to move as quickly as he could to get away from the heat. He panted as he came back together, growling in agony, flashy fucking hell, what kind of devil fruit is that? He wildly started looking for an escape route. There was no way he could face something like that. He didn't know if it was a paramecia or a loja, but either way he was just straight up dead if he got hit. Even if he just got hit in the arm or leg he'd still be crippled for life. Luffy visibly restrained himself and reeled his powers in. The second his arm returned to flesh, the heat started to vanish. Shanks' grin grew to the widest Luffy had ever seen it. Ho. You're going to be bigger than all of us, huh? Well then, Luffy stared at the ground, trembling and trying not to cry. Shanks' eyes were shadowed by his straw hat up until he removed it with his remaining arm. "I'll leave this precious hat of mine to you." Luffy looked apoplectic as he took a stomp forward. The ground roiled and cracked under his feet. Buggy felt an increasingly larger amount of panic with each step forward from his nemesis, and he started to backpedal rapidly. Wait a minute, straw wet. He waved his hand side to side in front of him in a warning gesture. We can talk about this, alright. Off to the side, Nami snorted in disgust, typical pirate. They act all big until they realize they bit off more than they can chew, and then they start begging and pleading. Luffy took one last stomp and vanished, the earth under his foot practically pancake flipping as he vanished. Talk to this. Buggy didn't even have time to react before the hardest punch he had taken in over 2 decades buried itself into his ribsage. Blood and spittle flew from his mouth as he felt his bones crack and splinter. He couldn't even get a pained grimace out before another first flattened his nose and indented his face. "Don't ever touch our hat again," Luffy said quietly, dangerously. Buggy writhed on the dirt in obvious agony before Luffy leaned down and grabbed him by the scruff of his furry lapels. "I don't ever want to hear his name leave your mouth again either, you ugly red nose." Buggy growled as his fear was momentarily forgotten in favor of his own damn pride and the fact that Luffy was practically slamming his fist down on his triggers. He really should have just kept his mouth shut. "I don't know what relationship you had with him, but I can speak of him the way I wish." Bar. "Stay down." Luffy roared and he slammed Buggy bodily into the dirt. The clown's legs kicked up into the air from the impact even as a crater appeared under him. Luffy got up and wandered over to his hat. "Great, your stupid spit dried on my hat." He wrinkled his nose in disgust as he tried to scrape some of the grime off it. The newly conscious Buggy pirates were laying very still, desperate not to attract any attention. "Captain Buggy is losing," they gasped as quietly as they could as they watched on. Nami smiled, thinking the fight was over. "Luffy, he's so strong." She looked awed, he hadn't even been using his powers until Buggy pissed him off, and then it was right back to fists. Zoro smirked beside her. She shook herself and stretched like a cat, letting out a pleased moan as her back popped. "Well, I'm off to do what I do best." "Oh, what would that be?" Zoro asked with his arms crossed, not turning to look at her. She smirked, "Robbing scumbag pirates blind." And with that, she walked away, scouting for any storehouses that the Buggy pirates could have stored their treasure in. She didn't notice Buggy struggling to his feet. Buggy finally got up, rasping slightly and clutching his side. "Throughout my entire life," he panted, "including today, there isn't even a single person who has ever made me as mad as that red-haired bastard. He took a tremendous amount of treasure from me. I'll never forgive him." "Ahaha, they're fighting again." Sounds of laughing pirates rang through the air. North Pole. A younger Buggy was grasping the shirt of a younger, scarless red-haired Shanks. Buggy still had his gigantic red nose. Shanks was as mad as the blue-haired boy, gripping Buggy's lapels tightly. South Pole. "There you go again." Buggy howled in his face. Shanks spat back, bringing Buggy closer. "I'll say it as many times as I have to, because I'm right. You have a lot of guts." The two sprang together, punching and kicking wildly at each other. "I'll beat the crap out of you." Shanks roared back. That was until a much larger man got in between them, knocked them straight to the floor with twin punches. "Idiots. Stop this now. I don't see why any of this matters to either of you, but if it's that important, go to both places and find out for yourselves." He was wearing a dark purple shirt and round glasses. His blonde hair was slicked back and he had this strange striped beard. Buggy and Shanks only glared at one another. Suddenly, a call came down from the crow's nest, a ship coming in hot. Buggy grinned and got his knives out. Shanks grinned, getting excited. "Huh, Buggy. Of course. Enemy ships are like floating treasure boxes. I'm going to loot everything I can. Treasure is the most important thing to a pirate." Shanks smiled blandly. "Well, that's one thing, I suppose." "Not one thing. The only thing." Buggy glanced over at his fellow cabin boy. "You're too nice. You and the rest of the crew don't treat treasure seriously enough. You don't know what a pirate really is." The fight wasn't long really. The enemies were rookie pirates who had no business challenging even a fledgling Gold D. Rogers crew. But just because they were weak didn't mean the spoils weren't good. Buggy found a map with an amazing amount of treasure displayed firmly on it. He grinned and laughed to himself darkly. "Jayahahaha, no one saw. Who wouldn't keep it to themselves?" He hid it inside his shirt. Buggy's obsession with treasure was grand. No one knew why he was so obsessed with it, especially since he was on a highly lauded pirate crew, but his ambitions started to overreach his grasp. Victory. Drink and party to your heart's content. Raise your voices and sing. The party had been going on for ages now, and Shanks surprised Buggy when he kicked his door in. "Hey Buggy. Come celebrate with us. We found a weird treasure too." Buggy instantly panicked. "Treasure? What treasure? I didn't do anything." "Nothing at all." Shanks had a big question mark over his head, the hell are you on about? Later, the two were relaxing on deck and having a drink as comrades. We'll be off this ship one day. Buggy said with a large grin. Of course we will. Shanks chuckled, one day I'll have my own ship and go see the world. As a pirate of course. Talking nonsense as usual huh? Buggy cackled, drawing Shanks' ire, you're a skilled fighter. I'll accept those skills. Too bad about your crazy way of thinking. I'd take you on as a follower otherwise. Shanks snorted before knocking back some more sake. He was lounging lazily on his chair, like I'd want to be your follower. We're too different, you and me. We need to travel the paths we think are best. Like I want to hear anything about a pirate's life from you. That'll mean that we'll meet as enemies next time, won't it? Buggy grinned, looking to browbeat the red-haired man. Shanks was entirely unconcerned, a line of sake dripping from his mouth, yep. That's a pirate's life, huh? The hell you on about? Buggy asked, before shaking himself, anyway, you said something about some weird treasure. Shanks perked up and sat correctly, that's right. We picked up an Akuma no Mi. If you eat it, you'll never be able to swim again, but you'll gain a special ability. Captain said whoever wanted it could eat it. Buggy chuckled as he patted the treasure map that was in his shirt, no one would ever want one of those. Who would want to never swim again? He smirked, yeah, whoever eats one of those is a real idiot. If there was a treasure at the bottom of the sea, no one could ever grab it if they ate one of those stupid fruits. But that odd fruit. Shanks continued, heedless of his friend's plotting, somehow those weird things sell for 100 million. To start. Buggy spat out all of his sake. There's no way that's true. Buggy screamed with his eyes popping out, 100 million. That's insane. That's as much as 10 Class A treasure boxes. The treasure goddess must be smiling down on me. Buggy quickly worked on a master plan to acquire the fruit. He spent all night working on a fake replica fruit and switched it out with a real one. The next day he loudly proclaimed that he would eat the fruit himself, much to the cheering of his cohorts. And eat the fake fruit he did, standing proudly. His acting was top class, as the rest of the crew quickly left him alone, thinking the fruit must have been a fake. It was a fake alright. Buggy cackled while hiding later that day. He was holding both the fruit and his map, it was a total success. He cheered. And then fate declared that a happy Buggy was not a good thing. Hey, so this is where you were hiding. Shanks popped up behind him. Buggy muffled a scream by stuffing the fruit in his mouth in panic. Shanks gained a weird look as he stared, man, your face sure is weird today. Don't steal too much food or the cook will get mad. Shanks started walking away. Buggy sighed in relief, the danger has passed just as Buggy was about to remove the fruit from his mouth, disaster struck. Shanks had come back, trying to tell Buggy about something the captain had said, and he scared Buggy enough to cause him to swallow the entire devil fruit. There was no getting it out. Screaming in rage, he grabbed Shanks' lapels and roared, you bastard. Hey, what's that paper? Shanks ignored the threatening posture. It wasn't at all uncommon after all. He pointed toward the map that had fallen from Buggy's hand. Instantly, Buggy panicked and leapt from the deck, diving right after his precious map. Initially, everyone though Buggy's panicked flailing was just for show. Shanks even called out, what are you doing Buggy? Swimming is your specialty. But as Buggy sank, seemingly unable to move, Shanks panicked and dove after him. 100 million Beely. Gone. Buggy's face was shadowed as he finished his tale, and because I could never swim again, I missed out on the treasure too. Luffy growled, so Shanks saved your life and you hate him for it. You idiot. Maybe if you hadn't tried to rob your comrades you wouldn't be stuck in the situation in the first place. Because of that idiot, my plans were set back for decades. Buggy roared at Luffy, his earlier fear dwarfed by his rage. He really should have just tried to escape in any way he could. It was your fault in the first place, you ugly red nose. Luffy roared right back. He was not in a good mood after his hat was stabbed by this bastard clown. Buggy leapt into the air, 5 knives in each hand, shut up Mugiwara. I swore that if I couldn't have the treasure under the sea, I'd have every treasure above it. But Buggy didn't look at Luffy, whoever dares touch my treasure is never left alive. He rocketed forward, racing to impale Nami, who was carrying a large heavy bag full of treasure. She felt a shiver go up her spine as she spasmed momentarily. Her eyes hardened and she dropped the bag and reached under her skirt, assembling her staff once more. But a few feet from her, Buggy gasped and dropped all of his knives, his hands reaching downward, grasping at items that were not currently there. She smirked as she clocked him a good one, flattening his nose once more. He hit the ground hard and rolled away from her to the left. She looked over and saw a smirking Luffy lowering his foot from in between Buggy's legs. She broke out into giggles as Buggy rolled around hysterically in pain. This bastard dared kick my lower half while this flashy bitch hit my upper half. Nami's eye twitched. Crack. Who are you calling a bitch, you ugly red nose? She roared, shark teeth in full display. Buggy twitched, bara bara festival. He roared and broke into dozens of pieces, all flying like a cyclone once more. Nami screamed in fear and started frantically trying to dodge. Protect her now, Mugiwara. Nami picked up the treasure and ran, even as Buggy chased her. Luffy perked up as he realized Buggy's feet weren't flying and he used Zoro to grab them. He then used Zoro once more, away from Nami. Buggy had this comical look on his face as he panicked. No wait, the rest of his parts vanished as his body struggled to keep to the maximum distance from his feet. Round and round Luffy went, up and down, back and forth, using Geppo and Zoro to their fullest. All in the effort to make Buggy wish for death. Nami smirked and readied her staff and pulled another burlap sack from somewhere. Each time the clown passed by, Nami smacked a part of him down and tied it up. Luffy caught her doing so out of the corner of his eyes and grinned brightly. When he finally stopped, he threw the feet and turned around. When Buggy's torso and head passed by him, he cackled and wound up, grit those teeth. Crash. A huge plume of smoke blasted up from where Luffy had buried Buggy's head into the floor, a large indentation in the shape of Luffy's fist on his face. Luffy stepped back with a laugh and waited for Buggy to get up. If nothing else, the man could take a hit or 10. Buggy struggled to his feet, dizzily dropping back down multiple times, before finally managing to levitate his body once more, arms spinning in an attempt to keep his balance. His eyes had swirls in them, which he struggled to will away. "You flashy bastards. I'll flashily kill you," he mumbled, even as he stumbled around, swiping at the birdies wearing straw hats around his head. Finally, after around a minute of him using the Straw Hat crew with his drunken-looking stumbling, he managed to regain his composure. "Wow, bummy." No, Luffy looked like he was confused. "Muppy, no, that's not it either." "Dummy, no, buffoon." "Yeah, that's it. I'm surprised you didn't throw up after all that, buffoon." Nami and Zoro burst into laughter behind him. "I can't tell if he's just playing it up or if he honestly thinks that's his name." Zoro cackled happily. Nami rubbed a tear away from her eye. "It's Luffy. That was so not intentional, which makes it even funnier." She held her ribs as she giggles. Shishishi. Luffy didn't know what they were laughing at, but he was happy his crew was amused. "You flashy bastards. How dare you do this to me?" It looked like his spinning and twirling had finally caught up to Buggy, who was looking slightly green around the gills. He growled, "I'll kill you all, flashily. Bara bara gather." His body parts started swirling around him before recombining into a single body. "Duh." Buggy had a comical look of shock on his face. His mouth was practically bigger than his head, his eyes were white, and he had snot dripping from his nose. His hands were sticking directly out of his torso with no arms to speak of, and his legs consisted of only feet and ankles. He had lost his entire lower body and much of his stomach. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro practically collapsed in laughter. "Oh, you wouldn't happen to be looking for these, were you?" She had the smuggest cat that got the canary look in history on her face. Zoro was beside her, his foot on a wiggling bag of body parts, making sure none of it would escape. "My parts." Buggy yelped in terror, realizing that there was now no possible way for him to escape. Even if he tried, he would be stopped by the distance limit to his other parts. "Why the hell did I not just run when this flashy bastard revealed his powers?" he screamed in his own head. "Looks like you're half the man you used to be." Luffy howled in laughter. Nami did actually collapse then, using the giant bag of treasure behind her as a lumpy bean chair. "I'd say that's a little less than half, Luffy." Zoro was slightly bent over while clutching his gut. His foot was still on the frantically wiggling bag of body parts, making sure none of it would escape. "No, no more." Nami giggled, legs in the air joyfully as she tried to calm herself. "Shishishi, well buffoon, that set Nami off again. I'd say it was nice meeting you, but that'd be lying. I'll make sure to tell Shanks what a clown you are when I see him." He waved cheerfully with his eyes closed before windmilling his arms a few times. "Bye-bye." His fist cracked into Buggy's face, breaking teeth and squishing his nose one final time. The clown's humiliation was complete. Buggy went rocketing off into the distance, becoming a tiny pinprick in the horizon and disappearing as a twinkle. Seconds later, Zoro finally let go of the increasingly straining bag of body parts and they hurtled off after him. "Shishishi, great job you guys." Luffy high-fived Nami and bumped fists with Zoro. He pulled Nami into a tight hug. "You did awesomely, Nami." She blushed but wrapped her arms around him too with a happy little grin. "Thank you." They were startled apart when a voice they recognized rang through the air. It was Mayor Boodle, and it looked like he had every single member of the village with him. Boodle dropped to his knees. "Thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. You saved this village. If there is anything we can do to thank you, our heroes, please let us know." The villagers all bowed their heads with their elder amidst much cheering. "Hold up." Luffy said seriously, "We're not heroes. Don't call us that. We're pirates." Nami facepumped behind him. Boodle looked confused and sputtered, "What, but of course you're heroes. You saved us." Luffy looked serious, "I love heroes, don't get me wrong, but I don't want to be one. Do you even know what a hero is?" The townsfolk looked incredibly confused. "Say you have a chunk of meat. Pirates would have a banquet and eat it. A hero would share that meat with everyone. I want all the meat for myself." Dead silence. Nami had both her hands clapped to her face, "That's how he describes a hero." She shook her head in bemusement, "Of course he does. It's Luffy." Boodle suddenly chuckled, "Then we'll have to make sure you guys have plenty of meat for your journey, won't we?" The townsfolk cheered in amusement. Luffy had stars in his eyes, "Really? You're awesome, old guy." His fists were pumped in excitement. "And booze. It's important," Zoro said seriously, though he was smiling. Nami shook her head before addressing Boodle, "As much as it hurts me to do so, I left some treasure back in that warehouse over there." She pointed behind her, "It should be enough for you guys to rebuild somewhat." Boodle had happy tears in his eyes, "Thank you all." He bowed. The elated town rounded up the rest of the buggy pirates and slapped them in irons. The town jail, which previously had never had more than one criminal in it at a single time, was almost bursting. Then, the town broke for a massive party, with tons of meat for Luffy and sake for Zoro and Nami. Later on in the day, Luffy approached the mayor, "Hey old guy, do you happen to know where I could get a pipe?" "Eh? Like this one?" Boodle pulled out his smoking pipe and showed it to Luffy. "No, like one of those metal pipes that go in the wall." Luffy snickered, "I tossed my old pipe away when my brother left on his journey because there was no one to practice with. I need a new one to help train my crew." "Shishishi." Boodle laughed, "Like a staff, huh? Well, that monster buggy destroyed plenty of our homes." His tone was sad, but his gaze was firm, "I suppose you could dig around and find one you like." "Shishishi, thanks old guy." Luffy, Nami, and Zoro were on the open seas once more. Nami was happily counting the amount of treasure she had managed to collect and checking their quality. "Amazing, this is at least 8 million beely." "Shishishi." Luffy sat behind her and wrapped her closely in a hug. She snuggled up against his chest, "You happy?" "Of course." She exclaimed, pumping a fist, "This trip has been excellent. I've gathered over 10 million on this trip. I'm so close now." "We'll have to make sure you get enough then, won't we?" Luffy squeezed her gently. She smiled and nestled against him, relaxing. Not even the thought of Arlong could bring her mood down any longer. Not when she was so close, and especially not when Luffy had effortlessly beat one of East Blue's terrors. If he hadn't gotten pissed off at the clown, he probably wouldn't have even used his devil fruit. Hope. It was a foreign emotion. An emotion that Nami had experienced very little of in the past near decade. It had been a long time since she had felt any. But she could still recognize it and she couldn't deny her own feelings. She felt it bubbling up behind her breast, in her heart. Hope had started breaking through the cracks in the ice wall she'd erected around her heat. Hope in the form of the idiot she lay against. She smiled softly and started rubbing gently against him, almost like a cat, but jerked up as Zoro lazily called out to them, "Boat." She looked over where Zoro was lazily pointing before smirking. Indeed, there was a much larger dinghy coming close to them. They eyed it curiously as it came close, making out 3 men who were clearly the dumb muscle. The larger boat had Buggy's Jolly Roger raised proudly. "This is Buggy-sama's turf. We'll be taking all your valuables. Now." They ordered, bearing weapons. Zoro, Luffy, and Nami smiled brightly. Crack, shing, smack. A few minutes later, they were happily sailing away on their much larger dinghy. The 3 men had been dumped over on the tiny boat they had acquired from the villages, each beaten worse than the last. Nami grinned, too bad for them. She smirked as she counted yet more treasure that had been on the boat within her eyes. Dark clouds approaching from the south. Luffy and Zoro looked on in interest. "When it hits that low-pressure area, a storm will develop." She grinned madly and sing-songed, "All small boats should watch out." Instantly, the sky above the beaten pirates and their old small boat darkened. The waves started to roil, and the boat capsized. "Bingo." She threw out a thumbs up with a grin, "See ya." Luffy grabbed the laughing Nami from behind and pulled her into her usual seat, laughing all the while, "That was awesome. You're amazing, Nami." Nami flushed, It wasn't that big of a deal," she said bashfully. She grinned then as she snuggled into him, "So we probably need to get ourselves an actual ship now. I don't want to sail under this ugly sail forever." "Damn right." Luffy huffed, glaring at the buggy Jolly Roger, "If it wasn't the only sail we have, I'd rip the whole thing down." Nami grinned and patted him on the head, drawing her attention to the ripped straw hat on his head, "Here, give me that." She swiped his hat, "I'll fix it up for you." "Why is this hat so important to you anyway?" She felt him stiffen right when her hand touched the brim, and for a moment she worried that she had overstepped herself, but he relaxed again. He hugged her tightly as she got out a sewing kit. "Thank you, Nami. That hat belonged to Shanks. It was his precious hat, his treasure. He got it from his own captain back when he was just a cabin boy with that idiot Buggy. He smiled lightly. After he saved my life, I swore to him that I would become the Pirate King. He chuckled. I expected him to laugh and tease me, just like he always had. I'll leave this precious hat of mine to you. He smiled as he accepted the newly fixed hat from Nami, giving her a tight hug once more. Instead, he took the hat off his head and put it on mine. It was our promise together. He believed in me. Nami sighed, wrapping her arms around his. He sounds like a great person, she thought, her smile turning a bit bittersweet. If only he could have dropped by Kokoyashi before leaving. Luffy seemed to sense her slightly down mood, so he whispered in her ear, drawing a shiver from the girl, just remember Nami, you're my precious friend. Anything you ever need, and I'll do it for you. You just have to ask. She smiled, thank you Luffy. She tried to push the dark thoughts from her mind, so where to, Captain? He pumped a fist up, adventure. She laughed gaily. Well, adventure wasn't quite a heading, but it'd have to do. Captain. The voice of a young child cried out in terror, bad news. Really bad news. Tamanegi was the name of the boy, who looked rather like an onion. Eh? What is it? The one speaking was a young man named Usopp. He was a pretty slim teen with bushy black hair, fat lips, and a rather long nose. He was heavily tanned, wore a set of brown overalls with a white sash, and an olive green plaid bandana. He had just finished his daily ritual of scaring the town into thinking that pirates were coming to attack, which had him in a pretty decent mood from the day's turnout. Pirates are coming. The nearly hysterical boy yelled. Liar. Usopp and two other children Ninjan who looked like a carrot and Paimon who looked like a pepper all deadpan simultaneously. Usopp continued, I already did the lying today, Tamanegi. I'm being serious. The boy cried, I saw their flag and everything. It was black with the symbol of Buggy the Clown on it. What? Usopp gasped. He steeled himself, alright guys. We have something very important to do. The three boys leaned in eagerly, Usopp pirates. Let's go get snacks. Usopp yelled with a giant grin before turning and marching towards town with his fist held high. Don't run away. But I have a serious condition. Usopp yelled, my need to go. Titus is acting up. Pepper yelled at him, aren't you always saying how you want to be a real pirate, Captain? How can you be a pirate if you're afraid of other pirates? Carrot followed up. Besides, there's only 3 of them. Onion finished the whole tirade. What? 3? Usopp blinked, it isn't a big ship. No, just a medium-sized dinghy. Onion yelled back. Okay. Let's go repel these invaders. Usopp pirates, move out. Well, at least we only had to starve for 1 day, this time. Nami deadpanned as they were pushing the boat further up the beach. We should have brought more food. Zoro told her. We packed so much we barely floated. Nami yelled back at him angrily. We need a ship. A real ship. Luffy declared while picking his nose. But I'm impressed. There really was an island here. You're so directionally challenged, I'm amazed you even managed to survive long enough to meet me. You just had to follow the map. Nami said dryly. Well, I did get sucked into that whirlpool on my 2nd day. Luffy remembered and started chuckling. His 2 crewmates stared at him with dead, unimpressed eyes. Why am I not surprised in the slightest? So, is there a village here? Luffy asked curiously. There should be. I hope someone here has a ship, though I'm not sure how we would even acquire it. I mean, I'm not paying for it. She stuck her tongue out playfully. Leave it to fate. Zoro said calmly. Whatever retort Nami was going to throw at him was interrupted. By the way, what are those guys doing? He pointed curiously at the cliffs, where there were 4 visible heads doing a poor job at staying hidden. AHHH. We're found. The 3 young boys yelled in terror before running away with their arms high in the air. Wah. Don't run away. The oldest roared at them with his eyes popping out. He grit his teeth before standing tall and proud on top of the stump they had been hiding behind. I am the great pirate fleet leader Usopp. He declared loudly, I'm in charge of the security of this village. Known far and wide as Captain Usopp. The 3 pirates shot him dull, unimpressed looks. He probably would have been more convincing if his knees weren't visibly trembling and chattering against one another. It's for the best if you don't try to attack this place. He chuckled sinisterly, otherwise my 80 million men will destroy you. Leave now. Liar. Nami deadpanned. Back. How did you know? Usopp cried out in terror, backing away in a silly pose. You just told me. She giggled behind her hand, a sweat drop on her head. Arg. Usopp cringed back, did I really just do that? Bad planning. Bad planning. Luffy just started laughing, you're so funny. Usopp immediately went from cringing to angry with a dropped jaw and popping eyes. Hey, don't underestimate me. He pointed towards himself with his thumb angrily, I am a man with high self-esteem. Everyone calls me the Honorable Usopp. He yanked a slingshot out of the bag he had at his hip. My skills with this slingshot are better than a pistol. Luffy's head dipped and he pressed his hat to his head. His eyes are shadowed, you mentioned pistols. He looked at Usopp, a hard look in his eyes, are you prepared to bet your life on it? His eyes were just so hard, it was as if he was boring straight into Usopp with his gaze. Guns aren't toys to scare people with. He looked as if he was going to beat Usopp to within an inch of his life. Even Nami was sweating lightly. Zoro smirked before looking at Usopp with a bloodthirsty grin. He used his thumb to push his treasured blade out of its sheath slightly, the person before you is a real pirate. They both stared at the trembling Usopp unblinkingly, watching his every move. Usopp had large beads of sweat building on his face as his trembling increased. Finally, something had to give. Usopp fell to his knees, tiny tears prickling in his eyes, as I thought. He said in self-depreciation, a true pirate speech is much more intimidating. Zoro and Luffy smirked at each other before bursting out into laughter. Nami smacked them both upside the head, which didn't even register in the merry boys, you weren't serious. She shrieked, damn it Luffy. You look like you were going in for round 2 with Buggy. Usopp's eyes bulged, even as Luffy continued to laugh with Zoro, you fought Buggy the Clown. That's right. Shishishi. Luffy grinned up at him, and I was just copying what that great man said. His grin widened, Shanks. Usopp gasped, sh Shanks. You know Shanks. I do. Luffy stared up at him with his teeth showing, Usopp right. Usopp almost fell off the cliff in shock, that's your dad's name, isn't it? You're looking for crew members. Usopp gasped, his mind going to the seas, where his dreams were. Oh, if only he weren't such a coward. Sounds like a big adventure. Luffy bit a large chunk of meat right off the bone, yeah, we are. We need a bigger ship too. Know anywhere we could find one? Usopp crossed his arms and grinned smugly, there's only one place in this town where you would be able to find such a thing. Nami perked up, really? That's right. Usopp nodded, up on the hill is a large mansion that belongs to a wealthy family. The ship belongs to the owner. He started to look down, although well we say she's the owner, but she's really a pitiful girl. She's always sick and always in bed. Nami had a sad look of realization on her face, she inherited it from her parents, didn't she? Usopp nodded unhappily, it happened a year ago her parents died of a sickness. They left her with the mansion and all of their money. She even has over 10 servants. Nami shook her head, and none of that matters to a broken heart. Her countenance closed up as she thought of her own woes, taking a momentary glance at Luffy, who was busy stuffing his face. She sighed and sat up, we won't bother her. We'll search for a ship somewhere else. No, we won't. Luffy said cheerfully around his leg of meat. What? Nami's eyes widened and she stared at him in disbelief, but Luffy. But nothing. Luffy said, turning serious, of course the poor girl is sick. All she has are servants and she only stays in that house. How is she supposed to get better like that? What she needs are friends who let her know the world isn't over. Nami and Usopp stared at him in stunned disbelief. It was just so not Luffy. It made Nami remember that even he had gone through loss. And then he went back to his regular grinning self, anyway. We're in no rush. I still want more meat. And the moment is gone. Nami smirked in relief, even as she rolled the words around in her head. Anyway. Usopp cut in, you said you were looking for companions too. Luffy turned to him in interest. Usopp smirked, let me be the captain, and I'll join you. Never mind. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro said in unison. What kind of attitude is that? Usopp screamed in shock, his jaw unhinged and shark teeth prominent in his jaw. The Usopp pirates are here. The 3 little kids roared at Luffy's crew while holding tiny wooden daggers in their tiny fists, where is the captain? Give us back our captain. Man, that was some good meat. Luffy yelled in contentment as he patted his slightly swollen stomach. Meat. The kids repeated in horror, staring at them as if they were ghosts. Nami giggled behind her hand while Zoro smirked broadly at them. What did you do? What did you do? Zoro chuckled darkly, angling his head so that his face would be shadowed. He had a creepy grin on his face, and his eyes were wide, your captain we ate him. The thought registered in their terrified heads for a moment before they all screamed in unison, ahhhhhh. Anababa. Their eyes were popping out of their skulls, and their mouths were wide open in terror. Snot dripped from their noses. What are you looking at me for? Nami screamed back with angry shark teeth filling her mouth. They all passed out, so she whirled to Zoro, what did you go telling them that for? Zoro just laughed. When the kids had woken up, they cleared up Zoro's little joke before asking them about Usopp, it's that time again. Yeah. Luffy nodded while picking his nose, he just yelled that suddenly in a panic and raced off almost without saying goodbye a while ago. Pepper chuckled, oh, the captain goes up to the mansion up on the hill. Onion chimed in, yep. He goes there to lie to the mistress. Nami's eyes narrowed. Lie to the mistress. Why would he do a scummy thing like that? Parrot shook his head and held his hands up in the easy motion. No, no. It's actually a very good thing. Pepper picked up, Mistress Kaya lives up there all alone with her servants. She gets pretty lonely, so Captain decided he would try to cheer her up with made-up stories. Luffy grinned, so he's a pretty good guy, huh? Nami sweat-dropped, saying a quiet prayer for Usopp's future sanity in her head. At this rate, even I'll turn into one of these crazy people. She giggled. I like him. Luffy declared with crossed arms, I wonder if he can fight at all. I like the captain's nosiness. Carrot chirped up. I like his cowardice. Pepper cheered. I like his lies. Onion finished off. What kind of strong points are those? Zoro mumbled to himself while sweat dropping. Luffy grinned and stood up, his chair scraping the floor behind him. Well, if the mistress is doing a little better, why don't we go pay them a little visit? Hello? Anyone who me? Luffy asked calmly, please lend us a ship. Idiot. No one is going to hear you if you say things that quietly. Nami deadpanned. Oh, you're right. Guess we just have to go in then. Luffy hopped up onto the top rail of the fence in a single bound. Nami chuckled, maybe he's not as stupid as we think, Zoro. The green-haired man chuckled and followed up with his own leap, the kids all held up by their collars in his hands. Oi, don't leave me down here. Nami called after them in annoyance. She leapt and managed to make it 3/4 of the way up. She would have easily been able to haul herself up with her arms, but could not land on it with her feet the way they did. Luffy grabbed her hand and helped her up the rest of the way. It was clear that while she was very athletic she had to be for her profession after all, and had some training from before she met Luffy, it wasn't to the same degree. Once on the other side, they heard some delighted feminine giggling. Usopp's voice rang out, and to this day, they call me Captain. The 3 kids yelled eagerly. That's right. Captain. He blinked, wait what? He had this wide-eyed look of surprise, what are you all doing here? Who are all of you? Kaya asked in slight confusion. She was a slim, beautiful young girl with platinum blonde hair and light blonde eyes. Usopp saw his chance and immediately cut in, these are a bunch of my fans. They've traveled far and wide to meet. Luffy smiled brightly up at the young woman, you must be Kaya. Nice to meet you. I'm Luffy. This is Nami and Zoro. Usopp just boggled at the interruption. Luffy's smile was infectious, and Kaya responded in kind, a pleasure, Luffy-san, Nami-san, Zoro-san. She did have a pretty beautiful smile. Luffy could see why Usopp loved seeing it so much, is there anything you are here for? Yeah. We have a request for you. Luffy explained, see, we're in need of a bigger ship. Nami stepped up beside him, we heard you had one that was rather unused. She smiled up at the pretty young girl, we wanted to see if there was any way you could be convinced to part with it. Kaya smiled at the thought of the old ship seeing any excitement. It had just been collecting dust and barnacles ever since her parents had died. She wanted to go out to sea once more, but she was too weak to do so. Clahater would never allow it. Yes, I think we can go, she had meant to reply positively, but the voice of her head butler cut across the lawn. What are you doing here? The voice belonged to a tall, slim man. He was clad in a well-designed, nearly pure black suit with twin golden markings on the front. He wore round, wire-framed glasses and had black hair that was slicked back. You all are trespassing. You can't just barge into a mansion like this. Clahater, listen. Kaya tried to vouch for her new friends with a hesitant smile on her face. Or at least she hoped they were new friends, these people are. But Clahater didn't even let her finish her sentence, there is no need to explain. He cut her off callously, we shall speak about it later. All of you. Leave. But that one statement pinged right off of Nami's radar as suspicious. She had been around the block a fair number of times. The cruise ship Luffy had found her on was definitely not the first fancy party she had infiltrated in her hunt for pirates and their treasures. She knew how rich people and their servants acted. What kind of butler would do what that man just did? Her eyes narrowed and she stepped forward to come shoulder to shoulder with Luffy, excuse me. Her voice was tight and as the man turned to her, she inquired, are you the master of this mansion? Are you Kaya's husband? No. Kaya screamed in shock, nearly toppling over in her haste to deny what Nami said, while Clahater replied the same with his own surprise. I am Kaya-sama's head butler. He said tightly, his own eyes narrowed. Then kindly do not interrupt your mistress when she is doing business. Nami never had been one to just take it. Even when she knew it was hopeless, she still tried. She had failed countless times in assassinating Arlong herself, and she wasn't about to let a butler talk down to her crew like this. Her voice was as sharp as a whip, not only did you interrupt her business as if you owned the house, but you also were incredibly rude in cutting her off mid-speech. Clahater blustered and did not miss the look of surprise on Kaya's face, Mistress Kaya is sick. She can't handle this kind of excitement. Funny. Luffy was smirking, she looks pretty lively for a sick bedridden girl who can't have any visitors. Or at least she did up until you showed up. Kaya looked back and forth between her trusted advisor and her new friends, who were standing up for her even if they had only just met. Maybe you should stop smothering her and let her live. Plahater grit his teeth, seeing himself being not only stonewalled by these ruffians, but seeing Kaya looking contemplative. He turned to a far easier target. He calmed himself and adjusted his glasses with the bottom of the palm of his hand. It was such a weird motion. Why do that? You're Usopp-kun, are you not? I've heard the villagers talk about you. Kaya was silent, but she had a worried look on her face. Usopp was all smiles. That's right. I'm glad you've heard of me. You can call me Captain Usopp. Everyone does. Plahater adjusted his glasses once more. Really, one would think he would avoid looking down if they were that poorly made. I heard from the other guards that you were lurking about. What do you want? Usopp was put on the spot, but he always was good at stories. As a small bead of sweat rolled down his face, he said, I heard there was a giant mole inside the mansion, and I wanted to come see it. Ha. The man chuckled mirthlessly, yes, I can see that you certainly can lie well. Usopp's eyes widened, not expecting Plahater to actually call him out on it. I've heard about your father too. Usopp's face lost its grin, you're the son of a filthy pirate who abandoned your mother. I'm not surprised you turned out this way. Usopp's face contorted into an ugly grimace, take it back. He said quietly, fists clenched into tight balls. You and the mistress belong to entirely different worlds. Stay away from her. Is it money you're after? Name your price. Plahater, that's enough. Apologize at once. Kaya screamed at her butler in shock. Nonsense. Plahater sneered at Usopp, I'm merely speaking the truth. There's no need for me to apologize to this uncivilized person. He pushed his glasses back into place, I feel sorry for you. You must hate your father. After all, he's just an uncivilized, worthless, filthy nobody who deserted his family. But it wasn't Usopp's rightfully furious punch that came next. It was Luffy's incredulous, hysterical laughter. Bahahaha. Stop. You're killing me. He fell to his knees holding his stomach in laughter, stop. I can't take it. I can't breathe. He started rolling on the floor. His own crew plus Kaya stared at him in dumbfounded shock, while Usopp merely looked betrayed. Plahater meanwhile snorted, are you right in the head? Luffy got up, still crying, you're a funny man. You should quit being a butler and become a clown. You'd fit right in. Excuse me? Plahater asked indignantly. Shushi. Luffy got up and stared at him from under his head, his eyes shadowed. He had a wide grin on his face, but it wasn't one of his usual bright, happy grins. No, this one was dark, and Nami could recognize the desire to rearrange Plahater's face in it. She smirked as well and wished she had popcorn for the upcoming show. Do you even know who his father is? Do you know his name? Plahater sneered, why should I know the name of a worthless hack? Luffy's grin widened, Usopp. That is his name. His crew stopped by my town long ago, back when I was young. The guy wouldn't shut up about his beloved son and how much he missed him. Usopp had tears in his eyes, what makes me laugh is that a no-name like you would dare call Usopp, third hand of the red-haired pirates, a worthless nobody. Kuro and Kaya's eyes both snapped open, I wasn't aware a nobody could be the head sniper of a Yonkum. That was the funniest joke I've ever heard. Shishishi. Usopp was grinning proudly, but Plahater only spat, him. Preposterous. You're as bad of a liar as he is. I'm proud of my father. Usopp roared in his face, I'm proud that he is a brave warrior of the sea. What are you so angry about? Plahater had regained his calm composure, all you have to do is lie, like you always do. Just say he's a merchant or that you're not blood related, but Usopp had taken all he was willing to take. Bam. Usopp reached in and dug into strength he didn't even know he had. He hit Plahater so hard across the face that the skin split open and blood spewed through the air. Unbeknownst to everyone except the three sharp-eyed pirates and Plahater himself, Plahater's hands had twitched. It was as if he wanted to block but held himself back. All three strawats narrowed their eyes. Aya clapped a hand to her mouth in shock. She was truly torn. Plahater truthfully had been out of line, but she didn't like violence. Tears started welling up in her eyes. Ah. Plahater clapped a hand over the gash that had opened up, so quick to turn to violence. Like father like son, I guess. He spat in victory. Shut your mouth. Usopp roared, I'm proud that my father is a pirate. You're right that I like to lie, but I'll never lie about that. I don't have to pretend that I'm not. I'm the son of a pirate. Plahater sneered, don't twist the truth. You have the blood of a savage in you, and that's why you're so quick to turn to violence, and that's why you like to lie. He spat a bit of blood out of his mouth, you're only here because you want to take the mistress's money. Usopp growled at him, the fact that your father is a pirate is more than enough reason to kick you out of here. Usopp grabbed his lapel and drew back for yet another punch, but a tearful Kaya had enough. Usopp. Please stop. Tears were leaking down her face, please no more. Clahitter isn't a bad man. He just cares too much. That's why he's a little extreme. Usopp growled but let go of Clahitter with a little shove. The man smirked and fixed himself up as best he could, get the hell out of here. He fixed his glasses last, savages like you are not allowed here. I let you off this time, but never come back. Kaya was distraught. These were her friends. I did not give that order. She said quietly, tearfully, but Clahitter's eye widened. Clahitter, we will be talking about your behavior here. She turned to Usopp. Usopp please. But Usopp's rage was too high right now. He had already walked off, stewing. Clahitter smirked in victory, unseen to Kaya, all of you. Leave with him. Now. Luffy was about as angry as Usopp was, and they all glared at him in unison. Luffy let go of some of the shackles on his power as he tried to stare a hole into the man. It was difficult trying to keep the heat from his powers leaking where he didn't want it, so Nami and Zoro had to take a step back. Kaya never felt a thing with Luffy being at least a little successful with this attempt at manipulating the sun within him, but Clahitter instantly broke out into a savage sweat as the full wrath of his heat fell upon him. The well-dressed man unconsciously took a fearful step back. How could he be feeling such an utter chill down his spine when it was so hot? Why was it so hot? Luffy cut his gaze and turned to Kaya. It was nice meeting you, Kaya. He said clearly with a small smile. With that, he turned and grabbed the three kids. Zoro turned and followed without another word. Nami gave the man one last glare before smiling up at the young girl. With a nod of her head, she was gone too. Outside the compound, Zoro decided to speak up. Did either of you notice? Luffy nodded, still too angry to speak. To both of their surprise, Nami spoke up. I did as well. They both turned to her with wide eyes. She pouted, before smirking a little. I guess your training has been good for me. I might not have noticed 2 weeks ago. But she went serious, that man. He's had some training. Zoro concluded. And no servant would ever so blatantly embarrass his mistress the way he did. Nami chimed in. No way in hell. Even a kinder aristocrat would have had his tie for that, and a rich ass would have had him on the street the next hour. That guy is no Butler. Keep an eye out. Luffy chuckled. I'm going to go find Usopp. Kaya-sama. Lunch is ready. May I come in? I don't want it. Go away. She had been sobbing into her pillow for hours, but her eyes were dry now. I don't want to eat. It doesn't taste good. The chef will be sad to hear that. Clahitter ignored her and came in anyway. He worked so hard on making sure everything is beneficial to your health. He pushed the small cart and tray into the room and left it near Kaya's usual chair. He made to leave, but she didn't allow it. Unbeknownst even to her, Luffy's words had struck home. Kaya had been more lively and cheerful than she had been in ages until Clahitter had ruined everything. Unconsciously, it emboldened her a small bit. I believe I told you we would be speaking. Clahitter stiffened a tad, surprised at her boldness. Why did you have to speak to them like that? She sighed. I'm sorry I kept it from you. Speaking to Usopp the way I did was my fault, but I did not appreciate you chasing him away. Nor did I appreciate you interrupting my talk with Luffy-san and his crew. He looked at her shrewdly, though his face was a mask of calmness. What in the world could have heartened her like this? May I sit? Please. She waved her hand at the bed, which had more than enough room on it for that. I've been in this house for 3 years. He said while looking up at the ceiling. I can never forget what happened that day. The kindness that your father showed me. I had been working on a ship and was fired for a small insignificant mistake. He took me in, helped me get back on my feet. He turned to her. Had your father not done that, I would certainly have died. He and your mother were my saviors, and you are their daughter. He looked down. I know that interfering with your friendships is none of this lowly servant's business, but that Usopp character is really not trusted at all. I fear for you. He yelled. If anything happened to you under my watch, I would feel as if I betrayed your parents myself. Kaya sighed. I know. She smiled lightly. Don't think I'm not thankful to you, Clahitter. But you went too far. He sighed in return. I know I was a little rough. Do you hate me for it? She shook her head. No. You just entirely misunderstand Usopp. He's not a bad person. Doesn't matter. And selective deafness kicked in. She growled. Grr, why will you not listen to my explanation? Bad news. Onion came screaming towards the other 2 kids in his group, as well as Nami and Zoro. Weird guy. He panted, backwards. He clenched his knees. There's a weird guy walking backwards. Liar. The 2 kids told him. It's true. Look. And wouldn't you know it, there was a man dressed in a blue trench coat, pants, and a wide-brimmed pointed hat moonwalking towards them. Hey. Who said I'm a weird guy? He finally finished shuffling past them so they could see his face. He was wearing a set of red-lensed heart-shaped glasses and he had a strange striped thing growing out of his chin. I'm not weird. Yes, you are. Nami deadpanned, cringing away slightly. Any way I look at you, you look weird. Shut up. He yelled, I'm just a passing hypnotist. The kids immediately grew excited and started asking him to show them tricks, idiots. You don't have any idea of what a hypnotist is. I can't just show you my skills. He took out a pendulum, so look at this. When I say, 1, 2, Django you will all fall asleep. You're showing them anyway. Zoro smirked in amusement. 1, 2, Django. And with that, all 4 of the idiots were asleep. What the hell is he doing? Zoro and Nami sighed. They were definitely not impressed. Yo. Luffy clapped a hand onto Usopp's shoulder, scaring the life out of the boy who thought he was alone. Can't you be more normal? Usopp roared. Luffy was hanging from a tree branch upside down in front of him. Shishishi. Luffy laughed as he let go of the branch and spun so that he landed cleanly beside Usopp. They sat in silence for a moment before Usopp spoke up. Is my dad really that amazing? He asked timidly. Of course, he is. Luffy looked and sounded affronted. I wouldn't lie about something like that. He chuckled. I once saw him shoot the wings off a fly from across town after bouncing it off 3 metal plates and 3 corners. Usopp's jaw dropped straight off of his skull. He never shut up about you either. I probably knew more about you than I did about him during the year they stayed. Shishishi. He grinned wide with his eyes closed. Usopp was practically crying, thanks Luffy. Luffy merely clapped his shoulder again. To tell you the truth, I am and always will be proud of him, even if he left me for the sea. But that bastard Clahater. He looked down on my pride. I know. Luffy huffed, that guy was a jerk. I wanted to pound him into the ground, but you got to do it instead. He turned to the dark-skinned boy, you going to give up on seeing Kaya? She looked incredibly sad when you left without a word. Of course, he wouldn't. He could never stay away from her. Dunno. He said callously, maybe if that jackass apologizes and begs for me to come back, I will. Luffy smirked. They both knew that was a lie. Well, looks like you'll get your chance. Usopp's eyes popped out. Why is he here? The darker young man whisper screamed. Luffy and Usopp were up on the cliffs, looking down at the beachhead below. Clahater had shown up, as had a really strange-looking guy with heart-shaped sunglasses. They quieted down to listen. Django. Clahater sounded irritated, didn't I tell you not to draw attention to yourself? Why did you fall asleep in the middle of the street? Django sounded indignant, how could I attract attention? It's not like I look weird or anything. Clahater did not look impressed. Anyway. Are you prepared? Why of course. Django said, everything is ready for Operation Assassinate the Ojisama. We can begin at any time. Up on the cliffs Usopp's eyes popped out in horror, well Luffy merely had confirmation that there was an ass on this island that needed a good kicking. Assassinate is such an ugly word. Clahater complained. Ah, right. Django snapped his fingers, accident then. The Ojisama's accident. Isn't that right, Captain Kuro? Kuro's teeth ground inside his jaw, Captain Kuro. I believe I told you never to call me that again. I gave up that name 3 years ago. You are the captain now. Up on the bluffs, Usopp was working himself into a panic. Captain Kuro. Kuro of 1,000 plans. The Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates. That Kuro but he had been executed 3 years ago. When Clahater had shown up. I still remember that day. Django commented idly, it shocked me to the core, it did. You told us you were going to quit piracy and made me captain. He walked away, both arms wide with his thumbs pointing down. Everyone thinks Captain Kuro was executed by the Marines, but you've really been hiding out in this quaint little village. He sat on a rock, you told us to come here in 3 years' time. He grinned, when I worked under you in the past, there were a lot of benefits. I get a good share right? Of course. Kuro commented, if you succeed, you'll get an excellent reward. Good. Django said, you can leave the girl to me. At dawn, we'll charge in and destroy the town and kill the girl. Easy as that, and you'll be able to claim the inheritance. Killing her is not enough. Kuro said sharply, I sometimes wonder if your mother gave you a brain. He sounded extremely annoyed, I'm not of her blood. I cannot claim an inheritance like that. Not only must it look like an accident, but there is an extremely important step you must not forget. I have spent 3 years here building a reputation and gaining the trust of the people. Before you kill her, you need to hypnotize her. Hypnotize her and force her to write my name on a will, leaving everything to me. He grinned evilly, that way I can claim her fortune. As soon as she writes that will, no one will suspect me. Django scoffed, just for this you became a butler for 3 years. I would have just robbed her. And that's why I was the captain, you bloody idiot. Kuro spat, if I had done that, I would still be an outlaw with the Marines chasing me. Like this, I can get all of her fortune and not have those idiots of justice bothering me. He smirked and tapped his head, using my head as a much better way to settle things. Django chuckled, whatever. Just send the signal and we'll be here. We've been anchored nearby for nearly a week. I can hardly hold them back. Man, that's a crappy plan you have. The plan wasn't the only crappy thing about the situation, the dumbfounded and horrified Usopp mused as Luffy stood up and declared his presence to the two evil men below. Both of the men snapped to attention, you. Kuro's eyes narrowed, and how is my plan crappy, His eyes narrowed, and Usopp cun as well. Luffy smirked and crossed his arms, see, your whole crappy plan relies on getting through me. How troublesome. Django commented and took a pendulum out of his pocket, why don't you stare at this for me? On 1, 2, Django you will fall asleep. Luffy stared at it in curiosity, 1, 2, Django. And Luffy was out like a light, zzzzzzz a snot bubble inflated in front of his nose and he keeled forward. Off he went, right down the side of the cliff. He crashed down behind some rocks. Instantly upon impact, his body reacted to the slight stirrings of pain and transformed into plasma. His superheated body started boring a hole straight into the sand, melting it into glass. Because of the boulders that were randomly placed about, the two men didn't notice that Luffy definitely wasn't dead. Django fell asleep too, as Kuro caught him, still have that stupid habit huh? He deadpanned as he shook his former first mate awake. Usopp stared in shock as Luffy fell, but snapped his eyes away before the impact and screamed at the two men, you killed him. Django slapped himself, damn that was a mistake. I didn't mean to kill the dumb brat. He turned to Kuro, what about that one? Kuro smirked, don't worry about it. Even if he screams our plan to the town at the top of his lungs, not a single person would believe him. Usopp grit his teeth, I hate you. He roared before turning tail and running the other way. As he passed the rest of Luffy's crew and his own, he knew what he had to do. He ran past them without a word and into the town proper, pirates. He yelled at the top of his lungs, pirates are going to attack tomorrow. As he ran, he continued shouting. But no one so much as opened a door to yell at him, no he sounded horrified, no, no. Please. Everyone. Pirates are going to attack tomorrow. I swear I'm telling the truth this time. Finally, a door opened and an older lady came out. He turned to warn her in excitement, except he never got the chance. A cast iron pan smacked into his face and squished his long nose flat, shut up you nuisance. Why can't you be an honest man like Clahatter? Leave us alone. More and more of the angry villagers came out, wielding mops and brooms as weapons. We'll teach you this time. The sobbing Usopp could only turn tail and run, fleeing from the furious people. He still held on to hope though, racing towards Kaya's mansion. He easily squeezed in through his usual entrance and hastily chucked a pebble at Kaya's window, Kaya. He screamed, getting the girl to open the windows with a bubbly, ecstatic smile on her face. Usopp. You came back. She beamed before noticing his exhausted fidgety state, Usopp, what's wrong? She asked in worry. Kaya, you're in grave danger. He got out hoarsely through his gasping, I was down at the cliffs when I saw Clahatter meeting with this strange guy. They were planning on killing you for your money. She gaped like a goldfish, mouth opening and closing, before tears started prickling in her eyes, Usopp. She admonished angrily, I know what Clahatter said must have hurt, but that's no reason to try to defame his character. Leave now. I'm not lying. Usopp gasped, tears of his own in his eyes, I swear it. I heard the other guy calling him Captain Kuro, who was a notorious pirate who got executed 3 years ago. It was around that time when Clahatter showed up. Her tears started spilling out, I've always played along with your stories, but this is too much. I misjudged you. Kaya. He leapt up to the window with strength he didn't know he had, Kaya, I know I've come up here to tell lies before, but they were just stories. I wouldn't lie about something like this. Not to you he whispered the last to himself, but she heard it anyway. A shocked flush rose up in her cheeks, Usopp. He held out a hand, please. Come with me. We need to get out of here. She hesitantly raised a hand before jerking it back, no. She shook her head, her tear droplets flying from her face, leave now. I can't believe you would do this. You're a horrible person. She sobbed, her face scrunched up in pain. Usopp growled before reaching out and grabbing her arm, you'll hate me, but at least you'll be safe. He tried pulling her towards him and she slapped him in her anguish. Even as he jerked back, a new person came into the situation. Bang. Usopp let out a shocked gasp as blood flew from his shoulder. He fell back and toppled out the window. Usopp. A horrified Kaya screamed as Mary, another of her guards, appeared underneath her window holding a pistol that he was aiming at the downed boy, no. Don't hurt him, Mary. The defeated, sobbing Usopp could only turn and run, disappearing from the estate and leaving a weeping, overwhelmed girl behind. Usopp. What happened to you? Nami gasped as Usopp showed up, clutching at his arm. She immediately set about trying to dress his wound, where's Luffy? Luckily, the kids were no longer around. They had all ran off somewhere. Usopp choked back a sob as she finished tying up a bandage. Luffy's dead. Ow. He yelped as Nami nearly crushed his arm as she reflexively clenched her fists. Her eyes were shadowed. What was that? She asked dangerously. Zoro behind her was stone-faced. Usopp wrenched his good arm out of her grasp. I'm sorry, he choked out, we were near the cliffs. That bastard Clahitter showed up to meet with this weird guy in a purple jacket. He revealed that he was actually Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates and that his crew was going to attack the village tomorrow. When Luffy confronted him, the weird guy killed him. Nami's teeth ground in her mouth and tears prickled in her eyes. Before she could get another word in, Zoro spoke up with an unnerving stare at Usopp. What happened exactly? Usopp's teeth chattered at the sheer feeling of death radiating from the green-haired man. The purple guy pulled out a pendulum. He hypnotized Luffy asleep and he fell off the cliff right onto his head. There's no way he lived. Nami grabbed him by his collar. Take us there. Now. The terrified Usopp could only nod and lead them away. Down there. Usopp yelled as he raced away. He fell right. What is that giant hole? Zoro leapt past him right off the cliffside to the ground below. Nami followed with only a moment's hesitation. While doing so, she futilely attempted a geppo without any knowledge of how to perform it, to no real success. She landed a little roughly and winced. She got on her hands and knees and peered down into the hole. It literally looked like someone had melted a vertical cave into the ground. Usopp had finally managed to climb down when they heard it. Zzzzzzz. Both of the Straw Hats' faces were shadowed and dead-looking as they listened to the sound. He's alive. Usopp shouted in utter disbelief, tongue long and waving in front of him. Nami growled, Luffy. She screamed. A small pop was heard and then some mumbling, get up here. They heard some scrambling, what am I doing in a hole? The sound blasted out of the hole, followed moments later by Luffy who landed next to them. Hey. When did Nami and Zoro get here? Nami was wearing a slasher smile and it almost looked as if her eyes were blood red. Luffy, he turned to her, only to meet her fist once more. You idiot. Ow. His head bounced off the sand. What was that for? He yelled in irritation. She leaned down and grabbed him by nose, squeezing down, by boss. He squeaked. You listen to me, mister. She said angrily, I'm not going to let first pirate I've ever liked get himself killed because he was stupid. You let yourself get hypnotized and almost broke your full neck when you fell off the cliff. He stared at her wide-eyed. If you ever see someone doing something like that idiot hypnotist did, you look away or the next time I see you, I'll take away what makes you a man. Luffy squeaked in terror and crossed his arms in front of his crotch. Not my Kintama. Got it? Nami roared, giving his conch one last squeeze. Yes, ma'am. Luffy said meekly, angry Nami is scary, he mumbled to himself. She smirked lightly, before collapsing next to him and snuggling up like usual. I like happy Nami better. She smirked broadly this time as he started massaging her shoulders. She didn't even blush this time when Zoro gave her the look. Usopp couldn't help himself. He raised a hand and asked meekly, are you guys sure she's not the real captain? He cringed away when Luffy gave him a scary look that far surpassed Nami's own. Got it. You're the captain. And Luffy was back to all smiles. Anyway. Zoro sat with the other two, pulling down Usopp so he would do the same. What are we going to do about Kuro? Captain. The three kids had shown up, making Usopp's eyes bug out in panic. We heard everything, Captain. What are we going to do about the pirates? We have to warn everyone. Warn. Usopp guffawed and broke out into laughter. Wahaha. Did you guys really fall for that? It was all a lie. He proclaimed, I was just getting my revenge, making up stories like usual. The kids all looked incredibly disappointed. That's not honorable, Captain. We misjudged you. They all turned away angrily and walked off without another word. Usopp crumbled to the ground and simply stared down, because I lie a lot, no one believed me. Zoro stared him down, that's what you get when you lie all the time. Usopp flinched, even I've read The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Still, pirates are going to attack tomorrow regardless of whether the town believes you. He smirked and looked him in the eyes, so, what are you going to do, Honorable Usopp? He growled and stood up, even though I was shot, even though no one believed me, I will protect this village. He probably would have looked more convincing if he wasn't shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. In order to protect my village, this situation must become one of my lies. I can't let anyone get hurt. Zoro grinned, so, you are a pretty good guy, huh? Luffy smirked and punched his fists together. We'll just have to give you a hand then, won't we? As long as you remember that all of their treasure is mine. Nami stuck her tongue out playfully. He blinked owlishly, why would you guys fight with me? You're outnumbered. Luffy deadpanned before snickering at Zoro's words. You have the words I'm scared all over your face. Zoro grinned, but you're going to fight anyway. Idiots. He screamed at them, scared. Why would I be scared? I have the blood of a courageous warrior running in me. I'm Captain Usopp. They can't compete with me. It would have sounded pretty good if his knees weren't chattering together. They all smirked as he punched his own legs. Okay. So maybe I'm scared. It's Captain Kuro's men. He was known as a ruthless, notorious pirate. I don't need your sympathy. We're not giving you any. We're commending your courage. Zoro said. You guys. Usopp began tearing up. I'm so touched he shook himself. Anyway. He led them to a big slope. This slope is the only way into the village. They'll have to come here to get into the town. The rest is just cliffs, so as long as we guard this one place, everything should be fine. Luffy grinned and punched his fists together. Easy. Not as easy as you think. Usopp countered. Anyway, what are you guys good at? Cutting. Zoro said. Vaporizing. Luffy smirked while pulling his hat over his eyes. Stealing. Nami chuckled. Usopp grinned and proclaimed his own strength. Hiding. You're fighting too. The three Strawats all had shark teeth and wide eyes as they screamed at the coward. See? This is the best way to fight them. The quartet had sprayed a massive amount of oil onto the slope. There was no way any of the pirates were going to be getting up it, especially not with Usopp ready to snipe any of them who came close. Nami giggled, just don't fall down there yourself, or you're screwed. Luffy chuckled beside her. He had his foot in the oil himself and was sliding it around. It's dawn. Zoro said, drawing their attention as they looked out onto the horizon. Suddenly, Nami stiffened. Her ears quirked on. She bit her lip before turning to Usopp with an angry face. Oh Usopp, she sang, those Kuro pirates are supposed to be attacking this bluff, right? She asked sweetly. Usopp blinked owlishly. They met here and this is the entrance. It has to be here, right? She screeched, you idiot. You can't assume things like that. I can hear voices on the north side. The north? Usopp gasped and jumped to his feet, holding his head with his hands. Oh no. He screeched, his eyes popping out. There's another port that hasn't been used in a decade over there. You idiot. Luffy yelled and shot off like a rocket, disappearing in a blur of speed to where he though north was. It wasn't. Oh no. Nami shrieked in horror, our boat is over there. My treasure. She gasped, crap. Nami? What are you doing? Zoro yelled in shock as the girl slipped and started sliding down the slope. Help. She yelled, I slipped. She caught onto Zoro's shirt and started pulling him along. Let go you idiot. He roared back at her as he tried to keep from being toppled over. But she had gotten a grip and was able to pull herself up. She jumped over him even as Zoro slid all the way down. Sorry Zoro. She yelled back as she charged up a slope, my treasure is in danger. You damn witch. He roared at her retreating back, I'll kill her. He growled out as he pulled out his two crappier katana and started trying to scale the slippery slope. On the other side of the island, the roaring, cheering pirates were charging up the beachhead like a massive landing force. They reached the slope and started making their way up when half a dozen of them were flung backwards at speed. What? They all yelled in shock. There's someone at the top. One of them roared angrily. I'm Captain Usopp. Usopp yelled, I've made preparations for you all. If you don't want to die, retreat at once. He had his goggles over his eyes and was inwardly shivering, where the hell is Luffy? Didn't he run off ahead of me? Dango stepped up, you're the one who overheard our plan. What do you want? I want you all out of here. Usopp proclaimed, retreat if you value your lives. If you don't my 100 million men will come and kill you all. What? 100 million. Django screeched in fear, retreat. We can't win. He's lying captain. A nameless pirate sweat dropped. Ah. They saw through it. Usopp panicked momentarily. Do you think we're 2-year-olds? Another commented in bemusement. You bastard. How dare you lie to me? Django seethed, trying to hide his embarrassed flush over having fallen for that stupid trick. 100 million men, there were barely that many people in the entire blue. Good news captain. Another fat pirate waddled up, that boat that was on the shore had a lot of treasure on board. There were at least 10 million beely there. What? 10 million? Django yelled happily. 10 million? Why would they have so much? Usopp wondered, before doing what he did best, all of that is my treasure. If you all leave, I'll give it to you. Idiot. Django chided, we're pirates. We'll simply take the treasure anyway. Usopp grit his teeth, now look at this ring. When I say, 1, 2, Django you will let us pass. 1, 2, Jang. Damn you Usopp. Nami roared angrily, smashing her staff harshly into the back of the liar's head, how dare you try to give away my treasure. She growled and pointed down at the pirates, you put all of that back where you found it, or I'll kill you. Ouch. Usopp cradled his dome with tears streaming down from his goggles, you hit me. She turned her angry shark teeth to him, you tried to give my treasure away. You're lucky I didn't break your nose. She rested the staff on her shoulder and looked away smugly, besides. I just saved you. That idiot down there is a hypnotist. I thought you already knew that. She sighed, where's Luffy? Wasn't he ahead of you? He just vanished. Usopp told her, I couldn't even see him move. That idiot. She mumbled, how could he go and get himself lost? Anyway. Usopp shook himself, go get them Nami. I'll cover you from up here. She growled, I'm not that good. Why should I go alone? Don't think that because I'm a man I'm any stronger than you. Look. I'm shaking in fear. The bewildered pirates watched as the two began bickering with growing sweat drops, they forgot about us. She huffed and steeled herself. Over the 3 days they had taken to sail to this island, she had gotten a lot more practice with Kami. Hopefully it would be enough. Destroy the village. The pirates roared eagerly, charge. And with that battle cry, they shot forward with weapons raised in sheer excitement. Usopp cringed back, but Nami had experience fighting mooks now. And there was no other description for these idiots except maybe cannon fodder. Usopp let out a shout of elation from behind her, oh, I have these Makabishi. Nami grinned and grabbed a few and threw them together with Usopp. The horrific screeches from the pirates was like music to their ears. As soon as they hit the spiked field they slowed and panicked. They hopped around, first trying to avoid them and then in pain as the metal pierced their thin sandals and into their feet. Blood squirted from the wounds, even as a few unfortunate ones lost their balance and fell over onto more of them. Fuck. One of them roared right before being hit square in the face by a speeding projectile and being flung backwards off the hill. How'd you like my Namari Bashi? Usopp crowed in victory at his defeat of the single pirate, here, have another one. More lead stars flew from his slingshot and beamed a couple more pirates directly between the eyes. Wow, you're a good shot. Nami said in surprise as she turned to him with a smile. Said surprise almost ended badly. Die. One of the pirates had somehow managed to escape their attention as well as their trap and had made it up the hill. He wielded a giant hammer and roared from behind her with it raised high. He brought it screaming down towards her head angrily. Kami-e. Nami squeaked as she danced around the massive hammerhead. A plume of smoke rose from the impact point and nearly blew her off her feet. She found her footing and swung her staff as hard as she could. She was rewarded with a loud crack and a thud as the pirate crashed to the ground and rolled back down the hill. She smirked and blew her bangs out of the way. She stepped forward into the next pirate's headlong charge and her staff snapped upwards. The tip caught the scumbag in the throat and almost knocked him out. She finished the job with a swing between his legs. But her continued successes had made her a bit cocky and she admired her work for a moment. Ow. She screamed in pain as she turned around and was forced to actually block a swipe of a pretty big sword with her staff. The impact knocked her off her feet and into the cliffside. Air left her lungs in a huff and she slumped down, biting her bottom lip and groaning in pain. At the same time, another of the pirates cracked Usopp over the head with a club, knocking him to the ground. Blood started leaking from the wound and began covering his face. Damn brats. One pirate seethed, furious that a couple of kids had gotten the drop on so many of them. Let's kill them slowly. Another grinned darkly, I think I'll play with her first though. Nami's skin began to crawl as all color left her face. You idiots. Her salvation came in the unlikely form of Django, we're already late you morons. Just go destroy the village. Did you forget Captain Kuro's plan? We can't fuck this up or else he'll kill you us all. Django was almost spitting in panic, do you get it, you morons? The pirates all stiffened before continuing their headlong charge up the slope to the village. No. Usopp moaned, grabbing one of their pant legs and holding on for dear life. How he was even awake was a miracle, you bastards. Don't attack the village. He somehow found the strength to haul himself up the pirate's clothes and grab onto his shirt. Get off. The pirate roared and backhanded Usopp to the floor. Stop it. Don't attack the village. Please. I beg you. Giant tears were streaming down Usopp's face. Nami and Usopp gasped in shock as every single pirate that had made it up the slope was blasted back down, roaring in agony this time. Nami grinned in relief, wiping a bit of blood from her lip, what took you guys so long? What's going on, Captain Django? The moaning pirates struggled to their feet, no one told us monsters like these were inside this village. What took us so long? A furious-looking Zoro was grinding his teeth together, maybe we would have been here sooner if you didn't pull me down the cliff. Usopp you idiot. Luffy was growling in anger, you didn't even tell me which way was north. Nami scoffed, I couldn't help it. Better one of us fall than both of us. Then you should have fallen. Zoro growled back. It's your fault for taking off without asking. Usopp yelled back at Luffy. Oi, oi. Don't tell me you idiots fell down after one blow. Django sneered at his crewmates, we don't have time for this. He yelled, slipping his pendulum out of his pocket, since our opponents are strong, we must be stronger. Look into my pendulum. When I say 1, 2, Django your wounds will disappear and you will become stronger. Luffy turned away, remembering the re-aiming Nami gave him after the last time he stared at that stupid ring. 1, 2, Django. That'll never work. Nami rolled her eyes. The pirates all sprang to their feet, roaring out in excitement, their eyes vein pits of white. What the hell? She gasped, there's no way that actually worked. They were shaking a minute ago. One roaring pirate slammed his sword's pommel into the cliffside and it just completely shattered and crumbled, burying the idiot. How did they gain that much strength? He crushed the wall. Zoro looked pretty surprised. Nami was pale, but she snickered, well, good to see they're still idiots at least. She accepted a hand up from Luffy and climbed to her feet. She scowled as she rubbed her sore shoulders, I got cocky. Then learn from it, which? Zoro said, shooting her a glare which was happily returned. Luffy grinned and stepped forwards, alright you three, watch my legs as closely as you can. The pirates had enough of standing there and had begun charging straight up the hill towards the teens. Your legs? Usopp asked in confusion, though he did as he was told regardless. Luffy grinned widely, Zoro. He vanished in a blur before dozens of clones seemingly appeared in front of each pirate. Bones broke and blood and teeth flew from heavy kicks and devastating punches. Not a single one of the screaming mass of idiots was left standing. Several got blown back straight into the cliffs, causing plumes of grit to billow out as rocks crumbled and crushed them. One unlucky bastard struck the bottom of the cat-themed figurehead and went straight through it, destroying the ship's prow and then punching straight through the deck. He quickly flew past the horizon and out of sight. The now broken figurehead crashed to the sand. Luffy reappeared exactly where he had been standing, with a few black cats left nearby crushed to the floor, their hypnosis dispelled, shishishi. Nami had her eyes closed with a chagrined look on her face, I didn't see a thing. If anything, that only made him laugh harder. Zoro shook his head, I could only catch a blur. No details. Sorry Luffy. I saw it. Usopp declared. Liar. All three of them chuckled at the sniper. No, I'm serious. I didn't see anything after, but on that first move you kicked the ground dozens of times. I couldn't even count them. Luffy's eyes sprang open and he whirled around, holy crap. You weren't kidding. He asked Usopp in astonishment. Usopp grinned and crossed his arms, never underestimate Captain Usopp's eyes. He said proudly. Zoro and Nami's faces were burning in embarrassment. Shishi. Luffy laughed, good job Usopp. I want you as my sniper. Usopp's face lit up, but Luffy didn't let him get another word in, Usopp's right. Zoro is about kicking the ground as many times as you can in the blink of an eye. Is that so? Zoro grinned, that sounds a little too easy. Speak for yourself. Usopp shouted as he pushed himself off the ground. He had given it a try and had only succeeded in tripping over his own feet and squishing his nose when he landed in the dirt. Picking the ground huh? Nami mused, well, I can certainly see how that would give you explosive speed. She steeled herself and managed 6 kicks in the time it took Usopp to blink. Her form blurred forward, though she didn't disappear, before falling to her knees and screaming, fuck. She clutched her thigh in pain, holy crap, that's murder on your legs. She stood up, though she was noticeably shaky. Zoro snorted as Luffy put an arm around her and helped her stay standing, then get stronger legs, which? Fuck you too, Zoro. She screamed, her face looking demonic momentarily. She massaged the feeling back into her right leg before giving a quick smile to Luffy and standing on her own. Hey Bucci. A faint voice sounded from the destroyed ship, come look. Our ship's head is gone. What? Wrecked, how did that happen? Another voice screamed back. Django's face lit up as a bead of sweat dripped down his face, perfect. He grinned maliciously, we still have those too. I had forgotten. Come down, Nyanban brothers. All 4 teenagers stared at the newcomers with their eyes twitching horrifically. One of the two was an overweight man with a golden bell attached to his throat. He had 2 pointy teeth spread apart, a black hat shaped like a cat's ears, and a F Luffy cape with alternating purple hues. The other was a skinny man with curly green hair, a hunchback, and cat ears sticking out of his hair. Additionally, his shorts rode so high you could see practically all of his pale, stick-like thighs. Was the general reaction of the Strawats and Usopp. Bucci, sham. Django yelled, we couldn't get past the slope because these guys are blocking the way. Now go destroy them. He ordered happily. With this, they would definitely succeed. The two seized up, heckles raised, what? Bucci, how can we can't beat these guys. Yeah. Bucci stammered, they look really strong. The defenders sweat dropped, looking at the cowards shying away from them. We're just the ship's guards. We don't fight like this. Sham had his hands raised apologetically. Bucci raised his own hands, yeah, we don't want to participate in these kinds of battles. We don't have time for this you morons. Go now. Django roared furiously. Ah. Sham posed weirdly, why me? He sobbed before timidly running forward. Prepare to die, my claws are really sharp. Zoro had to hold back the urge to faceap him. You sure you want to do that? I won't hold back if you don't run. Sham had gotten close to Zoro, who only had one of his swords out. A grin appeared on his face, and a gleam shone in his eye. Zoro's eyes widened. What? He grunted as the formerly timid cat surged forward and tried to claw him. He ground his teeth. Bastard. Sham grinned. What, you thought I was just a coward? Of course. You wouldn't have let your guard down if I hadn't faked it. Zoro, your katana. Nami screamed at the green-haired man. Zoro growled as he patted himself down and noticed both of his other two swords gone. Sham was smirking in victory. Oh, are you missing something? I'm afraid I don't know where they went. Zoro wasn't glaring daggers at him, but at Wado Ichimonji which was on the bastard's back. His precious katana had been soiled by this clown's touch. You may have a few skills, but you underestimated Sham of the Nyanban brothers. Zoro growled angrily. My katana. He said dangerously, I'll give you one chance to give them back. Sham cackled, give them back. Why? I'm practically doing you a favor. He grinned, his arms turned upward in a careless shrug, you've already got that one you know. These other two will just get in the way. He grabbed the two while licking his lips, so before our battle starts, he tossed both katana carelessly down the slope. I'll just get rid of these. Zoro's face looked like it was cut from marble. He blurred and vanished, and a massive slice appeared in Sham's midsection. Don't disrespect another's katana. He roared as he passed him. He ran forward, tunnel visioning on Wado specifically. How could he treat my GRK? He gasped as he tripped, falling forward as claws appeared on his sword hand and a weight slammed into his back. You thought you cut me? Sham crowed with a vicious grin, too bad I'm really thin. The rest of his shirt had been ripped off from where Zoro had cut him, and it revealed that his waist was actually thin to the point that it would have looked sickly if he didn't actually have some muscle. It still looked really strange. Zoro had completely missed, since his seemingly normal-sized shirt was practically a drape on Sham's body. Your turn, Buchi. The fat man grinned and flexed his own claws. You've got it, Sham. He ran forward and jumped, cat the Finjata. Just as his dropkick stomp was nearing Zoro's head, Nami appeared in front of him. She had a look of pain on her face from her attempted soru, but she soldiered through it. Her staff caught Buchi right in the eye, sending the man howling to the floor in agony. My eye. He roared, blood leaking from between his fingers as he rolled on the floor. Buchi. Sham screamed in shock as his brother was gravely injured right in front of him. Even if that hadn't distracted him, Zoro would have been able to throw him off. He was just too strong for Sham to keep a grip even in the kind of position he had him in. As it was, Zoro not only reversed the hold but slammed Sham into the ground so hard the rock cratered. He raised his katana again, an enraged look in his eyes. Sham tried to move and managed to minimize the damage but still had a large gash open up on his chest, the result being a yowl of pain. Nami crashed to the ground and tumbled a few times. She definitely wasn't used to moving at even remotely those kinds of speeds, nor was she used to fighting in the air. She let out a pained grimace as she clutched her left thigh, but her right hand was firmly grasped around Wado. Django raced to her, his pendulum which was actually a chakram ready to slice into her. Luffy's handle annihilating his glasses and most of his face quickly disabused him of that notion. Django sailed backwards and crashed into his ship, punching another hole straight into it. Thanks, Luffy. Nami panted and moaned in pain, but she had a pleased look on her face as she threw Zoro both of his swords. Hey. Don't throw my treasures. Zoro yelled at her. Beesh, touchy. Nami stuck her tongue out at him, where's my thanks? Zoro grinned as he put his katana back into their proper places. Yeah, thanks. That was a good job, which? What is going on here? An enraged voice sounded from the cliffs. Kuro had arrived, face still bandaged from Usopp's punch, and he was almost literally steaming in rage. It's been more than an hour since dawn. Are you telling me you couldn't handle a bunch of kids, Django? Kuro roared so loudly that he could feel his throat begin to ache. No doubt he'd be losing his voice, regardless of the outcome today. Django didn't respond. His legs were dangling from the hole in the ship he lay in, and he was out cold. Kuro must have come to that realization because his face got even darker. It appears that the Black Cat pirates have only gotten weaker in my absence. You useless peons. His glasses flashed as he adjusted them once more. Weak, Sham hissed in agony, these guys are really strong. The only weak one here is you. You've been pampering yourself here in peace while we've been fighting. You've lost your touch. Usopp looked on in shock, internal conflict. Buchi was still clutching his bleeding eye. Don't look down on us, Captain Kuro. Kuro scoffed, you've failed. And you all know what I do to people who fail me. Kuro adjusted his glasses, weak. How about I kill you for failing me to prove you wrong? You've been inactive for 3 years. Don't think you can beat the Nyanban brothers. They both charged, you're no longer our captain. Instead of being killed by you, we may as well kill you first. They slashed at Kuro, only for his empty bag to be diced into confetti. "Who did you say you were going to kill?" Kuro's voice sounded from behind them. "Behind?" Sham yelled, only to be cut down with his brother. Blood spurted from both of their backs as Kuro gouged them from behind. He was wearing a set of gloves with long blades attached to his fingers. With Django out cold and maybe even dead from the look of him, Kuro's plan had failed for the first time and he was utterly furious. He couldn't leave a single person on this entire island alive if he wanted to keep his anonymity. Up on the cliffs, Kaya had burst from the trees just in time to see someone she had thought she knew kill two people in cold blood with her own eyes. Her eyes watered as she fell to her knees and choked back a sob. Usopp and Nami's eyes widened in shock while Luffy and Zoro looked on in anger. "Hey," Luffy said, catching Kuro's attention. He walked forward, his eyes shadowed by his straw hat. "What do you think you're doing?" Kuro looked at him like he was a bug. "What am I doing? I thought that was quite clear." Luffy continued walking. "Aren't they your crew? Your nakama?" Zoro and Nami felt a chill go down their spines. This quite clearly would not end well for Kuro. "Nakama?" Kuro scoffed. "Please, they're pawns at best. They should know better than to fail me." He pushed his glasses back into place, and with those ridiculous cat claws on his fingers, it immediately became obvious why he used his palm to adjust them. Even Kaya knew enough to realize that, and she knew practically nothing about fighting. "Plahater." Kaya found her courage and rose back to her feet. She needed to end this now, stop it right now. "Ah." Kuro looked at her. "Kyoji-sama. You shouldn't be out of bed." Kaya's face was scrunched up in sadness, and she glared at Kuro through her tears. "Mary told me everything." "I see." Kuro adjusted his glasses. With that information, there really was no need for him to pretend any longer. "Strange, I could have sworn I killed him." The words were like a punch to Kaya's gut even though she was expecting them. "I'm so sorry, Usopp." She fought to say through her sobs, "You tried to warn me." "Never mind that, Kaya." Usopp screamed at her, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to run?" "How can I run when you're here risking your life for us?" Her head dipped. "For me we treated you so badly." She bit her lip in anguish before turning to Kuro. "Clahater. You want my money, right? I'll let you have all of it. Just take it and go. Never come back." "Oh, but that was never possible, Kyoji-sama." Kuro adjusted his glasses. "What?" Kaya gasped, her eyes going wide. "It was not only your money I sought but the tranquility of my soul." His eyes were hidden by the glinting of his glasses. "What I sought was peace as well as riches." He smirked. "I've spent the past 3 years ingratiating myself to this village. With your death and with my name on your will, I stood to inherit it all, and I wouldn't have any of those justice idiots chasing me. They all think I'm dead, after all." He smirked as the flow of her tears increased and she clapped a hand to her mouth. "Run, Kaya." Usopp pulled himself to his feet only to be shocked at her next action. She pulled a pistol from her pocket and aimed it straight at Kuro. "Leave this village." Kuro's eyes glinted. "Oh, it appears you've grown stronger if you're pointing that at me." He smirked and adjusted his glasses. "A lot has happened in the past 3 years. I wonder if you still remember all the boat rides and shopping trips we've had together. Every time your illness showed itself, I took care of you." Her eyes looked even glassier than they had when she was sobbing. 3 years that I've suffered taking care of a naive little girl like you. Me. A former pirate captain, pretending to be kind for a waif like you to like me." Throughout his rant, Kaya regained the strength in her gaze and she did something she never thought she would ever do. Kaya pulled the trigger. Bang. Kuro had a comical look of shock on his face as he started falling, before disappearing. He appeared again in front of her, a small trail of blood leaking from his cheek where the bullet had grazed him. He had a look of utter rage on his face as he raised his claws high. "How dare you? I'll make sure you suffer before you die for that." Kaya backed away in panic as his hand swung downward. "Kaya." Usopp howled, his slingshot stretching to the maximum before flinging a lead ball straight at Kuro's face. The man was forced to abort his attack on Kaya to dodge the excellently aimed shot. It would have caught him in the throat if he hadn't. "Leave her alone." "Usopp-kun." Kuro said dangerously as he appeared in front of Usopp, one hand pointed at the teen ready to skewer him. "I still owe you for that punch. That hurt, you know. Then you're going to hate me." Luffy had taken just about all he was willing to take. Kuro's face exploded in agony as Luffy's fist burrowed itself into his injured cheek. Kuro shot backwards like a cannonball. He flew through the air before impacting the ground harshly. Cracks appeared in the rocks as his body impacted and then he started gouging a trail through the sand as he tumbled and rolled. He finally slid to a stop and, with shaking arms, struggled to raise himself up. Twice he fell, so punch-drunk that he may as well have gone through an entire bar's worth of alcohol. His vision was swimming, but he was able to make out one detail amidst the spinning and the quad vision he was experiencing. Luffy was stalking towards him with set shoulders. His fists were clenched tight by his side. Luffy's face was once again shadowed by his hat. Killing your own crew, playing with her feelings, running from the seer, just the kind of pirate that I hate. Luffy roared before another bone-breaking kick landed in Kuro's ribs. Usopp was wide-eyed. Even he hadn't been able to see him move. 1 second he had been a dozen feet away, and the next Luffy's foot had been buried in his nemesis. A chill ran down his spine as he realized Luffy had purposefully slowed down to see if any of his crew could see his movements. Kuro had crashed into a rock and almost shattered it from the latest punt to his side. He writhed on the ground, clenching the wound as he struggled to stand. Blood dribbled from his lips as he fought his way to his knees. Why are you fighting? You're a stranger here. Why are you getting involved? He got up with sagging shoulders, his coiffed appearance utterly destroyed. Luffy smirked, I just can't help it, you know. When I see an ass, well, I just have to kick it. Kuro growled, even as Luffy lost the smirk and grew serious. I have a friend here, and I'm not letting him die. Kuro guffawed and grimaced, a hand flying to his side from the pain the laugh caused. That's it. You have a friend. What an asinine reason. You're a fool. You're going to die here because you have a friend. Some of the black cats had woken up from their impromptu naps by now, and they began cheering their captain on, certain that he was unbeatable. But that only pissed Kuro off. Don't call me that name. He roared at them, finally losing his patience entirely. You all still don't understand, do you? The purpose of today was to destroy the name of Kuro forever. I'm sick and tired of making plans for you reckless morons. He adjusted his glasses, cracked as they were at this point. As my name became more and more notorious, the Marines and the bounty hunters kept coming after me. It was really becoming a nuisance. That was why I decided to kill myself. That's why I let that idiot Marine Morgan believe he had captured me. That almost made the three Strawats laugh. Of course, Morgan would turn out to be a fraud, if an unwitting one. What happened that night was essential to my plans. For me to acquire peace and wealth. Do you get it now, kid? I've spent 3 years of my life on this. I can't fail. Kuro vanished as Luffy stood there, arms crossed and head dipped. Kuro appeared in front of him, claws raised. Luffy didn't even twitch. Kuro sliced straight into Luffy, and still there was no reaction from the teen. Kuro sprang back, looking at his claws in shock. Or rather, what was left of his claws. They looked like they had been cut through, though a second glance showed signs of melting. The tips of the blades which hadn't passed through Luffy's body clattered to the floor. Plans. Luffy spoke, raising his head and seemingly glaring straight into Kuro's soul. My dreams are way bigger than your stupid plans. He vanished and burrowed his heel into Kuro's nose, completely shattering the man's glasses once and for all. Ah! Kuro fell down and rolled, springing back to his feet. But he was incredibly unnerved by the fact that his left claws were just gone. He just didn't understand what could have happened. His crew tried cheering him on once more. Captain Kuro. You still have one hand of your cat claws left. You can do it. Hey, don't call him that. Isn't his name in the village Clahaduda or something? Then we'll call him Clahasan. Go Clahasan. Kill him. Shut up. Kuro said quietly, his beady eyes staring straight at Luffy. His crew went quiet. After this is done, every single one of you will die. The eyes of everyone in the clearing widened in shock. Anyone who knows about me is a risk. I never intended to let you live from the beginning. He said cruelly. His uniform was scuffed and ripped. His glasses were askew on his face, not that it mattered with their shattered lenses. He was covered in dirt from his dress shoes to his hair. He looked the picture of a faux classy villain about to have a breakdown. Luffy started to chuckle and seemingly relaxed. You pirates sure are a bunch of losers. Losers? Kuro chortled, pirates are just a ragtag group of outcasts. They would never get anywhere without my plans. Luffy snorted, you're never going to get anywhere even with your plans, so you're not much better off than they are. That seemed to piss Kuro right off, a little idiot brat like you would never understand. He yelled furiously, in a pirate fleet, the crew members are just pawns for the captain to use as he pleases. No matter what wall is in front of them, they have to follow my orders. If that means sacrificing themselves or dying, then that's how it will be. That's the way of pirates. Luffy chuckled. It appeared as if his anger had left him. He looked amused. Even a useless captain like you couldn't even beat Usopp. He laughed harder at the indignant look of fury on Kuro's face. Kuro burst into laughter, that kid, a better pirate than me? Are you right in the head? His amusement trailed off as Luffy only laughed harder. A vein popped up on his forehead and the blood flow from the cut on his forehead increased. What the fuck are you laughing at? He roared, that brat better than me, don't get cocky just because you broke my claws, you little idiot. In what way am I inferior to him? He vanished and appeared behind Luffy, his remaining claw ready to dice him. Luffy whirled around with that huge grin on his face and backhanded Kuro a dozen meters back. It's the way you think. Luffy sniggered, you have no idea what a real pirate is. He walked forward lazily, and you're a coward too. I hate people like you. His gaze was still sharp as Kuro struggled to his feet despite his seeming amusement. The black cats were staring with dropped jaws. No way. He saw through the Nukia shy. The coward. Kuro hissed dangerously, I'll show you a coward. He was hunched over, his blade splayed out as he started swaying back and forth. I'll show you what a real pirate is. He hissed, one who's been on the brink of death and survived. The rest of the black cats seized up and drew back in terror. No, Captain. We're in your range. Don't do it. Shikushi. Kuro roared before vanishing once again. Nami, who was now on the broken deck of the Black Cat's pirate ship holding a light bag of treasure, stared as two of the enemy pirates split open in 4 different locations as Kuro passed by them. She had been using her excellent hearing to keep an eye on the battle, even as she collected the meager treasures of the enemies. Now, she watched and strained her eyes, trying to see Kuro. And much to her rather morbid mixture of pleasure and disgust, she succeeded. Kuro was nowhere near as fast as Luffy was, even when he was purposefully being slow. She could see a black blur attacking everything that it came close to. The idiot can't see anything. She snickered in dark amusement as she came to that realization. Zoro was having an even easier time than Nami was. The blur he saw was much more defined, and he could even see the blades. He drew his swords with a roar of Toragari. Blood flashed through the air as Kuro dropped to the ground and howled in agony. 2 deep slices had appeared on his chest and were gushing blood. He turned his fall into a roll and vanished once more. Another of his crew members was sliced open and his blood landed on Luffy's cheek. Luffy's face was as thunderous as the blackest clouds. What the hell do you think your crew is? He vanished and the next thing anyone else saw was his fist absolutely warping Kuro's face as if it was made of rubber. Luffy followed through with a hit and slammed Kuro into the ground head first. He lifted his fist from Kuro's face and drew back once more before unloading another devastating punch. The rock they were standing on cratered once, twice, before exploding upward in a plume of dirt. The enemy pirates watched anxiously as the dirt fell and waiting for the plume of smoke to dissipate. When it did, a furious-looking Luffy stood there over a defeated Kuro. No way. He beat the captain. The black cats cried half in elation and half in terror, who the hell are you? Luffy snorted as he walked back towards his crew, Usopp and Kaya. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and there's no way I'd lose to a coward who gave up his name and ran from the sea. He turned to face them, his devil fruit making his eyes burn golden. The only time a pirate should ever give up his name is when he dies. He put his hat back on his head and that massive grin split his face. You better remember that name. I'm the one who is going to become the Pirate King. The jaws of every enemy pirate there and Usopp and Kaya dropped to the floor. Nami came over with a smile and hugged his side. His arm wrapped around her waist. Nice job, Luffy. Shishishi. He laughed cheerfully before freezing and going blank-faced. Slowly, a wide grin split his face. Hey Nami. She backed up and looked at him curiously. What is it? None of us have a bounty yet, right? His grin was infectious as the light bulb pinged in Nami's mind. All 3 Straw Hats turned and looked at Kuro's body with vicious smirks on their faces. During the battle, the 3 little kids had shown up, armed and ready to fight. Instead, they watched in awe as Luffy effortlessly dispatched Kuro. Wow, so that's a real pirate. Their eyes were sparkling. Usopp, who was sitting by them with Kaya, began to sputter indignantly. Real pirate. Are you making fun of me? His eyes were bulging out and he had shark teeth. Kaya giggled. Usopp settled down and looked at the sky before chuckling. The blood on his face had dried by now, but he still looked a little scary to the innocent in the vicinity. Anyway, would you guys mind keeping this a secret? What? The 3 kids exploded, but Captain. But Usopp. Kaya looked shocked and she reached for his arm. We have to fix this misunderstanding. Mary shot you and the villagers beat you up. You could be this town's hero. Usopp shook his head with a sardonic grin. Nah, I'm the same liar that I've always been. He fell back and stared at the clouds. There's no way pirates would be interested in a quiet little town like this. We don't need to frighten any of them. He sat back up. It was just another lie. He grinned sheepishly. I won't force it on you guys, of course, but… No. Tamanegi yelled. If that's what's best for the village, then that's what's best for the village. Yeah. Ninjin yelled too, clutching his little fists together. We won't tell a soul. Hyman confirmed. Usopp. Kaya looked at him for a moment before smiling in resigned defeat. Okay, I won't say anything either. She got up. Luffy, Zoro, Nami. She called, wiping a little bit of sweat from her brow. You all are welcome to stay at the mansion for a little while. The 3 pirates looked surprised, so she put on her best sly grin. After all, we still have business to discuss, don't we? The 3 Straw Hats grinned in elation. Luffy made sure to grab Kuro and sling him over his shoulder after Nami had hogtied him so thoroughly that the madman wouldn't be able to twitch so much as a pinky. If he woke up, that is. The rest of the black cats grabbed a lifeboat and fled after a glare from Luffy and Zoro, leaving the defeated leaders of their crew behind. Usopp groaned as he woke up, feeling something on his face. He sat up and cracked his back before turning and staring at his visitor in surprise. "Kaya. What are you doing here?" He paused before stuttering, "And not that I don't like seeing you. And it is your house." He started blubbering, and the girl in question giggled behind her hand. "Oh Usopp," she smiled brilliantly at him, "how are you feeling? That cut looked really bad." Usopp puffed out his chest with a smirk full of bravado. "Oh, that was nothing. A small wound like that could never take down the mighty Captain Usopp." She giggled again, before staring at him with a sad smile. "You're leaving with them, aren't you?" Usopp's smile dropped and he stared at her in shock. For a moment at least. He looked down with a sad smile of his own. "You here to try to stop me?" Her hand came to rest on his own, and unknown to him, she was blushing as brightly as she was. "No." She said, "I even considered joining you." His face snapped up in shock, and her finger rested on his lips, silencing him. "Considered, and I'm sure Luffy wouldn't really mind." She sighed sadly, "But even though I shot Kuro, I still don't like violence." "Violence?" Usopp blinked, reluctantly somewhat relieved. "I thought that you would have been more worried about your health." Tears began streaming from her eyes. "It's been a few days," she whispered. "We were going through Kuro's things." She started to sob outright. With bravery he didn't know he had, Usopp scooped her into his arms and held her tightly. Her arms wrapped around his neck and he felt his shirt become wet with her tears. They stayed like that for a few minutes before she raised her head again. "We found that the spices he gave the cooks on their own, they were harmless, even tasty, but when he mixed them with the seasoning they turned into a weak poison." Usopp's heart was in his throat and the blood was pounding in his ear. He almost got up, furious enough to go rip Kuro apart with his bare hands, but she held him down, likely knowing what he was thinking. And Usopp would never harm her, even in a rage like this. "It was weak, all it really did was weaken our immune systems." She said, "It didn't outright harm us at all, but it left us feeling weak and depressed. Even before he showed up, I got sick off and no one suspected a thing." She sighed, her tears dried out. She had promised herself she wouldn't cry today, that she had cried herself out, but the thought of her parents dying to their illnesses. It was really too much, that bastard. Usopp growled hoarsely, "I'll kill him." She shook her head, "He's not worth dirtying your hands, Usopp. Promise me you'll leave it to the Marines, he'll see justice for what he did." Usopp wanted to lie, he really did, but he couldn't. "Okay." Her head dropped into his neck and she snuggled into him. "Even though I want to go with you, even though I want to sail again to be with friends, I would probably just drag you all down." A single tear fell from her eyes and landed on Usopp's hand. "I'll miss you so much." Usopp croaked. "I will too," she pulled back, a very much not Kaya smile on her face, "so I'll just have to make sure you never forget me and that you know you can always come back." Her head descended and Usopp's eyes went wide in shock. Her lips felt heavenly, Usopp decided, feeling almost as if he was drunk with elation. He kissed the beautiful blonde back and let himself fall back on the bed, dragging Kaya with him. "It's a caravel." Nami clapped her hands happily. Luffy had this silly look of excitement on his face with his mouth wide open and his eyes literally sparkling, while even Zoro was standing there and smirking appreciatively. Kaya stood next to them, her hands clasped in front of her with a happy smile on her face. Luffy grinned at Zoro, "Told you we'd get a huge ship." Zoro snorted in response. Mary stood there in front of the ship. He was a vaguely goat-like man with a bandage covering his forehead. "I've been waiting for you all." He said with a smile, "Thank you for all of your help." He gave them a quick bow before straightening. "She's a bit of an older style, but she still sails like a dream. I designed her myself." He said cheerfully, "She's called the Going Merry. The controls are in the back." "Can we really have this?" Luffy was looking at it in awe. "Of course." Kaya giggled, "I insist, actually." Mary had walked up to Luffy, "So you're the one who beat those black cats, I thought you'd be bigger." He chuckled at Luffy's utter indifference to anything but the ship for the moment. "Anyway, I will explain the steering system. First of all, in order to adjust the yards in relation to the crew garnet." Luffy was paying literally no attention whatsoever. Nami sweat dropped, "You better tell me instead, Mary. I'm the crew's navigator." She giggled at Luffy's childlike excitement as he jumped up to the ship's deck and sat on the sheep's head figurehead. Kaya yelled up at him, "I had it fully loaded. It's the least we could do for all your help." She accepted a hug from the hyperactive captain with a giggle after he jumped back down. "Ah." They all twitched and looked up at the hill, where Usopp was hauling a massive backpack. He probably fit his house in that thing. Well, it would be more accurate to say the bag was hauling him. "Someone stop me." He yelled hysterically as he rolled down the hill, getting burrowed into the dirt every time the bag rolled over him. "Usopp." Kaya squeaked in shock. "Hey, what's he doing?" Luffy asked in befuddlement. Zoro scratched his ear, "Well, whatever it is, we should probably stop him before he hits the ship." He got shoulder to shoulder with Luffy and they both stuck their feet out. Usopp rolled into their feet, face first. Only his nose escaped punishment, sticking out between the two shoes. Thanks. Usopp croaked before taking off his bag and getting back to his feet. He brushed himself off before looking at Kaya with a wide smile. "I'm leaving Kaya," he said somewhat quietly. She closed her eyes and smiled. "I know." She opened them and beamed at him. "You'll just have to make sure to have plenty of stories for me when you return." They stared at each other, trying not to tear up. Fuck it." Usopp mumbled before jumping forward and scooping Kaya into his arms for one last kiss, which she happily returned. Everyone else stared at the scene with dropped jaws. "Usopp. You cad. Unhand the Ojisama." Mary squeaked. "Giwaimrai." Kaya pulled back just long enough to mumble before returning to their kiss. Zoro and Luffy snickered, didn't think he had it in him. The green-haired man mumbled. Nami grabbed both of their ears and directed them to the going Mary. "Come on you two, leave the lovebirds alone." Her own face was a little red. Usopp finally pulled back and they shared one last bittersweet smile. "Get going, honorable Usopp." Kaya smiled bravely, trying to hold back tears. Usopp's own face mirrored hers. "I'll make sure to bring back a bunch of stories for next time." He turned away resolutely and marched away. He waved up at the three strawats as he started packing his things into his own little dinghy. "Well, have a safe voyage guys. I'm sure we'll meet again someday." "What are you talking about?" Luffy frowned at Usopp. "Sheesh, how cold. We're both going to be pirates, aren't we? We might meet again on the high seas." Zoro rolled his eyes. "Just get on already, you moron." "Huh?" Usopp stood there, wide-eyed for whatever reason. It left most of them feeling a little confused. How in the world did he not see that coming? "I told you I wanted you as my sniper, didn't I?" Luffy snickered as he stared down at the stunned Usopp. "You're already in a coma." Usopp stood there as shock before breaking out into a wide grin. I'm the captain." Usopp cried as he leapt forward, almost forgetting his huge bag. "Idiot. I'm the captain." On the going Mary, the three companions clinked their glasses together, commemorating both their new ship and their newest crew member. As the ship sailed away, Kaya looked on, both in happiness and in sadness. She had found friends of her own and was forced to give them up. It was such a bittersweet moment, but she would never regret it for a moment. She knew, it hurts to lie. She whispered, but Mary heard her all the same. Had they not kissed, he would have, though she was referring to Clahater. But after that scene, he knew better. "You didn't want him to leave, did you?" Her head dipped. "Either that or I wanted to sail with him." Mary sighed. "I heard a story about Usopp from the villagers." Her head turned to him in expectation. "He first started to lie when his mother became sick. He lost his mother right after his father left the village." He had a gentle smile of reminiscence on his face. "The pirates are coming." He told her, "Dad's coming to take us to sea as soon as you get better, Mom." A single tear had to be wiped away from her eye. She just laughed, even in the pain she was in. Told him that she knew he wasn't coming, that she was still proud of having married him, that she wished she could see Usopp when he became as brave as his father. Lie after lie, he told her, hoping that she wouldn't leave him as well, and later he continued to lie, hoping against hope that one day it would come true, that he would see his father's ship on the horizon. He turned to her. "He could never leave you alone after you lost your parents, for he had experienced the same loss." Kaya wiped her tears away and smiled at the horizon. "I'll have to get stronger so that one day when he comes back, I'll be able to leave with him." She got up with bravado all over her face. "I've decided, Mary." The wind blew and her hair floated gently in the breeze. "The next time I see Usopp, I'll be a doctor." She turned and walked away from the dock, going back to her home. He chuckled and followed. "An excellent choice, Ojisama." Up on the cliffs, three children watched as their best friend sailed away with tears dripping from their eyes. Watching him leave hurt, and they knew they would need something to remember him by. They steeled themselves and set off running back towards the village. "Pirates are coming. Pirates are coming." Night had now fallen and Nami was laying down in her new bed. She should have been happy, relaxed. She should have been luxuriating in something this comfy, in the fact that she now had a shower and bath whenever she wanted. She should have been happy. But she wasn't. The lingering soreness in her back and in her legs reminded her of her semi-defeat by scumbags who she had no business losing to. And her blood was pounding in her ears as she heard the laugh. "Shahahaha." She clenched her fists and bit her lip as she began to tremble in rage. "Shahahaha." She had a great crew and she had wonderful friends. She wanted to sail with them forever, and she would never be able to do that if she remained weak. If she remained under Arlong's thumb. He had promised to set her village free if she gave him 100 million Beely, but she knew it was a lie. She had always known it was a lie. She had only been deluding herself because she had no hope. Arlong didn't have a ship anymore. He had used his ship to build Arlong Park. It was his base, his command post. There was no way he would ever abandon it. Shahahaha. She never had hope before. Not until she met Luffy. And now it was here and it wasn't going away. Luffy hadn't even used his devil fruit against Kuro of 1,000 plans, a man worth only 4 million Beely less than Arlong himself. Hell, he hadn't even tried in the fight. Hope was a foreign emotion, but it was one that filled her being to the brim now. The pounding in her ears was gone, replaced by a tranquil determination. She surged up, basking in the feeling. She didn't even need to get dressed, having still been wearing her clothes from the earlier party. She grabbed her staff and marched out of her room and up towards the deck. She almost slammed the door open but held back. She grabbed a long pipe that was secured to the wall right before the door and then walked out onto the deck. There he was, sitting without a care in the world on the ship's figurehead, Luffy. She called up at him. Luffy's ears quirked as he spun on the figurehead and then leapt down to join her on the deck. "Nami? I thought you went to bed already." His eyes widened and his hand jerked forward to catch his pipe. "Nami?" he asked in confusion. "We're going to train," Nami said, determination pouring from her, "and don't you dare hold back," she declared as she took her combat stance. Slowly, a grin rose up on his face. He raised his pipe and vanished. Clack. Thanks for watching. If you hear this, comment below and have a good rest of your day.